Chapter 1 Prologue. Tri-Wizard Tournament. Harry Potter was sitting in the far end of the Slytherin table. It was always this way. He looked towards the Gryffindor table and sighed. He hated how his brother always gets the good stuff in life. Yes. Harvey Potter was the boy who lived. They all think that the boy with the crescent-shaped scar on his temple was the slayer of Voldemort. They never really knew what happened. Flashback. It was a stormy night. Thunder and lightning crashed outside in the night sky. Well, it was almost always like this these days. It was like the weather and nature itself was angry. Maybe this was the result of the rumored rituals that the self-styled Dark Lord had done. Maybe nature herself was protesting and showing her anger at the man. Lily Potter walked towards the living room and sighed. She and her husband were invited to the Ministry Hallows Eve party. They couldn't deny the request since her husband was one of the more active Wisengamot members. Being Lord and Lady Potter was really a hard life for the couple. James ran down the stairs and asked his wife, "Has Peter arrived yet, Lily?" Lily looked at her husband and smiled. It was rare to see James in a suit like he was wearing now, and it made him more handsome in her eyes. "Not yet, Prongs, although he should be arriving soon." Just then, knock on the door was heard, and both Lily and James walked towards it and opened it for their expected guest. Peter, or more commonly known as Wormtail in their group of friends, was a little man, dirty in nature and small in stature. He was the Potters' secret keeper, although no one knew this since Sirius was announced to be their keeper. It had been Albus Dumbledore's plan to make the change secretly so that they can throw off the scent. You see, Voldemort was trying to find a child, more specifically the prophecy child. Since the fateful day that Sybil Trelawney had uttered these cursed words. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The Potter family had been forced into hiding. Although the prophecy could have been one of 3 children whose names were Harry and Harvey Potter and Neville Longbottom, the Potters were the ideal target. Harry Potter, who was born 3 years before his brother, Harvey, had the birth date of July 31st. Harvey, who was the younger son, was born July 30th alongside Neville Longbottom. Since the joining of Severus Snape into the Resistance, they had come to the intelligence of Voldemort targeting the so-called half-blood brothers of the Potters. No one really knows why, but Albus Dumbledore speculated that since Riddle was a half-blood himself, he felt that only a person like himself could ever challenge him. Well, now that they knew who the Dark Lord was targeting, they have put the whole Potter family into hiding outside the main island into Wales. This is where we find the family now. Wormtail, good to see you, old friend. Peter then smiled rather shakily before answering. "Why yes, it is good to see you too, Prongs, Lily." Just then a green-colored boy jumped towards the small man and said in a happy tone, "Unca Wormy, will yous be babysitting us while Mommy and Popa are going to their party?" Peter smiled at the kid. He really liked the boy and was saddened on what his intentions were towards him and this family tonight. "Why yes, Harry, I would be taking care of you tonight while you Mom and Dad go to the ministry. Go now. Brush your teeth and get ready for bed." The green-eyed, black-haired bot smiled and replied, "Yes, Unca Wormy." The boy quickly took off towards the washroom to get ready for bedtime. James smiled at his eldest boy while Lily looked proud. Harry had been only a year old when he did his first accidental magic. It was the youngest recorded in history, which made both his parents proud. Then James got his coat and said to Peter, "We'll leave you now, Wormtail. Take care of the kids. Send your Patronus if you need anything, okay?" Wormtail replied, "No need to worry about them, Prongs, Lily. I'll take good care of both of them. Run along and have fun. You both deserve it." Lily smiled and kissed his cheek before James patted him on the back. Both left in peace, not knowing that this day will change them forever. An hour later, Voldemort, or the self-styled Dark Lord, was silently cheering. He had done it. His spy had successfully infiltrated the house of his would-be destroyer. And now, after tonight, no one will doubt his power anymore. Everyone will once again bow before his might. He slowly walked towards the gate of the average-sized house, which was slowly becoming visible to him. Wormtail had once again proven his worth. He had been placed as the secret keeper of the Potters in hopes of throwing their scent, but they were wrong. Now, he would see them punished for their foolishness in defying him. He slowly walked up towards the door, which was opened. Wormtail stood there kneeling before his lord before saying, "My lord, the Potters have been away for an hour and the boys are now sleeping." Voldemort smiled before saying, "Well done, Wormtail. You shall be rewarded greatly for this." Wormtail smiled and moved aside for his master. Voldemort walked in, strutting like he owned the place. He walked up the stairs, which was lined with photos of the two boys. The older boy was around 4 years old. He had beautiful emerald green eyes and messy black hair. The other boy had hazel eyes with red hair. Voldemort walked up towards the kids' room and opened the door. He was shocked to see the older boy standing guard by his sibling's crib with an air of defiance. The boy then asked him, "Are you the bad man that Mommy and Daddy were hiding from?" The Dark Lord took pity on the child. "The boy will die, but he still is protecting his brother. What a hero's death he will have." "Yes, child. Now, step aside so I can deal with you and your brother." The kid looked at him with fear that soon changed into anger. The boy looked at him and answered in a clear tone that the Dark Lord had only heard from one other person. "You will not harm my brother." The Dark Lord laughed. The boy got guts for trying to stop him, but it wasn't enough to stop him. He then raised his wand and said the words that would spell doom to most people. "Avada Kedavra." The green spell shot towards the boy. Then everything went wrong. Harry, in his panic, raised his hands in defense. The green spell, instead of hitting him head-on, was now in the boy's palm, floating in an orb-like shape. The Dark Lord was so shocked that he did not even have enough time to move as the orb was blasted back to him. In the span of 50 years, no one has ever landed a curse at him save Dumbledore, but now his own curse was rebounded to him by a 4-year-old boy. Voldemort was struck with his own curse. First nothing happened, and then pandemonium started. His body began to shake and emit a dark light. The light exploded and both boys were hit by it. The younger one was stuck on his temple, which woke the child. The older boy was struck on his forehead. The house began to shake and collapse on itself just as both parents, with a horde of reporters and ministry officials, arrived. James and Lily were frantic. The wards of their home went down, and when they got here, the house itself was destroyed. They frantically excavated both boys. They found the siblings in an orb of white light. The younger one wailing and the older one collapsed. They went and hugged the baby and saw the mark on the child's temple. Albus Dumbledore went towards the young couple and saw the mark. He quickly said to both parents, "He is the one." "James, Lily, we must tell the reporters of this. It would seem that the Tom came here tonight in hopes of murdering your child. He was unsuccessful, and by the looks of this mark, Harvey was the one who stopped him. He is the prophecy child." Both Lily and James obliged and quickly gave the unconscious Harry to Sirius. They both went towards the reporters and Dumbledore announced, "The Dark Lord has been defeated. Harvey Potter has destroyed him. Here is our savior, Harvey Potter." Nobody even looked twice at the other boy, who had the lightning bolt scar on his forehead and resting in the arms of his godfather, Sirius Black. Sadly, no one noticed the rat scurrying away from the sight, shaking in fear of what would happen if he was caught. End flashback. After that day, Harry was basically ignored by both parents. They would celebrate his birthday but would only give him a cake. The presents were always for Harvey. His godfather, Sirius, and his uncle Remus would always bring him their gifts, but after the fight between his father and his uncle Sirius, they have lost communication. So here he was now at the end of the Slytherin table. He was shunned by both his housemates and his family. For one, no Potter has ever been in Slytherin before. 2. The brother of the boy who lived was never welcome in Slytherin. Although his housemates will cheer for him when he was playing Quidditch and winning the game, but after that, they would shun him once more. He was already used to this for the last 6 years of his life, so it was no problem for him. He always had his books for company. Speaking of his brother, the fat boy was now trying to look his best beside Dumbledore. He had been called up to welcome the visiting schools with the headmaster. People always viewed his brother as the savior or as the boy who lived. He always viewed his brother a fat pig who can't stop strutting around showing everyone his scar. He himself also had a scar, although he always hid it from sight. Last thing he wanted to happen was people thinking he was trying to take his brother's limelight. Just then, the light in the hall dimmed a little as the doors opened. Girls aged 16 to 17 started marching towards the staff table gracefully. They all wore a blue dress with matching blue cap. Harry quickly deduced that they were French since only Beauxbatons had blue uniforms. After all the girls were lined up perfectly on each side of the room, a tall woman walked in. Beside her were two girls whose beauty was incomparable to any he had ever seen. The taller one looked about his age. The smaller one was about 14 to 15. Both had shining blonde hair and stunning blue eyes. He could see every boy except him staring hungrily at both girls. The three women arrived at the staff table and bowed. He could see his brother trying to impress both women while his mouth was opened. Both women ignored his brother and gave him a snotty look which was unnoticed by his stupid brother. Dumbledore then gestured for the Beauxbatons to choose where to sit, which they chose Ravenclaw table. Just then, pounding can be heard outside the hall. Everyone looked as men with thick cloaks stormed into the hall with staffs pounding the ground which produced sparks. The men all arrived in front of the hall while two men blew from their staffs to produce a dragon and a phoenix mad out of fire. Their headmaster strode in with a guy he knew only from his magazines. Victor Krum. The people from Durmstrang, which he discovered later, seated in the Slytherin table much to the dismay of his brother and his red-headed friend, Ronald Weasley. An hour later, Harry was quietly eating his dinner. It had been almost an hour since the arrival of both schools. The dishes that were prepared by the elves were varying from Russian, German to French and English. He had been enjoying a quiet meal when he heard a conversation between Draco Malfoy and Victor Krum. "Who was the boy with glasses who was with your headmaster to greet us?" Malfoy snorted and replied, "Oh, that kid? He's Harvey Potter, boy who lived. He has a brother here in Slytherin. There, the one with messy black hair and green eyes. We usually just ignore him since he doesn't belong in our house." He saw Victor nod and look at him before asking, "Why does he not belong to your house?" Malfoy looked at him and answered, "He's a Potter. Potters don't get sorted into Slytherin. I heard he was dropped as an heir because of that." Victor nodded and continued eating. Harry sighed as he continued with his dinner, not knowing that two beautiful ladies were looking in his direction. The older of the two stood up and walked towards him and asked, "Are you finished with this dish?" Harry looked up and saw the face of the older of the two ladies that accompanied the Beauxbaton headmistress. He then took the said dish and replied, "Here, take it." The girl looked surprised and replied, "Thank you." Harry looked up one more time and caught a faint pink aura surrounding the girl. He looked more closely and willed his magic to his eyes and saw that the pink aura was constantly flowing out of the two ladies' body. That could only mean one thing. Ravenclaw table. Fleur Delacour sighed as she reached for the dish she wanted the most. It was all gone. Looking towards her sister and saw she was staring at the young man who had black messy hair and green eyes. She looked towards his table and saw her favorite dish still untouched in front of him. She got up and walked towards him and asked, "Are you finished with this dish?" He looked at her with a neutral expression and answered, "Here, take it." Fleur stared at him with surprise. No one has ever been able to resist her Vila charm. She took the dish and went to her sister and said to her, "Do you see the boy you were staring at moments ago?" Gabrielle blushed and answered shyly, "Yes." Fleur smiled at her sister's predicament. If she told her this, she would be ecstatic. No one save her father had been able to ignore the Vila charm. Now, this boy had also ignored it like it wasn't there in the first place. He completely ignored my charm. He is immune. Gabrielle looked at her sister with shock and said, "We must try to meet him." Fleur agreed. It would only be once in a lifetime for Avila to meet a man who is immune to their allure. Just like her mother who got married a year after she met with her father. She feared she would never meet the man fated for her since a man who is immune to their allure was so uncommon. It was not just uncommon, but it was nearly impossible to find one. That was why the Vila population has slowly been diminishing. Both Fleur looked back at Harry and was shocked to see him staring at them. What surprised them the most was his eyes. No longer were they emerald green, but they were red with 3 commas surrounding the eye. Both of the girls looked at each other before Fleur asked one of the girls whose name was Cho. Cho, who was that man with black messy hair in the other table? Cho looked at the direction she gazed and smiled. Oh, that sexy beast? His name's Harry Potter. Brother of that fat boy there, Harvey Potter. He is the seeker in the Slytherin Quidditch team and has ever lost a match since he joined in his 2nd year. He mostly keeps himself to himself and has not dated anyone as far as I know. Although he might have a go with you. Fleur blushed as she finished. Then her sister asked, why is he all alone there?
Cho answer Sally.
It is because he is shunned by everyone in his house. Technically, he should belong to Gryffindor since every Potter that has passed these halls was a Gryff, but sadly he was placed where people do not like the Potter name. So he is basically an outcast. Last I heard, his father had ousted his position as heir and gave it to Harvey. Fleur was shocked. How could a father outcast his son from the family just because of him being in a different house? Since the only way to oust a person's right of being an heir is being outcast from his family. What kind of parent would do such a horrible thing? Just then, Albus Dumbledore stood up and spoke. As you all know, the Triwizard Tournament is being held here at Hogwarts. The rules are as follows. 1. A person may only be able to drop his or her name once into the goblet. 2. The said person, if entered, must take responsibility to every injury he or she takes, even death. 3. Only people 17 or above may enter. At this, several of the lower years started banging and protesting. Dumbledore banged his hand on the table and shouted, "Silence!" Everyone stopped protesting and sat back down. Dumbledore sighed before continuing. 4. Once chosen, there is no turning back. 5. The chosen competitors may not ask for help from the professors and staff of the school, although friends helping friends is allowed. That is all. Dumbledore sat down as Barty Crouch stood up and presented the goblet. It was pure gold with a blue flames inside. It basically looked like a torch but with a cup. Then Barty spoke. The Goblet of Fire. Those who wish to enter may do so starting tomorrow morning until the afternoon of Hallows Eve. The drawing of the champions will occur on the 31st of October after dinner time. Barty sat down once more as Dumbledore spoke up. Now off to bed. The shuffling began and everyone hurried out of the hall. Fleur saw Harry being the first to exit and sighed. In a whisper she said, "I will have to meet him." Unfortunately, her sister heard and replied, "We must meet him." Fleur smiled at her sister before nodding. They then were ushered out of the hall by Madame Maxime towards their carriage where they will be staying for the duration of the year. Chapter 2. The Hero. Harry Potter. He was sitting in the lakeside, thoughts wandering around the time when he was stripped of his cherished title as the Potter heir. He knew that his parents were already contemplating on it after his brother's so-called feat against the self-styled Dark Lord. His parents didn't think that he did not deserve the title, but they thought that Harvey deserved it more. Of course, the boy who lived deserved it. He deserves everything. His brother had taken everything from him, his parents, his childhood, and his title. He knew they would do it. They just needed an alibi. Flashback. Harry Potter, aged 11, was standing in front of the gates of Hogwarts. Even before he got in the school, his would-be classmates were already gossiping about him. Whispers of Boy Who Lived and Harvey's brother were already being passed around like wildfire, and he hated it. Ever since his brother had been pronounced as the savior, he had been overshadowed by his brother. Always, people would come to him to get close to his brother, and he was sick of it. He had come to Hogwarts now to make a name for himself, but even he couldn't outrun his brother's fame. So now, He was here enduring another wave of his brother's fan horde. Then, the old and skinny professor walked in and said in a strict tone, "We are ready for you now, follow me." Everyone quickly shuffled around and went silent as she led Harry and his new year mates into their first ever steps into Hogwarts. As Harry stepped in, he noticed the ceiling. It looked like the night sky outside, partial clouds and a quarter moon. He then willed his magic towards his eyes and saw the intricate laces of magic that was somewhat tied towards the outside sky. He looked back at the head table and saw the man he most hated in his life. Albus Dumbledore. He knew from the very beginning that the old man was the one to blame for his misery. Dumbledore was the one who insisted on training and keeping a close watch on his brother, thus his parents started ignoring him. The old man was also the one who advised his father to give his brother the title of heir, since with Harvey's accomplishments, they would gain more political allies and recognition from the Wisengamot. But the worst thing he hated about the man was his plan. The old man had planned for Harry's magic to be transferred to his brother so Harvey would become one of the greatest light wizard since Dumbledore himself. Harry knew why Dumbledore wanted to do this, though. He had heard from his conversion with his dad that Dumbledore never believed Voldemort to be dead. He believed that Voldemort lost his body but never his soul, since a reflected killing curse would never be as potent as a real one. So now we see Harry waiting his turn for the sorting ceremony. When the aged professor called out, "Potter, Harry," whispers started once more as he walked towards the hat. He got on the stool as the hat was placed on his head. Then he heard the hat talk. "Ah, another Potter. Last one I had was your father, and he was placed well in Gryffindor. But you, my boy, I see different." Harry then replied in his head, "Where do you think I belong?" "Patience, Mr. Potter." "Ah, a very bright young man, very courageous, a Gryffindor by heart. But wait, cunning is also here. Slytherin will be good for you also. You loyalty and bright mind will also make you good for either Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. Such a complex young man you turned out to be, Mr. Potter." Harry was silent for a moment before the hat spoke again. I see you have a very special talent here, Mr. Potter. First of your kind to activate it once again. The copy will I. Such a powerful tool. I know just where to put you, Mr. Potter." The hat then opened his mouth and said in a thundering voice, "Slytherin." Everyone was silent from shock. A Potter never went to Slytherin. No Potter would ever even contemplate on being in Slytherin. But now, this young boy whose brother was the boy who lived was sorted in the House of Snakes. It was unbelievable. So shocking that no one even moved or acknowledged that the young man had already seated on his now house table. From then on, not one of his housemates talked to or even acknowledges him. Everyone knew the hostility of the Potters and the families who were normally sorted into Slytherin, such as the McNair and Flint families. Both dark yet were able to escape prison by claiming to be under the Imperious Curse. Then that fateful day came. After a week of being ignored by his housemates, his only respite was his owl Hedwig. Then, on this fateful day, a howler arrived. He knew it from his father, since the handwriting in front was dirty and barely a scribble. He quickly opened it before it exploded in his face. "Harry James Potter, you ignorant child, how can you be sorted into he House of Snakes? We of the Potters are always lions and always will be. You have disgraced us for the last time. I, James Charles Potter, hereby forfeit my son, Harry James Potter, as the heir of the most ancient and noble house of Potter. You would do well to remember this lesson, boy, or your punishment will be most severe next time you cross the line." Then the letter ripped itself and burnt to crisps. From that day on, he knew his love for his parents had all but diminished. He knew that his father had only used his sorting into his advantage to name Harvey his heir, and now he was left with nothing. No inheritance. No money when he graduates, and especially no support from his family. He was now alone. End flashback. Harry was so busy with his musing that he did not notice two girls walking towards him. One of the girls looked about 17 and the other 14 or so. Both had waist-length golden hair and beautiful blue eyes. Both women would have left a man stuttering with a simple wink. Both women smiled at the young man before saying in a sweet tone, A penny for your thoughts, Mr. Potter? Not acknowledging the pair of young beauty, Harry answered. How may I be of assistance, Miss Delacour? Both looked surprised at the young man. He was speaking to them in their native tongue. Then the older of the two spoke. Where did you learn to speak French so fluently, Mr. Potter? Harry looked at them with his piercing green eyes. They both got lost in the amazing emerald swirl before hearing Harry reply. No need for formalities here, Miss Delacour. Call me Harry. As to your question, I tend to learn things quite easily. As my professors here in Hogwarts would say, I am a rather gifted young man. The older woman then replied in a playful tone. Talented indeed, Harry. However, will you not learn fast when you have the infamous copy, will I? Harry stiffened at that, but before he could reply, the younger woman cut him off. Do not fear, Harry. Your secret will always be safe with us. Harry looked at both of them. He could still see the faint pinkish aura being released from their body. It was faint with his normal eyes, but when he activates his Sharingan, he can see the enormous amount being poured out. He then said, May I assume that both of you are of Vila heritage? They both nodded as the older woman answered for them. Indeed, Harry. My name is Fleur and this is my little sister Gabrielle. As you heard from last evening's meal, our surname is Delacour. Harry took her outstretched arm and shook it. He smiled at the young girl who blushed. He then looked back and asked, Now, Fleur, how may I help you? Fleur looked at him before sighing. Me and my sister would like to ask how you were able to be unaffected by the Vila charm? Harry stared at them before replying. I don't even feel it, although I have been known to fight off the Imperious curse, so maybe it would apply to your charm as well. Both Quarter Vila looked at him with shock apparent on their faces. They had never seen a person that does not feel a Vila's charm. Even their father had to put up his occlumency shield just to be around them. Wow, I have never seen a person, let alone a guy, to not feel the Vila charm. Yes, Fleur and I have been isolated because of our heritage. Girls do not want to be with us because we might steal their boyfriends, and guys just want us for our beauty and heritage as a Vila. Harry looked at both their faces. The sadness clearly plastered on their faces. He knew of this kind of grief. Isolation is hard, especially among peers and your own age group. It was a harsh experience for Harry, and he didn't want anyone to feel that way again. I can be your friend. That is, if you want to. They both looked at him, shocked, before hugging him. Each girl on each side. They would never have done this and never have on a boy, but this was different. This boy, no Harry, had wanted to become their first ever friend. There was no malice in his voice nor in his intentions. After that incident, the three talked about their lives. The Delacour sisters talked about their life in France, the manner in which they lived in, and their parents. Harry, in turn, talked about his miserable life. He had been far worse than both girls, since the girls had their parents and each other while Harry only had himself for company. He even got comfortable enough to tell them his reason for being denounced as the heir. That story got them both angry that Harry had to hug both of them to stop them from changing. That resulted to both of the girls turning red when they realized who was hugging both of them. 5 hours later. Harry and the Delacour sisters walked in the Great Hall. The two older members walked forwards together and smiled at each other before dropping their names into the goblet of fire. Then the three of them sat down on the farthest side of the Slytherin table. Even before they sat, mutterings already started in the full hall. Everyone glancing at the odd group. Mutterings like, how the hell did Potter score those two beauties? And, do you think Harry would accept me into his group of girls? Spread out like wildfire. Unfortunately, one Ravenclaw student was stupid enough to approach the group. Harry was happy. He had never been this way before in his time in Hogwarts, and now, for the first time in 6 years, he was happy. He, Fleur, and Gabby had so much in common. The three were always isolated. No one would talk to them if they could help it, and they were always evaded at all costs. So when a guy tries to disrespect his first real friend, that guy will surely pay. Baby, leave that loser alone and come join me in my table. The three looked up and saw a 7th-year Ravenclaw lustily looking at Fleur and Gabrielle. Harry's anger skyrocketed when the guy, whose name was Roger Davis, pinched Fleur's backside. Harry stood up and shouted. Disrespecting a woman in front of an audience is a violation and an embarrassment to the said girl's house. I challenge you to an honor duel to rightfully reclaim my lady's honor. Fleur looked at Harry with wide eyes and spoke. You do not to do this, Harry. No harm done. I must Fleur. He has disrespected both you, Gabrielle, and as well as your whole house. The pig must be taught a lesson. Both girls knew that Roger did not even stand a milestone of a chance. No need to be afraid, sweetie. I'll challenge this wimp, and after I kill him, we can go somewhere secluded so we can talk. Roger wiggled his eyebrows as Harry stood up. Dumbledore then intervened. He had seen enough and must put a stop to this before it escalated and the former Potter heir be injured or worse, killed, before the transfer of magic was done. Mr. Potter, surely we can work this out? Harry looked at the old man with pure hate before spitting. This cannot be ignored, headmaster. A whole house has been dishonored and I shall be the one who will bring back that honor. Now, will you be the one who will referee the match? Dumbledore looked sadly at both the young men. The honor duel pertains to the death of either one of the challengers. At best, maybe both will die. Dumbledore then gestured for both of them to step out into the hall where he conjured a long stage. Everyone from the Great Hall walked out to watch this match. Everyone thinking that the Potter would lose. Roger Davis was a top student who would win against one of the best. As Harry was about to climb on his end of the stage, Fleur and Gabrielle both hugged him and kissed him on either cheek, saying, "For good luck, my hero." Harry smiled before standing on his edge. He looked towards his opponent who was glaring daggers at him. Maybe it was the 2 kisses he received from both females? He did not really care since one of them is going to die today and it sure isn't going to be him. Harry stood there, waiting for Dumbledore to address the match. Dumbledore looked at both young men. Both of age, so whatever happens in the duel will be their own consequence. The honor duel between Harry James Potter and Roger Davis has been called. Do you accept the terms? Both boys nodded. Harry, seeing the opportunity, willed his magic towards his eye to form his copy will eye. Dumbledore, not seeing anything unordinary, signaled for the match to begin. It was never a match, it was a suicide mission. Stupefy. Incarcerus. Bombarda. Incendio Maxima. Every spell thrown to Harry he dodged, not even bothering to use his wand. That made Roger angry and made his moves sloppy. He was wasting his energy and everyone in the audience knew it. Audience. Everyone was stumped. The Potter boy was dodging the spells a mere second before it hit. No one was that fast. Now, they were not sure Roger would win. Heck, they were not even sure if any of them would win. This was becoming less of a duel and more of a massacre with every spell Roger casts and every lazy dodge Potter makes. Albus Dumbledore was shocked. So shocked, he didn't even notice the crowd looking at his open mouth. The boy was good. No, better than good. Perfect. The elder Potter dodged every spell with ease and slight bore. If only he was the chosen one, he would have taught him himself. He had potential, he saw that. But the problem was he needed to train Harvey. Harvey was destined to someday ultimately defeat Voldemort and end his tirade of fear. Harvey had to be ready when the day he has to shoulder the weight of the world. Well, at least now, he knew that when he transfers Harry's magic into Harvey, Harvey would definitely get a boost. Harry. Harry was yawning. Yes, he was yawning in a duel. Roger had long since changed from his shouting of spells into silent casting. He was not good. Harry knew why he did not prefer to use his silent casting. He only knew one spell where he can use it. Expelliarmus. He looked at his opponent and saw him casting the spell again. He sighed as he sidestepped from the line of fire. Roger was tiring out fast, and he would not stand a chance when he exhausts himself further. Then it happened. Roger was desperate. He won't win this way. Eve, his silent casting was being predicted. He needed a new plan, a new spell. He needed to win. He would never be defaced like this in front of the whole school. He needed to kill Potter and fast. Lumos Maxima. The spell blinded Harry. Roger used this opportunity to cast a spell. A dark spell. Friendo Viscus. The black light shot towards Harry. It hit, causing Harry to bend forwards and scream. The scream was deafening. It was agony for those who watched, especially Fleur and Gabrielle. Both girls started sobbing as Harry's chest exploded. Every gasped as they saw the Potter's chest explode. They did not know what the spell did, but it definitely killed Roger's opponent. Roger smiled as he saw his opponent die. He walked slowly towards the two Vila women before addressing. You see, a loser can never beat a winner. So ladies, want to get to know each other in my dorm room? Fleur then blanched and spat. I will never willingly let you touch me, you pig. Before Roger could answer back, he felt a light tap on his shoulder. He spun around, thinking it was one of his friends going to congratulate him for his conquest. But before he even caught sight of the said person, he was blasted back 10 feet away from the two Vila. Fleur and Gabrielle gasped as they saw who appeared behind the pig of a man. The messy black hair, amazing emerald green eyes, and the round spectacles. Harry Potter had miraculously appeared out of thin air. The said person had no scratches. Not even a single wrinkle on his clothing was visible. Did you think the battle was over? Well, let the real duel begin. Harry raised his wand and shot off a bombarding curse directly in front of Roger. The blast blinded Roger for a few seconds, which was enough for Harry to move forward and draw his sword out of thin air. He then cut the said person's arms, resulting to a mighty shriek from the audience and a loud moan from Davis. Roger looked up towards his supposed executioner and asked, You were supposed to be dead. How did you escape it when I saw the curse hit and kill you? Harry looked at the man and around the stage. Everyone was quietly listening to his explanation of his mighty escape from certain death. By now, Harry had already deactivated his eyes. He knew if even one of the students noticed, he would have a hard time explaining his circumstance. The illusion branch of magic is a subtle thing. No man has ever delved into it simply because it was unnecessary. Houdini was one of the few who studied and learned the art. As was I. Dumbledore stood stock still. How could this boy, whom he had named as an average magic user, mastered one of the most complex branch of magic that even he could not do? He looked at the two guys with worry etched on his face as he started. The match has been won, Mr. Potter. Please step away from Mr. Davis. Harry looked at the manipulative old man. The rules of an honor duel is unto death. So please step back, Professor. Before anyone could say anything, or even react, Harry brought down his sword and beheaded Roger Davis. The head rolled away from the body as the body itself slumped and fell on the ground. Harry quickly took this opportunity to walk towards his two girls and steered them away from the bloodied battlefield. Chapter 3. Reminiscing. The Goblet of Fire. It was already a week after the unfortunate death of the Davis heir. The castle was shrouded in misery at the loss of their schoolmate. The biggest change was with the Harry and the Delacour sisters. People seemed to try their best to ignore them. They even distanced themselves from the already isolated group. Especially the boys, since after Roger's fate, they were too scared to even stare at the two stunning ladies. Well, it wasn't really any different for Harry and the two girls. Actually, it was even much better since now, no one would even dare to approach and leer at the girls. Also, no one would disturb them from their chats and stories they exchanged almost every day. Currently, the three were sitting in Harry's favorite place, the rock facing the Black Lake. Harry, would you mind if I ask a personal question? Harry looked at Fleur before replying. No, go ahead and ask. Fleur slightly fidgeted, as did her sister, before asking. Me and my sister would like to know how you came upon your Sharingan. Harry looked at the still waters of the lake before replying. Do you really want to know? Both nodded eagerly, which made Harry slightly smile and reply. Well, it all started. Flashback. Harry was excited. Actually, excited was a mere small portion of what he felt. He felt ecstatic. His Uncle Siri will be coming after not seeing him for 3 years. After the fight between his dad and his Uncle Siri, he had not seen him for over 3 years. But now, his dad had agreed to the pleas by his uncle to at least accompany him to get his Hogwarts supplies. Of course, since his parents was busy with babying his brother, Harvey, they would need someone to help their oldest son in Diagon Alley. He had been waiting in the living room in Potter Manor for hours. They had already moved from their hiding place at Godric's Hollow to their ancestral home after the Dark Lord was defeated. His parents, with Dumbledore, decided that Harvey should grow up groomed to be the Potter heir. Harry looked up when he heard a noise coming from the front door before bolting towards the sound, knowing who it was. Sirius never had time to prepare before a blur of black hit him in the middle of his stomach. He looked down before smiling and said, "You okay, pup?" Harry looked up at the man he called Uncle before replying, "Yup, let's go, Uncle Siri." Sirius just laughed before holding his godson's hand and walked out of the door. Diagon Alley. The pair operate near the pub called Leaky Cauldron. Hand in hand, they strolled in, one excited to finally buy his things for Hogwarts and the other happy since now he could spend time with his long-separated godson. When they both went in the pub, the owner looked at them before smiling at the older man and said, "The usual Mr. Black?" Sirius smiled at the balding owner of the pub before replying, "Not right now, I'm afraid. Got to help my godson here buy his supplies." Tom beamed at the young boy beside the older man before asking, "First year at Hogwarts, Mr. Potter?" Harry just shied away before replying, "Why, yes, sir." Tom smiled kindly at Harry, which Harry returned kindly before saying, "Be careful out there, Mr. Black. Avery and some of the escaped Death Eaters are still on the loose. Better be safe than sorry." Sirius' expression hardened at that piece of news before nodding at the man. He then pulled Harry towards him and walked towards the back of the store. After reaching a brick wall, Sirius pulled out his wand and began tapping the combination to unlock the gateway to Diagon Alley. After a minute of waiting for the entrance to open, both of them stepped in, not expecting what awaited them. The place was desolated. People were shopping but always in a hurry. It was not the bustling Diagon Alley they both remember. Instead of ogling around, both of them started walking briskly towards the white marble building. Gringotts. Upon entering, they moved quickly towards one of the counters before Sirius spoke for the first time since they entered the alley. "Withdrawal from the black account number 711, please." The goblin, who looked like a garden gnome, only bigger and much more uglier, looked up and replied in a monotonous voice, "And who, may I ask, is asking for the withdrawal?" Sirius raised his hands and let his family ring be seen by the said goblin before saying, "Lord Black." The goblin raised his eyebrows before replying, "Do you want to make a personal withdrawal or just a refill for your coin bag?" Sirius thought for a second before saying, "Just a refill would be nice. I don't really need anything important in the vaults right now." The goblin took the gold sack that Sirius gave him and said, "Just a moment, if you will." Sirius nodded. Harry looked at his godfather and asked, "Do I have a vault also, Uncle Siri?" Sirius smiled at the child and replied, "Yes, the Potter family vault will be yours since it is your birthright. And if I die without an heir, the Black Vault will also be yours since you are my godson." Harry smiled at his godfather before asking another question. "Will I get my wand at Ollivander's just like Mom and Dad?" Sirius looked at his godson and replied, "No, we are going to get you a custom-made wand from one of my family's wand crafters." Harry just stared in awe at what his godfather told him. He will get a custom-made wand, a wand that is better than his mom's or his dad's, and maybe better than what his younger brother will get. He was giddy with excitement. After the goblin got back with a sack now full of gold galleons, they went out to buy Harry's school stuff. 2 hours later. Both godson and parent were now walking towards Knockturn Alley, but before both of them could go in, Harry stopped and asked, "Is the wand crafter really in Knockturn Alley?" Sirius pulled the boy closer before replying, "Yes, he is quite, let's just say, shy. He doesn't want unnecessary people disturbing him, so he moved into Knockturn Alley." Harry just sighed. He was told not to go into this alley, but since he was with his uncle, maybe his parents won't mind. They continued on their trek. They passed beggars, prostitutes, and even some trinket sellers as they walked through the dark and mysterious alley. After a minute or two of walking down the alley, They turned right and came face to face with a small door, barely fitting Sirius. This must have been the place since Sirius knocked on the door 3 times. After a second or two of waiting, a man opened the door revealing his state. The man was old. Well, as old as Ollivander if you need a reference. His clothes were tattered and ripped but still held a feeling of strength due to its designs. His top was a fishnet-like shirt which covered his upper body but still outlining his muscles. His pants were plain black with bandage cloth on one of his knees. But the most prominent of his features was his coat and bandana. His coat, simply put, was amazing. It was black with red outlines. The designs were red clouds which had an effect on anyone who saw it. His bandana was kind of weird for Harry. It was plain black with a metal plate in the middle with the symbol of a leaf. The symbol itself was slashed, which played on Harry's curiosity. The man, seeing both men staring at him, started. "What brings you here, Sirius-san?" Sirius looked at the man and replied, "Well, it's good to see you too, Itachi-san." Both men smiled and hugged each other in a manly way before releasing each other. The man, apparently named Itachi, smiled once more before saying, "Well, Komein." He motioned us into his store, which was small. So small that it only looked like a small bedroom. He looked around and saw that this wasn't even a shop. It was a living room. He looked at Sirius but only got a smile in response. "So Sirius-san, what brings you here? You still have your wand, do you not?" Sirius chuckled before replying, "Yes, I still have my wand, but my godson doesn't." For the first time, Itachi noticed the small boy. His features looked small and frail, but his eyes held a twinkle that shouted knowledge. It was like looking through someone's eyes, someone he knew before, and then he got it, the eyes of his best friend, the one who he had to keep a promise from. "Uchiha Shursui. What is your name?" Harry looked at the man before replying. "Harry Potter, sir." Itachi looked at him before asking, "Does one of your parents have green eyes like yours?" Harry pondered on the question before answering. "My mom has green eyes, but hers have a shade of black to it, so it is not really green. In my family, I am the only one who has these emerald green eyes." Itachi smiled happily. He could almost cry out in joy. Here was his ticket to being released from his damn curse. But before he could say anything, Harry asked him a question which would change the boy's life forever. "Why are you so happy to see me, sir? Do you know me?" Itachi smiled at the kid before replying, "You're almost correct. I know your ancestor." Harry's eyes looked shocked for a moment before asking again, "You knew my grandfather?" Itachi laughed at this before replying, "No, Toto. The ancestor I knew was way older. His name was Uchiha Shursui." Sirius, who was left out from the conversation, asked, "Who is this Shursui character?" Itachi laughed and replied, "Well, it all started 3,000 years ago." At this point, Sirius snorted and cut him off. "Are you saying you're 3,000 years old?" Itachi smiled at him and replied, "Actually, 3,052 to be exact. If you do not believe me, look at the paintings of your ancestors. You will find me in every single frame of their paintings, since they all like to depict their first wand being handed to them." At this, Sirius grew serious and said, "Yes, my father used to say you never grew old. So pray tell how you survived this long." Itachi looked at the older man and smiled. He knew the Black family had passed down his secret of immortality, but they never were able to know how. "I was getting to that. Harry, please come here beside as I tell you the story of your family." Harry followed the older man's orders and rushed to his side as Itachi sat down on his sofa. He looked at both Harry and Sirius before starting. "As you guys have already heard, I am 3,000 years old. If you think that living this long is a gift, then you are both mistaken. I have lived my life alone, and it has been hard to even try to find company, knowing they will waste away while you yourself will never even age." Itachi shook his head before continuing. "Well, my story starts at the eastern portion of the world known as Asia nowadays. The land itself was separated into 5 different countries known as the Elemental Nations. We were all prideful. Too proud of our powers that we even sought to tame demons. That was when the strongest of all the demons, Kyubi, attacked my country, Konoha. The fourth Hokage, which is our leader, sealed the demon inside his own son, hoping to give him power to protect our country. Itachi waved his hand and 3 cups of tea appeared. He took a sip before continuing. As I was saying, the demon was sealed. The problem was our clan, the Uchiha, were the proudest of all the clans. For the same reason that wizards look down on muggles. We had a bloodline. We had the Sharingan, known as the copy eye, since every move by the opponent we can copy. We can also see high-speed movements. But the Sharingan had levels. 3 lower levels, 1 medium and the highest. The normal clan member could unlock until 3. Only 4 people in the history of the Sharingan has opened the medium level. But no one was able to attain the highest level. Itachi took another sip and gestured for the 2 to do so as well before continuing. Well, the kid who had the demon, Naruto, was envied by my clan. We were part of the first settlers and so we wanted power. But the villagers never even nominated one of our clansmen to become the leader, which pissed off everyone in my clan. That was when they planned a coup. When the village leader got wind of the planned coup, he sent me to obliterate all of my family since had already unlocked the medium level of the Sharingan. And I did. I slaughtered them all, leaving only my brother, Sasuke, and my best friend, Shursui, behind. Itachi paused for a moment. He had never told anyone about his story before, and now, letting the emotional barrier to be opened was kind of hard. Well, suffice to say that Shursui made me promise to find him after my mission was over. It was a promise to Shinigami that I would never rest until I was reunited with him again and rebuild our clan into its former glory. I never found him again. The last traces I got was him traveling west. So here I am still, biding my time until I find one of his descendants and fulfill my promise so that I may pass from this realm unto the next. Harry and Sirius looked shell-shocked. If this was all real, then they were all face to face with a man who has suffered for 3,000 years. The silence was broken when Harry spoke up. Who is Shinigami? Why can't you die, and what does this have to do with me, sir? Itachi smiled at him before saying, Harry, Shinigami is the name we use for our death god. Making a promise to him is the same as the unbreakable vow. Now, have you ever noticed that your eyes are special? Harry pondered for a moment before replying. Yes, sir. I have never seen anyone's eyes as green as mine. My mother's eyes are green, but it's a variation of black and green, which is not really like mine, that is emerald in color. Truthfully, sir, I have never seen anyone with emerald green eyes like mine. Itachi ruffled the boy's hair and replied, That is because no one will never have the same eyes as yours. My best friend, Shursui, had the same eyes as yours. Do you know what that means? Harry shrugged, so Itachi continued. It means that you may be the one I am waiting for. I promised to Shursui to help him rebuild our clan. So, if you are able to unlock the Sharingan, I will train you to use it so that you can bring us back into our former glory. Sirius at this point intervened. How will you know he has the Sharingan? How will you even train him? Itachi smiled before saying, That is a secret, Sirius-san. But I must make sure he is the one I was waiting for. Harry looked at Itachi but saw his eyes turned blood red with a shuriken-style iris in the middle. The next thing he knew, he was in a black and white world with a cross which he was tied in. He looked around and saw Itachi in front of him, so he asked, What will you do with me, sir? Itachi sighed and replied, I will have to replay all your sad memories in your life to try to force the Sharingan to activate. Of course, if you want to. Harry thought for a moment. If he can activate such an enormous power and make planes of existence such as this place, who would say no? Sir? I would like to try to activate the said power. Although, what is this plane? Itachi smiled at the boy's determination before replying. This is Tsukuyami, a plane of existence that only an Uchiha who has unlocked the 4th level of the Sharingan can use. A second outside can be a month or even a year here depending on the user, although it takes an enormous amount of chakra, or as you call it nowadays, magic. Harry just nodded, hoping that one day he can access this kind of power. Itachi looked at him before starting the illusion. 3 minutes outside. Sirius was now starting to worry. 3 minutes had already passed and both Itachi and Harry were still not moving from their positions. Granted, he wanted his godson to become strong, but he was still worried. Then, both Harry and Itachi started moving, which startled him. He got up from his chair and moved over towards Harry before asking, "What took you so long?" Harry smiled, head still bowed before replying, "Oh, we trained." Sirius looked at both of them before asking once again, "Did you activate it?" Harry started laughing before bringing his head up and showing his eyes, saying, "I think so." His eyes, unlike the usual emerald green that glistens in the light, was now blood red with a shuriken-style iris. Harry then opened his palm to reveal a spinning orb of blue wisp on his palms before grinning madly. Sirius then asked, "How could you do that?" Harry smiled slyly before replying, "Family secret. Although I can tell you that this is a manifestation of my magic or chakra in the olden times." Sirius looked shocked before asking Itachi, "What did you do to him in those 3 minutes?" Itachi grinned before replying, "Those 3 minutes was 3 years in my technique, so normally, we would have trained his eye and he actually made it into the middle stage faster than I did. His physical body will soon start to change since we also trained his body, and his mind will be altering the changes soon." Harry smiled and said, "Time to have some fun." Flashback end. Fleur and Gabrielle was slack-jawed at what the man told them. They were about to comment when a sneer was heard behind them. "So, think you're cool then, Harry?" Harry looked back and saw 3 figures standing there. 2 redheads and a brown-haired girl. The first redhead, who was slightly chubby, was Harvey, and the lanky one he knew as Ron. The girl, known throughout the school as the infamous know-it-all, was Hermione Granger. Together, they make the Chosen Squad or some foolish name like that. Harry sighed and muttered, "This is gonna get wild soon." Chapter 4. The Eternal Mangekyo. Flashback. Harry was happy. Very happy indeed. He had gotten his wand from Itachi, and he was even permitted to get a second wand. Fighting the urge to just run outside and cast the spells he learned at the library, he pulled on his uncle's cloak, saying, "Come on, Uncle Siri." Sirius smiled at the child before looking at the older man in front of him. He saw Itachi smile at Harry with joy. He then spoke up, "See you again next time, old friend." Itachi looked at Sirius seriously and said in a monotonous tone, "There is no next time, Sirius." Sirius looked at the man in front of him in a questioning look. He said it as if he was serious, like he was going to die this instant. He then asked, "Why is that, Itachi-san?" Itachi smiled at the man. He always uses the prefixes in his language ever since he met Sirius. "I have done what I stayed for." Sirius looked at the man with confusion before asking, "And pray tell what it was?" Itachi sighed and looked at the jumping Harry and replied, "I have done what I promised to do. I have helped Shursue's blood in obtaining his Sharingan. With Harry awakening his Dojutsu, our bloodline will once again flourish. And, I felt that with Harry, our family will be guided in a path we should have taken. Oh, by the way, here, give this to Harry when you go out." Itachi rummaged his pockets before handing Sirius a key that was very similar to a vault key in Gringotts. Sirius examined it before asking, "Is this a key to a Gringotts vault?" Itachi nodded before replying in his usual monotonous tone, "Yes, inside contains the scrolls and books I have collected all these years. Also, inside is the money that will help Harry. I know of his predicament when he told me about his family. Trust me, he would never even have to work even if he lives a lavish lifestyle." Sirius nodded and put the key into his pocket before shaking the man's hand. Itachi smiled at the gesture before pushing both uncle and nephew towards the door. But before Harry could leave, he was pulled back by Itachi and heard him whisper, "Do not use the Mangekyo Sharingan much until you get to the 5th level. The 4th type will blind you if overused, while the 5th negates the blinding." Harry hugged the man and replied, "Thanks for everything, Itachi-Nizan." Itachi smiled at the boy and gestured him towards his uncle. Harry ran towards Sirius outside the store and looked back, only to see a brick wall that once had a wooden door. He looked questioningly at his uncle, who just smiled and dragged the boy away. 10 minutes later. They were almost at the alley towards Diagon Alley when they were stopped by a group of 10 black-cloaked people. Those 10 had their wands drawn and pointed at the Harry and Sirius. Sirius, recognizing the cloaks, tried to back away. They took 3 steps back but stopped immediately as 10 more hooded men appeared behind them. Sirius quickly pulled the scared Harry behind him and asked, "What do you Death Eaters want?" The leader walked forward and let the hood fall to reveal a black-haired woman with a feral grin. Her face, once beautiful but now marred with dirt and grime. Her hair was frizzled and just added to her feral look. She smiled maliciously at the two before speaking in a delirious voice. "Wee cousin, what are you doing with the Potter brat?" Sirius looked at the woman angrily and replied hotly, "This is my godson, Bella. Now leave and take your so-called friends with you." The woman called Bella just smiled wickedly and replied, "We cannot do that, Siri. We are here to exact our revenge for the Dark Lord." Sirius quickly drew his wand and tried to cover his godson before replying, "The Aurors will be here in minutes. If you want my godson, then you have to fight your way through me." Bella then laughed maniacally and replied sadistically, "Then so be it. Take out my cousin first before you take the boy. We will make an example of dear Siri here for those who would defend the boy who lived's family." Even before the command was given, Sirius had already conjured a circular low encampment wall for cover. But after that, spells started tearing through their barrier. Harry was frightened. Never before has he experienced spell casting this intense. Lights were literally zooming atop his head as his godfather shoved him down for cover. His godfather himself was casting his own spells back, but to little success. Sirius was tired. He had been out of practice due to the peacetime, and he was now experiencing the consequences. His muscles were aching and his magic supply was weakening due to his multi-spell casting. The only problem was that all his spells either miss or did not really take out his opponents. But all in all, he was doing well, holding his position and waiting for the Aurors to arrive, since the spell casting would be a beacon for every law enforcement agency in the Ministry. But before Sirius could cast another bludgeoning spell towards one of the advancing Death Eater, Bella apparat near the encampment and shouted her spell. Bombarda Maxima. The spell broke the encampment's western side, which was now literally an open gate. Sirius, knowing that he would not really survive this fight against 20 men that were aiming to kill, pulled off his ring and the key of Itachi and giving it to Harry, saying, "Harry, my godson, my boy, take my family ring and the Uchiha vault. Take what's rightfully yours and be strong. Be strong for everyone, precious for your life. Never surrender to those who fight you, because you will never forgive yourself for giving up." Sirius then blocked a curse sent to him and hugged his godson for one last time while tears streamed on his cheek. He then kissed the top of Harry's head and whispered, "When I storm out, run towards Diagon Alley and into Gringotts. They will keep you safe. Just show them my ring." Harry, knowing he would not see his godfather anymore, hugged and cried on Sirius' cloak. He then asked in a grief-stricken voice, "Will I ever see you again, Uncle S. Siri?" Sirius smiled despite his depressed state, replied and placed his hands on Harry's chest, saying, "I'll always be with you, Harry, in here." Then, before Harry could say anything, Sirius charged through the hole and started casting curses wildly. While this was going on, Harry quickly snuck towards the alley and got to the corner before he heard an agonizing scream. He looked back, and what he saw made tears spring out of his eyes again. There, in the middle of the Death Eaters, was Sirius, his godfather. But instead of the happy-go-lucky godfather he knew, he saw a screaming and convulsing man. He stopped and saw Bella walking towards his godfather, saying, "Poor Siri, now you are going to pay for hurting my dear aunt. She was grief-stricken when you left with that Potter blood traitor." Then, right before his eyes, his godfather was hit with a green curse. The last words he saw coming through Sirius' mouth was a word he would never forget. "Run." Then everything slowed down as Harry cried out. One of his last precious people was killed right before his eyes. But before he could really grieve, he looked around and saw that everything slowed down. In fact, he could even trace with his hands the bird flying overhead. He looked towards the store mirror across the street and almost fell on his butt. His eyes that were once shuriken-shaped were now different. His pupil was now three circular-shaped that were positioned in a triangular formation. Connecting these three circles were curved lines causing them to look like tadpoles biting each other's tails. What's even more surprising was that now, instead of a red-black pupil and red eyes, he had red pupils and black eyes. A true rarity among Uchiha. He looked back at then slow-motion black-cloaked people who were laughing at the death of his godfather. He seethed in fury as he saw how they were going to desecrate the dead. He would pay them 100-fold for killing his uncle. They would be the first to experience the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He moved swiftly and cut with his magic-enhanced hands each black-cloaked person in both heel to stop them from escaping. Then, he took each of their wands and collected them. After that, he deactivated his eternal Mangekyo and turned into his normal Mangekyo. Cries started to sound as the black-cloaked men and women realized they were bleeding and unable to walk. They tried to clot the blood by putting pressure but to no avail. But just before they could continue on screaming, they felt a presence they never felt before ever since they master fell. A presence of great power and evil. But this aura was different. The slight difference was that this was not the power-hungry feeling they felt. Each one of them turned to look at the one releasing the energy only to find their target glaring at them with his bloodshot eyes whose iris were spinning wildly. Then in a cold voice he spoke. "You shall now pay for all your sins. Tsukuyami." Every Death Eater now appeared in the red sky fields that were once Harry's training ground. Harry himself stood in front of them while they were now crucified on a cross. "You will now endure 3 years of pain." 15 minutes later. 10 Aurors appeared in the alley only to find 19 dead Death Eaters who were all diagnosed of shock. The last one, Bella, was sitting in a corner of the alley muttering about red eyes. End flashback. Harvey Potter. Harvey, the supposed boy who lived, was a chubby kid. Well, not overly chubby like Longbottom. He is still fit but has not outgrown his baby fats on his face and stomach area yet. Much like his best friend, Ron Weasley, he had a hobby of eating down lots of foods and in a fast rate. Well, what can you really expect from a child who was babied and given anything he wanted since the day he was born? Just like every famous person out there, Harvey had a fan club. Well, his fan club was run by one of Harry's more useless fellow Quidditch player, Cho Chang from Ravenclaw. Even though Cho and Cedric Diggory had hit it off last year, Cho still ran the Chubby Boys fan club because of her publicity from it. In turn, this just boosted Harvey's already bloated ego. Harry just shook his head as he looked at his brother. He never knew why a smart girl like Granger would be following that moronic brother of his. Granted, his brother was trained by Dumbledore since first year, which still boosted the boy's fame and ego. He never saw Granger as a girl who clung to power, but with Harvey's knowledge from Dumbledore, she would never pass it up. Harry sighed before asking, "What do you want, Harvey?" Harvey and Ron just smiled wickedly while Hermione glared at both boys. "Oh, we just want to ask a question to these fine ladies." Harvey and his best friend started leering at both Vila, but was stopped by an angelic voice. "Cochon, keep your eyes and hands off me and my sister." Both boys stopped their activity and kept themselves balanced before Harvey addressed Fleur. "Ladies, I'm sure you've heard of the state my dear brother is in. He can never support and give you what you two truly deserve. Why don't both of you dine with me and my best friend here and get to know each other better? I truly think that both of you deserve a better match and lifestyle that the Potter household can bring." Fleur and Gabrielle just took it all in. How dare he insult their best friend? He was not even dating either sister. Yet, Fleur composed herself before replying in a sweet tone, hoping to anger the current Potter heir. "And pray tell the situation that Monsieur Harry's in? Is he not the heir of the Potter family?" At that, Harvey snapped and replied hotly. He is not even worth a cent. He was already outcast from the family and was only permitted to live in our house because Professor Dumbledore insisted on it. Something about he needing to fulfill his purpose or something." Fleur and Gabrielle were now seething. They did not know why they were getting angry and were now planning to burn the boy into ashes. Then Gabrielle smirked and replied, "Well, I'm sorry, but I have to decline your offer. Me and Monsieur Harry are now dating, so it would be rude to see another man, and a fat one at that. After that statement, Gabrielle grabbed Harry by his collar and smacked their lips together. What she felt was bliss. She decided then and there that Harry would be hers for all eternity. But before they could both deepen the said kiss, Gabrielle was hauled back by her sister. I'm also sorry, Mr. Potter, but I am also currently seeing Monsieur Harry, and it would also be unwise to see someone behind his back, especially his kin. A fat kin at that. Then, before Harry could have hoped to recover, Fleur's lips also smacked his. This time he felt more relaxed. Gabrielle's kiss was more of a childish one, while Fleur's was more mature, soft and gentle. After almost a minute of kissing, they parted. Both looked at each other's eyes before letting go of each other. Harry, curious as to what his brother's reaction, looked towards him. What he saw would be embedded on his mind forever. There, standing near the trees, was Harvey and Ron, who both have tomato faces and was producing steam on their ears. Both looked seething at the attention Harry himself was getting. But what shocked him was Hermione. The said girl was blushing furiously while glancing towards him every few seconds. Harvey looked at his brother with disdain and said hotly, "If that is what you ladies choose to be with, then fine. Just remember that my father will hear about this, and we all know the power he holds in the Wizengamot. Remember, dark creatures, even low-class ones, can be detained." Fleur and Gabrielle almost exploded there and then and transformed into their avian forms, if not for Harry holding them both in each of his arms. They always hated people looking at air kind as dark creatures and are needed to be tamed. They both know what wizards, especially those of the high class, do to Velas who are captured. And hell would freeze over before they submitted to them. "I suggest you leave, oh dear brother of mine. Both my ladies are almost into transformation, and you would not want to have your hide burnt for the Yuletide dinner." The three, knowing what Harry implied, quickly took off. But Harry noticed Hermione smiled shyly at him before running off, which intrigued him to no end. After his brother ran away, he settled back into his favorite tree while both girls snuggled up to his warmth before he asked, "Were you both serious back there?" "Yes, we were. Why, don't you want two Velas as your girlfriends? Am I and my little sister not enough?" Harry smirked at both women before replying, "Never, but why me? And how can our relationship work out with me dating both of you at the same time?" Gabrielle's expression softened at this and replied, "Don't you remember that we were always isolated and boys always wanted our bodies and nothing more? You are the first to see us for who we truly are. We would be mad not to snag you the first chance we get. As for sharing..." She smiled at her sister, who smiled back before continuing, "We have no problem with that. I am sure me and my sister could work something out. Harry smiled at their antics. He never imagined he would have Vela girlfriend, let alone two. He just wished he had received this kind of understanding and kindness earlier in his life. Everything changed when his godfather died. He thought he would never really find happiness again and would have to run off after his 7th year so that his powers would not be transferred to his oaf of a brother. "Harry, you never told us how you were able to buy your broom or how you managed to stay in school without the funding of your parents." Harry looked at Fleur and Gabrielle for a second before answering. "You both remember that my godfather, who died on the day I got my wand, gave me his ring and the key to the Uchiha vault, right?" Both girls nodded before he continued, "Well, it sorta happened like this." Flashback. Harry got into the white marbled building once more. Only, now he was not accompanied by his godfather. It had been 5 days since the attack and his parents have locked everything down in their house. This caused him not able to go and present the Black family ring and his now family vault key to Gringotts. Well, at least after 5 days of isolation, his father had taken down the wards, so he was able to sneak out undetected. Harry slowly walked towards a counter before speaking to the goblin. "Good morning. I would like to claim my inheritance that was passed down to me by my godfather, Sirius Black. Also, I would like to check my vault." He handed the family ring and the key to the goblin, who could only nod in reply. The shock was quickly spreading as all of the goblins heard the human speaking in gobbledygook. I mean, no human has ever learned the language since Merlin himself. The shock quickly subsided as the goblin in front of Harry adjusted his glasses and replied in a respectful tone. "I'll be right with you shortly, my lord." Harry knew as much. His godfather would have named him his heir if he died. So basically, he was now Lord Black, the youngest in a millennium to be proclaimed a lord at such a young age. Harry waited patiently for around 10 minutes before the same goblin came back, bowed and said, "We will now go down to the vaults and try to test out your claim on Vault 10. The said vault has never been opened, and if you are who you claim to be, then it may be yours. Also, the bank statement of the Black Vault will be sent there while we check out the vault. The statement will only include the sum of money you currently own. All house and other unliquidated items would be available to you anytime, Lord Black." Harry smiled at the goblin and answered curtly but respectfully, "Lead the way, Master Goblin." The goblin smiled before gesturing Harry towards the back door into the tunnels. The ride was longer than expected as they passed dragons, stalagmites, and many other customers who were withdrawing today. They almost reached a dead end before the cart stopped. The goblin gestured for Harry to step off as the goblin himself took the lamp hanging from the cart. Harry looked around and saw the oldest styled vault he had ever seen. The vault door itself was wooden and had 3 carved commas in a circular pattern. He looked around and saw all the vaults in this level have the same kind of vault door, but each had a different symbol carved on it. The goblin, seeing Harry looking around, decided to answer his unasked question. "These are the vaults of the Ancient Ones, those who helped build this bank. The vault you have decided to access is the Uchiha Vault. To gain access, just put your palm in the middle of the symbol." Harry brought up his hand and touched the middle of the commas. Nothing happened at first, but the next moment, a flash of light blinded both goblin and child as Harry felt the door vanish. He opened his eyes to see a vast hall. Almost 3/4 of it was covered with galleons. Besides the money, scrolls were neatly arranged in a corner with symbols of elements for each group. But what caught Harry's attention was a glass jar on the middle of the room with 2 Sharingan eyes floating in a green liquid. Harry approached the jar and picked up a scroll attached to the lid and read, "To my descendant. If you are reading this, then my good friend, Itachi, has found you. I am sorry that I had to leave our family, but in order for this evil to be destroyed, I have sacrificed my soul and destroy the evil incarnate named Salazar Slytherin. He has tapped too much in the dark arts and has been corrupted by its influence. I have instructed my retainer to remove my eyes when I die and seal it in this chamber, hoping one of my sons or daughters would be able to access this vault. We are a dying clan, my descendant. You must restore our legacy and our might. If you have been to Itachi, then he has unlocked your Mangekyo. You must first unlock the eternal Mangekyo to be able to do this process. As you know, experiencing excruciating pain can activate the first 3 Tomo and the Mangekyo. The desperation to survive would activate your bloodline. The Eternal, however, need you to feel loss. Do not be fooled by thinking the Eternal is the strongest of all. Just like everything, it can be refined and become much greater and more powerful. I ask you now to implant my eyes into yours. Obtain the true Sharingan and lead our clan into glory once more." Harry looked up from the scroll and smirked before saying, "It's show time." The goblin, knowing what he implied, just bowed and said, "Welcome back, Lord Uchiha Black." Flashback end. Fleur and Gabrielle looked at Harry curiously. So his eyes were not his originals. But how come he still has his emerald eyes? "Harry, can we see the true Sharingan your ancestor was talking about?" Harry smiled at both girls before nodding. He focused his magic towards his eyes and had it activate into the highest level. He opened his eyes and both girls just stared in shock. There, in place of the emerald green orbs, was the Sharingan. But now, instead of the shuriken, it was now 3 circles connected into a circle. Outside the circle was 3 bars which were evenly placed into a triangular shape around the said iris. The weird thing was, instead of a red eyes and black pupil, he had red pupils and iris and black eyes. It was a sight to behold. Enough of this. We must get back to the feast so that we do not miss the champion selection. Both girls nodded as they let Harry escort them inside. Both still baffled at the sight they saw and what it entailed to the world. The world as we know it will change once this gets out, and no one will be able to stop Harry from getting what he wants. Chapter 5. The Cup. The Tri-Wizard Cup. Its sight is still a presence to behold even if seen almost every day. Its intricate design itself shone out with a life on its own as it sat in its pedestal. The carvings that were found surrounding the cup itself depicted past champions in their hours of glory. This itself made the candidates more eager to sign up and be immortalized in history forever. Behind the said cup was the staff table. Often, if not always, teachers sat on it and ate with the students of Hogwarts. The major difference that had occurred was both headmaster and headmistress of two competing schools could be seen sitting on either side of Hogwarts headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. The said headmaster was now looking through the students that were filling in the Great Hall. He had been trying to talk to a student he had great interest in but failed in his attempts. Even his phoenix, Fawkes, had failed to deliver a message. A phoenix never failed a message delivery no matter how far, and yet this said student was virtually incommunicatable. Albus looked at the doors as the last students came in before seeing the said man he was thinking about a few moments ago. The said student was walking with two blonde women who he was always seen with. When Albus locked eyes with the student, he was jolted with the electricity and was momentarily Aprilized before calming himself down before sighing to himself in thought. So, he knows occlumency, and even has mastered it at such a young age. This will be even harder than expected. Albus looked up from his musings and saw everyone in the hall looking at him expectantly except for the said black-haired student who was chatting silently with the two blondes while sitting in the far end of the Slytherin table. He sighed before putting up his trademark smiled and boomed his voice out loud and announced, "Thank you all for coming tonight here at the unveiling of the three champions." Everyone clapped heartily at this as he genuinely smiled down his students and the foreign delegates of the two schools, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. The event itself was a way for him and Hogwarts to be recognized once again around the world. Since the school itself's standard in learning was lagging behind internationally, he had to find a way to boost his popularity. The Tri-Wizard Tournament. Eternal glory to the one who wins this epic competition. Although I must warn all of you, when chosen, there is no turning back. The mood suddenly changed from happy to anticipation and anxiety. Every living person sitting there wanted to join, but the price was still high. Talks of deaths in the previous tournament had circulated and some of the seventh years had decided not to join due to the risks. Albus walked towards the goblet and started chanting as the fire that was licking inside of the cup danced widely and turned into a shade of red. Then, out of nowhere, a triangular parchment flew out of the cup and into the old man's outstretched hands. He read it for a second before announcing, "The champion for Durmstrang, Victor Krum." Shouts across the room echoed as the Krum fans and his classmates alike were shouting in a manner that would surely have earned detention if it were on a regular day. The Durmstrang headmaster stood up, walked towards his student and clapped him on the back saying, "I knew it would be you, Victor." Victor himself was as stoic and neutral as ever as he was escorted towards the back of the staff table into a room that was located beside the hall. The shouts were once again drowned as Dumbledore stroked the goblet and started chanting. The fire once again danced wildly as it turned red and shot out a circular blue parchment. Dumbledore unfolded the paper and shouted, "The champion for Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour." The said blonde student leaned forward to the black-haired student, as he whispered something to her causing her to smile and peck his cheek. Fleur stood up and started walking towards the room behind the staff table. Unlike Victor, who was cheered on by his schoolmates, the Beauxbatons girls had a different reaction. Almost all of them started to cry. Well, some of them sent glares at the blonde Vila as she passed by their table, which she ignored. She had a true best friend and hopefully a partner she would share with her sister. Who needs these girls anyways? Dumbledore watched as the blonde walked towards and inside the side door before he started chanting once more. He placed his hand on the goblet as a parchment of brown with singes all over it sprouted from the goblet and landed on his outstretched hands. He grasped onto the paper, read it and sighed before shouting, "The champion for Hogwarts, Harry Uchiha Black." With Harry was already laughing inside as he deflected the aged headmaster's failed attempt of legitimacy. He quietly sat next to his two girlfriends as Dumbledore was announcing the Beauxbatons champion. But before he could start yet another conversation, he sighed as he heard his older girlfriend's name uttered out. Fleur was about to stand when Harry held her by her wrist and whispered so that only him, her and her sister could hear. "Wait for me inside, mon Fleur." Fleur blushed and walked towards the door that was designated for the champions. She knew already that Harry would be chosen. I mean, who else would be qualified to join when the last heir of the greatest Jujutsu is present? Gabrielle looked at her boyfriend for a second. She did not really know if he was real or just imagination. Harry had given her the best days she ever had in her life and possibly, also her sister's. He was kind, generous, trustworthy, honest and most of all, a gentleman by heart. She would never forgive herself if she lost this wonderful man. And to think she had been worried about finding her partner in life because of his villain nature and how men always wanted her for her body. "Harry, are you really sure you will be the one who would be chosen?" Harry looked at his young girlfriend and smiled.
"Yes, mon ange."
"Who else would keep your older sister out of trouble if I were not there?" Gabrielle smiled at this but was cut short by Dumbledore, who announced Harry's name. The whole room was silent as Harry stood up and pulled Gabrielle with him and started walking towards the champion's waiting room. He already knew he would be chosen. I mean, his eyes were already a power no wizard could ever defeat. Who would be the right choice if not him, who has a greater magical reserve than Merlin himself due to his intense training for the past 8 years? But before Harry reached the room with Gabby, he heard a clap. Then another. Then the whole room resounded with clapping as his housemates, who often just ignore him, were shouting in joy as a Slytherin was picked to be the school champion. Suffice to say, only the GRYFFS were not rejoicing. Harry smiled at all of them and hid in the room. He knew that his schoolmates had bottled up their support for him since his brother started school. Nobody really wanted to cross the Potter heir since the Potter house had almost all of the political power in their hands, and it was rumored that James Potter himself will run for minister next election. Ever since he started beating Harvey in Quidditch, he had garnered the support of every school except of course the GRYFFS. The whole school would have thrown him a party, but they all knew what happens when you cross Harvey. He had the weight of the magical law with him and would never hesitate to destroy your family's reputation. Even the Slytherin families were afraid of them since they had to support the Potter family or else be tried for being a dark family. What really stunned everyone was the surname he used. Everyone knew of him being the Black Heir. Hell, even James wanted to claim it but was denied by the goblins, saying that his own son was chosen by Sirius. But what was that about the Uchiha part? Well, who cares anyway? At least now they had a reason to cheer on their fellow classmate. The one who always beat the arrogant, self-centered, stuck-up Potter heir. Harvey Potter. Harry walked through the door and closed it, ultimately cutting off the cheering that kept drumming on his ears. He moved one step but was stopped by a yellow and blue blur that tackled him and started kissing him fiercely. Harry, instead of prying the said blur, started kissing back heatedly. But before both could turn it up a notch, they were separated by a smaller version of the blur. "Fleur, stop taking all my Harry time." Fleur laughed and gazed at Harry questioningly. "Why did you bring her here?" Harry smiled at them both before replying. "Do you honestly think I would trust her with all those lecherous men outside without you or me there to protect her?" But before both girls could answer, the door once again opened and revealed none other than Harvey Potter with Dumbledore and all the major staff in tow. Harvey smiled evilly at the three and stood beside his master before Bagman shouted, "Extraordinary! I believe we have our 4 champions." Fleur was about to say something but was cut by Harry, who gave her a look that said, "Don't." 4? Ludo, are you implying that Harvey joined? Was the headmaster's age barrier been duped? Ludo laughed heartily and replied, "Yes, Harvey here is our 4th champion. Now, as both Maxime and Karkaroff said earlier in our early banters, Harvey would be allowed and the same rules would apply. But he is not competing for Hogwarts, but rather he is representing himself. We could never have 2 champions representing one school." Harry glanced at the smug look Harvey was displaying and saw a twinkle in Dumbledore's eye before starting. "So the apprentice has duped the master's spell. Sounds foul play to me, don't you think?" Everyone looked shocked at what was stated. They never even know about it, but it made sense. But before anyone could react, Dumbledore interjected. "I would never let a student underage enter. Are you serious in your statement about me entering your own brother, Mr. Uchiha Black? By the way, how did you get the Uchiha surname? Both Harry and Dumbledore stared at one another for a minute or so. In that small span of time, the room suddenly became cold. The torches that was lighting the room dimmed a considerable amount as a gust of cold wind blew out of nowhere. Everyone shuddered as the two titans of magic battled each other in legitimacy. Both were even in the match. After the minute, Dumbledore broke away first. It had seemed that the Uchiha Black heir had garnered the win this time. Dumbledore, it is none of your concern when it is about my family. Remember, you were there when my father had erased me from the Potter archives so as to put your precious student as the sole heir. Do not persecute me for using the house names of which I am heir of. Dumbledore seemed to cringe in fear as Harry's aura became thicker and more sinister. Heck, everyone seemed to cringe in fear, but less than what both Dumbledore and Harvey felt since the assault was directed to them. The only ones who seemed to be unaffected were the two ladies on his arms. Both Fleur and Gabrielle saw what was happening and felt a twinge of regret. At least both of them were always supported by their families, unlike Harry, who was persecuted and ignored by everyone around him. Whether willingly or forced to by the sheer impact they would feel if the Potter family were to get wind of what they did. Gabrielle recovered first as she intertwined her hands to his and kissed him on the cheek. Her action softened the thickening sensation that everyone was feeling. Fleur saw this and mimicked what her sister did, and the aura disappeared, earning the three of them sighs of relief from everyone in the room. Even Victor, who was usually stoic and composed, was sweating like a pig behind them. Ludo, ever so bold, stuttered out, "WWL, I think WESH should all go in now." Everyone started filing out, including Harry. When they got into the hall, Harry kissed both his girls goodnight, which garnered a glare from Harvey. He didn't mind, of course, but before he could continue on into his common room, he heard a voice calling him inside an office in one of the upper dungeon rooms. Walking in, he saw Severus Snape and Igor Karkaroff bowing down and saying, "What have you us do now, my lord?" Harry smiled. Ever since he was discovered by Snape talking to the basilisk in the dungeon sewers, Severus had sworn his allegiance to him. Snape believed that, if the King of Serpents was his pet and under his control, then he was the true heir of Slytherin. Since then, Snape has been his loyal confidant and his spy against Dumbledore, who still believes Snape is loyal to him. Karkaroff was a recent recruit by Snape himself. Severus had wanted revenge on Tom Riddle himself, so has sworn loyalty to Harry. Harry, in turn, gave him a mission to scout out the Death Eaters and show them his memory of the basilisk so as to renounce the Dark Lord and join the true heir. Suffice to say, every Slytherin parent was already recruited, and Karkaroff was a new addition to the cause of destroying Voldemort. When asked, all the Death Eater members would say that the half-blooded scum deceived them and caused them a lot of their fortune when he was defeated. Rise, Cerberus, Igor. I have already told you before, we are equals striving for a better world. Both men smiled at this. What every member liked about Harry was his humility. He knew to respect each member and not just throw cruciatus to every member like their old master. Harry always saw them as his equal who were striving for a better world. This, in turn, caused all of his members to swear unflinching loyalty to the raven-haired teen, to which they swore never to abandon him. Master, Dumbledore is getting curious about your skill. And, as far as I know, he was not the one who put Potter's name into the goblet. Very good, Severus. Keep your post until we need you elsewhere. Igor then spoke up. Master, I have found out that Barty Jr. was the one responsible. He is under the guise as Moody. They are now planning to resurrect the Dark Lord as we speak and only lack the Potter brat's blood to complete the process. Harry nodded at this. They all knew that Voldemort was already reforming but needed his blood. If Voldemort is still targeting Harvey, it seems that he doesn't know yet of Harry's true identity. This information would be vital in the end. Leave him be, Igor. For now, we continue as planned. By the end of the school year, Tom Riddle would be dead, and we would be free of this evil once and for all. Severus and Igor smirked at this. They all wanted to see Voldemort dead, and now they had a chance. But before celebrations could continue, Severus started. What of the current students? Surely you saw them openly supporting you now since they were given the chance. Will you also rally them? Harry scratched his back for a moment and replied, I will rally the Slytherins first. If all is secure, then we will start with Ravenclaw then Hufflepuff. I have no cares for the idiots in the GRYFF, so we do not need them. Tell me, how goes the propaganda in the Durmstrang ships, Igor? Igor laughed maniacally and replied, It is successful, my lord. Victor has joined the cause and will soon rally his classmates in his banner and ultimately to yours. Harry smiled with him and replied, Good, good. If everything goes as planned, we would be able to revolutionize the wizarding world in a few years. It has been too long since we, witches and wizards, were under one banner. It is time to revive the old ways and for us to unite as one once more. Snape and Igor bowed low to their master before they said in unison, For unity, for duty, for destiny. Slytherin Common Room. Contrary to popular belief, the Slytherin Common Room was not the murky place everyone thought it was. It was actually quite cozy. Albeit the decorations were all green, it was a nice place to be. It was a place for gathering when the Slytherin house had meeting and was a great place to sit around and do homework. Harry walked into the room only to see everyone, from first to seventh, waiting for him. All eyes were on him as Draco Malfoy walked up to him and said, We received letter from our parents about you and your group. Just want to say dash. He gestured towards everyone in the room and kneeled, which everyone soon followed. That we would also like to serve you. Too long had we been fooled by the Dark Lord of his visions for pure blood supremacy. The true power of our kind is through unity. We will stand beside you for the cause of uniting all wizard kind once more and bring about our peace that we so longed for. Then everyone chanted simultaneously, For unity, for duty, for destiny. Harry smiled at his housemates. Severus had done well informing every member to send their child a letter about their new group and their cause when he was ready to face Voldemort. True to their word, they had sent the letter and the result was more than he had hoped for. It seems that his ideals had already an impact for the younger generation who strived for peace and prosperity in the wizarding world. Rise. I assure you all now, we will be rid of frauds like Tom Riddle, fools like Dumbledore and puppets like James Potter. We will unite all of the magical world into one banner and live in a new age of prosperity. Everyone shouted Positiveliu at this. But before anyone could say anything, Harry spoke once more. All first to third year rest now. The seniors will have a meeting with me now about the problems we have with the arrogant bastard, Harvey. Everyone nodded as the younger students went up to bed and the older ones gathered into a circle and knelt down before their lord. Do not kneel. We are all equals here striving for a better world. Everyone was shocked at the statement but silently stood up. Little did Harry know that this phrase already solidified every member to his group his or her loyalty to him and him alone. Now my new batch of mortem, there is the business of lowering the esteem of Harvey Potter. How shall we go about this? Every last one of them grinned. This will be a very interesting year for all of them. Chapter 6, Wand Wang. Flashback. Itachi looked at his 3-year apprentice as the said boy was bouncing up and down from excitement. The reason? He will now be able to receive his wand. It was always like this when the young generation were taken to buy their wands. But with Harry's wand, it was different. Every wizard and witch usually go to stores like Ollivander's to find their so-called perfect wand. But it was not the same for Harry. You see, Ollivander's wand is a pre-crafted wand. Unlike Itachi's method, the wand that you get from Ollivander would never release your true potential. That was why Harry's wand would be special and different, since it would be made to suit his magic and be able to release his true magical potential. Itachi-sensei, will we now make my wand? Itachi smiled at the boy. It had been only 3 minutes since they met, but it was already an equivalent of 3 years in their training when they were in Tsukuyomi. They had learned everything that Itachi knew of jutsus, but he knew it was not enough. That was why he was going to give the Uchiha Vault key that he was never able to access due to it needing the blood of Shursui. Of course, Harry. Now, both of need to go back into my workshop. Your godfather could wait here. Harry looked back at his godfather, Sirius. Harry had always been with Sirius when he did something important. Now, his godfather would not come with him, which disturbed him a little. Go in, Harry. I promise to be here when you return. Do not worry, since this was what I did also when I was your age. A true wand and its components should only be revealed to its master when created. Although nothing is stopping you from telling me once you get it. Harry lowed as his hair was ruffled by his godfather. Wait for me here, Uncle Siri. Itachi smiled at the sight before ushering Harry inside his workshop. Harry quickly followed but was stopped when they reached a curtain-enclosed door. Itachi pulled open the curtain, revealing a small room. It really didn't look like a workshop but could be passed as a study. 2 cabinets on each side of the room were different blocks of wood with varying shapes and sizes. Jars of hairs and other materials were also found in a long column on the right side of the room. He left side. A cauldron that was simmering was sitting in the middle of the table, while varying tools were hanging around the walls. Will we make my wand in this room, Itachi-sensei? Itachi smiled down at the boy. His curiosity was still a thing to behold, only rivaling the energetic. Namikaze Naruto. To answer your question, yes. Now, be a good boy and sit in one of the stools and wait for me to bring out the materials. Harry quickly sat on a stool while Itachi rummaged for the items. Itachi then waved his wand and every block of wood was neatly placed in rows in front of Harry. Harry was still bug-eyed when he saw that each block had a different design and color. And also, there were 100 or so blocks in front of him. Harry, please hover your hand on each block and check for which wood or woods react to you. Harry tried every wood there was but soon was bored to death. Every block he tried either had no reaction or had too little reaction to even count as being chosen. By the time that Itachi finished preparing his materials, Harry had only 2 woods left. Itachi, upon seeing the last 2 wood that were both dusty and old-looking, jumped up and said in an exciting voice, "Try those 2, Harry." Harry smiled at his teacher's antics before putting his palms on top of the first one, which was black in color. The reaction was instant when the block of wood swirled and morphed into a swirl before settling down once more. Harry was about to question his sensei but was silenced when Itachi gestured for him to try the next one. Harry put his palm once again on top of the second wood, only to be blinded by a flash of white light. The second the light vanished, Itachi was screaming with joy. Harry, for his part, didn't know what to do but stare at his usually stoic sensei and called out, "So, what are those woods that I tried?" Itachi calmed down a little before smiling like a maniac and replied, "Those 2 are the most powerful woods I had gathered. The white one was Yggdrasil, the holy tree of the north, while the black one was Borjgali, the Georgian tree of eternity. Both are said to rival the powers of the elder tree." Harry smiled at this point. Who wouldn't he when you have 2 of the most powerful wood as your chosen wand? Itachi grinned before swishing his wand once more. The movement made every block of wood be stacked back into their original positions except for the Borjgali and Yggdrasil. But before Harry could ask another question, Itachi swished his wand once more and every jar on the other side of the room were neatly placed in rows in front of him once more. This time, Itachi intervened and said, "Leave the first few ones since they are weak and would never go with your choice of wood. Go for the last few ones." Harry followed his teacher's instruction and went to the last 4 items. The first was a black blob in a jar. He approached it and put his hand over the cover only for the blob to contort and swirl inside. At this, Harry pulled his hand back and was about to ask before Itachi explained it for him. "That was Dementor's blood. Try the next one." Harry did and saw the next one was a powdered substance. Upon reaching for it, the powder itself swirled around the jar before dyeing it when Harry pulled back. That one was powdered Hydra Claw. Harry nodded and continued to the remaining 2. Both looked ordinary enough. The first one was a feather of black while the second one was a string of sorts. When Harry put both of his hands on top of both lids, each glowed and died down. This, in turn, made Itachi laugh and say, "2 light and dark cores. A project worthy of being my last masterpiece." Harry smiled at his sensei before Itachi looked at his young student and started. "Your wand will be one of the most powerful ever made. The Yggdrasil will hold the Hydra Claw and Phoenix King Feather, while the Borjgali will hold the Dementor Blood and Unicorn Heartstring. I will make your wand the best there is by making it able to merge into a staff worthy of our family name. Come now, you will help me forge it, and we shall infuse your blood and mithril around the wand to reinforce and strengthen the magic conduit. End flashback. Harry looked on as he was summoned to the headmaster's office. He was running around the lake as usual every morning when Fawkes suddenly appeared midair and delivered the message. Surprising to say, Harry knew it would happen sooner or later. With his blatant use of the Uchiha Black surname, he would surely be questioned about it, since only a handful of people really knew the weight of the Uchiha name, and Dumbledore was one of them. Harry yawned for the up-10th time as he sat back into the comfortable chair in the said office. He knew that the headmaster was testing his patience, but he did not mind. The old man's mind tricks would never affect him since he had already this kind of training, but much worse with Itachi-sensei. Harry, my boy. Lemon drop. Harry looked towards the headmaster and glanced at the bowl placed on top of Dumbledore's desk. He had already sensed a compulsion charm interlaced with the said candy. No thank you, Dumbledore. Tell me, what business do you have with me this early that you had to cut my training time? Dumbledore sighed inwardly. He would never be able to get past the mental defenses of the boy. He had already tried to attack him during mealtimes, but to no avail. It seems that his defenses were always up. Yes, of course. I would like to ask you how you came about the Uchiha surname. I believe that as do you, now that you are a Potter, and the Black surname was from your inheritance from Sirius. Harry looked at the old man stoically, almost mimicking Victor when he talks to his reporters. Harry, though, was pondering. It would do no harm if Dumbledore knew of his inheritance. It would even save him trouble in the near future. Do you know of the eyes of the Uchiha? Dumbledore nodded at this. He knew of the copywheel eye and its powers. If what Harry claims is true, then he would be one of the most powerful, maybe even more than Dumbledore himself. Then look into my eyes. Dumbledore looked into the spinning 3-tomo and almost fell back into shock. This could mean disaster for his plans. How did you come by this? Harry laughed at the nerve-wrecked headmaster and replied, It is in my blood, and my eyes, of course. Do not worry, my brother or any of my parents can't access this power. I was born with a very special set of eyes that come by us Uchiha once every a few thousand years. My brother Adien's so-called mother did not inherit my gift. Before Dumbledore could ever make an answer or accusation for that matter, a knock on the door resounded and Severus Snape appeared with a scowl on his face and said, Headmaster, Mr. Uchiha is requested at the 3rd floor. I believe it's the Wand Wang. Albus sighed in defeat and gestured for Harry to go as requested. He knew he would have to keep an eye on the boy. In addition, he needed to dig through some files now to learn of Harry's true nature and what he did in these past few years. Wand Wang. Harry arrived at the room and was tackled to the ground by a blonde blur. The said blonde kissed Harry passionately, which was gladly returned by the raven-haired teen. But before they could deepen it, a cough resounded behind them, causing both of them to look up and smirk at the sight. Victor, as always, was brooding beside the window. All the teachers present were looking at them heatedly, while Harvey Potter himself was seething in rage. So, Ollivander here yet? McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, looked at him and replied, Not yet, Mr. Uchiha, but he would be arriving dash. She was cut off by the door opening and revealing Dumbledore, who was talking with the old wand maker, Ollivander. Behind them stood Rita Skeeter and her photographer. Ollivander, seeing everyone assembled and waiting, apologized quickly and gestured for the champions to form a semicircle and said, Please hand each of your wands to me. Do not worry, since I am only here to inspect and check if your wands are working perfectly. Now, I believe ladies first. Fleur whipped out her wand and gave it to the old man. Ollivander took it delicately and brandished it before exclaiming, Ah, rosewood, 9.5 inches. And, dear me. Fleur looked at the old man and said proudly, A hair from my grandmother. Ollivander smiled at the girl before handing it back and said once more, You next, Mr. Crumb. Victor took out his wand, which was in a holster, and handed it to Ollivander. Ollivander brandished it once more and announced, Hornbeam. 10.5 inch. Dragon heartstring core. I must say this design is very familiar dash. Victor then spoke out, which was very rare even for him. It was made by Gregorovich. The last ones he made before he retire, I believe. Ollivander nodded and handed back the wand to the Bulgarian. He then gestured for Harvey's wand. Harvey, still arrogant, took out his wand slowly and gave it to Ollivander. Ollivander, for his part, just ignored the chubby boy's antics and proceeded to brandish the wand. He then said out loud once more, Yes, Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather and quite dusty. Do you take care of this wand, Mr. Potter? This earned the 14-year-old a smirk from every person in the room except of course McGonagall and Dumbledore. Yes, of course, Mr. Ollivander. A great wand should always be polished. Ollivander just looked at the young man and gave back the wand without care. He then looked at Harry, smiled, before saying, Ah, young Master Potter, or should I call you Master Uchiha now? I did not get to have the honor of equipping you with one of my wands. Can I see now the masterpiece that made you skip my store? Harry smiled at the old man kindly. Ollivander was always the mysterious type but had a kind heart. Although he supplies the majority of the wands for Great Britain, he knew some still go to other stores to buy their wands. Harry pulled out his 2 black and white wands and handed them to Ollivander. Ollivander, for his part, was shocked at the intense power that the both wands had. It was even more powerful than the elder wand that he was once fortunate enough to examine. My Master Uchiha, 2 wands that rival the elder wand itself. Truly a masterpiece. Tell me, who crafted this? Harry smiled at the shocked look of everyone in the room. The exceptions were Fleur, smiling at him kindly, Dumbledore, who was sporting a contemplative look, and Harvey, who was once again seething. How can his wand be more powerful than mine? My wand is the twin of Who? Harry smirked at his younger brother's antics before he replied. It was crafted by Itachi. Ollivander nodded, knowing of his old competitor. He then proceeded in brandishing both before exclaiming, My word, both 12 inches. Yggdrasil and Borj-Gali, 2 of the most powerful wood in existence. And, oh dear, Dementor's blood, Unicorn heartstring, Hydra claw and Phoenix king feather. Such a powerful wand in existence. Truly an honor, young Master Uchiha. I will expect great things from you, young master. Harry bowed before the aged wand maker and took his wands back and sheathed them both in their holsters before looking back up. Ollivander, who was still smiling, walked up towards the door and bid a farewell. 10 minutes later. It was excruciating. Harry was interviewed by Skeeter for almost 10 minutes. Granted, Skeeter was now working with him in bringing down his brother, Harvey. Now he was walking in the hallways of the school, wanting to reach his usual spot beside the lake when a voice called out behind him. He looked back and saw Draco Malfoy and some of the senior students walking briskly towards him and bowed slightly before saying, Master, we have finished what we planned. He then took out a bag of button pins which stated, Support the school champion Harry Uchiha. Then it twined into a sickly green color and began melting into the face of Harvey with the statement, Harvey Potter sucks. Harry, despite always being stoic himself, started laughing with his mortem. He then got one and wore it. With this, his mortem also got one and started wearing there before Harry spoke. Pass it out. His mortem bowed slightly and replied in unison, It will be done, master. Lake. Harry sat back into his comfortable spot beside the lake. This was his most favorite place in this damn school and his only refuge from his stupid brother. He was about to sink into Morpheus when an angelic voice woke him. Mind if we joined you, Harry? Harry looked up and saw Fleur and Gabrielle smiling down on him before he smiled back and gestured for them to take a seat. Each girl sat on either side of him before they leaned their heads on each of his shoulder. Fleur then spoke out. Harry, do you ever wondered if us 3 never met? Harry looked at her for a moment and replied, Well, I would have been pretty much lonely and you 2 would be too. Gabrielle then clung on to Harry and spoke in a soft voice. Everyone in the carriage was angry at both of us. They do not accept my sister being the champion of our school and said they will only support her publicly. They even stopped talking to us." Harry stroked the young girl's hair before soothingly replying, "Do not worry about bigots and those who are envious. You both should just ignore them." Fleur sighed before replying, "We try, but it is still hard for us." Harry nodded and sighed before looking at the horizon and said, "It is time for a change in the magical world." Chapter 7, The First Task. The Great Hall. A magnificent place where the students and staff of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry dine and feast each day. Activity was always present in this hall, which is what brings us here today. A certain student, with red hair and brown eyes, sat in the midst of his housemates grumbling. The source of his reaction? Badges. After the wand weighing of the champions and the article produced by Rita Skeeter, a certain badge had circulated among the students of Hogwarts. The makers of these badges were already being hunted by the staff, but apparently, they could never trace the source. "Hey Harvey, you suck." Harvey looked back and saw a group of sixth-year Slytherins walking towards the table whilst smirking at his form. The said student was flashing his badge, which showed a picture of him melting into a puddle of green liquid. Harvey scowled and was about to answer back, but was cut by another person in the Ravenclaw table shouting, "Yeah, support Harry Uchiha, the real Hogwarts champion." At this, every Slytherin and most Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs shouted back in agreement, causing Harvey to see red once more. It was always like this. His good-for-nothing brother always tried to get his spotlight, and now he has succeeded. He would need to plan out how to get back at him. "Don't worry about them, Harvey. They just don't see you as we do." Harvey looked towards one of his friends, Ginny. She had been one of his companions at school and was one of his rabid fangirls. He smiled before looking down his house table to see who was wearing the badge. Just as he thought, every 5th to 7th years were wearing the badge that were against him, their housemate. To be honest, the Gryffindor house was at its peak before Harvey arrived and destroyed their reputation. This was the time they could get revenge freely without backlash towards their family, since they were doing nothing wrong and were supporting their champion. Harvey then sighed, as he knew only the lower year levels of Gryffindor were his supporters. Technically, Harvey had recruited the lower years to his fan club, which they hungrily accepted. Of course, who would deny getting close to the boy who lived? Well, only the lower years were stupid enough to not see Harvey as an arrogant, attention-seeking jerk. "Yes, don't worry them, mate. So, what do you have planned against the dragon?" Dumbledore told Yo Dash. Hermione quickly stuffed Ron's mouth with a potato chip. She looked at the ignorant red-headed boy before whispering, "What did Professor Dumbledore tell Harvey?" "Tell no one." Harvey just smiled at his friend's antics as Ron was now eating another slice of bacon. "Don't worry. Dumbledore already trained me how to deal with the little problem we have." Hermione looked at Harvey accusingly before whispering back, "Isn't it cheating? You knowing the task that should be a surprise." Harvey smirked at his bookworm friend. Ever since Dumbledore told him about the first task, she had been trying to nag him about being unfair, but to no avail. Harvey would take every advantage he could get if it means winning and receiving eternal glory. But most of all, he wanted to shove the trophy up his brother's face. "Don't worry, Hermione. Dumbledore told me that the other schools had already told their respective champions of the tasks. It has always been a tradition." Hermione sighed before picking where she left off on the book she was reading. She couldn't help but feel that something important was missing in his answer. But before she could contemplate it over, scraping of chairs were heard as everyone started getting up and leaving towards the pitch where the first task was supposed to happen. Quidditch pitch. Harry sighed as he looked around the tent that was set up just outside the pitch. The colors itself was Gryffindorish with red and gold strips. He looked towards Fleur, who was pacing back and forth, nervous of what was to come. She had been the one who told him of the task, which he was grateful for, although he already suspected it since he felt 4 magical sources that were kept in the Forbidden Forest a week before the competition. He stood up and started moving towards Fleur before enveloping her into a hug and whispered, "Do not be afraid, mon Fleur. If anything goes wrong, I will be there to save you." Fleur sighed and sank into his embrace and replied, "I do not fear, mon amour. I have practiced for this. Do you doubt me?" Harry heard the playful tone she used before smelling her hair. It was the usual French vanilla scented with a hint of cinnamon. He kissed her cheek before replying. I will never doubt you, Fleur. Neither you nor Gabby. Their time together was cut short when they heard a slight cough behind them. They both looked back and saw Dumbledore, along with Harvey, who feigned disinterest towards both of them. Harvey himself was garbed in his usual Quidditch uniform. The red and gold color that was coincidentally the same as the tent itself surrounded his clothes with his name emblazoned on his back. Dumbledore himself was frowning at them both before he started. Mr. Uchiha, would care to explain how these pins got out into the school? Dumbledore was now holding out the pins that were designed by his mortem. He knew no one had told the old man that it was him who ordered the distribution. The old man just wanted to try and see if he will show a guilt reaction. The problem was, Harry was smarter than that. I don't know what you mean, Professor. Harry feigned confusion as Harvey was now looking at him with anger in his eyes. Harry sighed at his brother's uncontrollable anger but was cut short by an outburst. Don't you deny it. A first-year Ravenclaw told me that it came from a slimy Slytherin. Harry looked at the huffing fourth year before replying in a smooth tone. I do not take pleasure in your voice, so please tone it down when you speak to me. As for the badge, the Ravenclaw student specifically said that it was from us Slytherins but never mentioned a name. So how was I accused of this? Harvey was about to make another outburst before Dumbledore cut him, saying, Harry, I only assumed that you would know who did it since you are part of the house. Surely you have an inkling of who the culprit is. Harry frowned once more before replying in a smooth tone. I am sorry, Professor. I really do not know who did it. Dumbledore sighed as he shoved Harvey into a booth before turning around and smiling. Very well. Best of luck, Mr. Uchiha. Harry quickly put up a fake smile before replying. To your apprentice as well, Professor. Dumbledore smiled back before entering the booth to give his student last-minute advices. 1 hour later. After an hour of fantastic sorcery of both our champions from Durmstrang and Bosbatons, let us now welcome our third and youngest champion, Harvey Potter. The Gryffindors all rose and cheered loudly when Bagman announced their housemate's name. Of course, the higher years did also, since they needed to look united in front of the delegates. Not surprising was the presence of the Potter patriarch, James Potter and Lily Potter. James and Lily had arrived early that morning when Dumbledore had led them both to Harvey. Unlike other parents who would have been angry or worried at their son or daughter being entered into a dangerous tournament, they had both been proud. James had even said that he can now see the trophy with Harvey's name. Dumbledore, looking at the two cheering parents, sighed. He had told them both of the Harry incident, but both just overlooked it. They did not care about him carrying both Black and Uchiha names, since both had no power now in the government. They both simply did not know what power Harry has with him with just the Black name and vault. Added the Uchiha, who knows how big the influence the boy could garner when he graduates. Dumbledore knew he had to act, and he knew that the goblins were the solution to his lack of intelligence on the matter. Harvey walked out off the tent and saw everyone looking down on him. Everyone except Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff were cheering him on. Who need the other houses anyway? He strolled into the middle of the pitch before Bagman once again used the sonorous charm. Harvey Potter will now face the Swedish short snout. When the announcement died, a roar silenced the crowd. After a minute of waiting, the other end of the arena opened and admitted a 22 feet, silvery blue scale dragon. The dragon itself looked like a lizard with wings. Its body was sleek, which was due to the fact that it was one of the fastest dragon. Harvey gulped as he saw the dragon coming towards him. The dragon, looking at the nest, spewed blue flames towards the sky before standing protectively in front of it. It looked at Harvey with a scrutinizing eye before roaring once more and sending a jet of blue flames at him. The crowd oohed as Harvey was forced to hide behind a rock when the dragon fire was spewed. Harvey himself took a deep breath as he readied his wand. He waited for the flames to die down before sprinting towards other rock that was located nearer to the dragon. The crowd oohed once more as the blue flames burnt the huge boulder Harvey was hiding behind in. The roar itself was drowned by Bagman's comments. It looks like Potter wants to get near it. Maybe a spell that needs close quarters is what he is aiming for. Harvey once again sighed as he felt the heat behind him. If he were to be caught in that raging heat, he surely would be fried alive. He soon got ready as he felt the flames dying. He needed one last sprint before he could be in range for a good shot. He held his breath as he charged into the last boulder. The crowd owed as Harvey barrel rolled and hid behind the last boulder. The dragon was now starting to get irritated and almost burnt Harvey as he sprinted. Good thing he was able to roll out of the way or he would have been ashes by now. Harvey took a deep breath before standing up and shouting, "Coney Unctivitis!" A red beam shot out of the holly wand and into the dragon's eye. The movement caught the dragon in surprise as it was not able to dodge. The dragon itself howled in pain before thrashing around the stadium. Harvey quickly utilized this as he sprinted once more towards the egg only to roll aside as the dragon smashed the real eggs. Harvey cursed as the dragon once again thrashed around. He quickly ran towards the nest filled with gigantic egg yolk and white. He then proceeded to grab the sticky golden egg and sprinting out of the way. Unfortunately for him, the dragon must have heard his footsteps. The dragon reared up and spewed out another fireball which smashed into the boulder right next to Harvey. Harvey himself was blown towards the exit. His pants and right sleeve were burnt off and he himself was suffering a second-degree burn from the heat. He then limped towards the exit only to be fussed over by Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse. Outside, he could hear Bagman announcing his score. "Ladies and gents, Harvey Potter has succeeded in obtaining his egg in 10 minutes. Now for the points. Dumbledore gives a 10. A perfect 10 even though Harvey was burnt and his EGSS were smashed. Now for Maxime. She gives an 8, a rather fair mark. For Karkaroff, he gives a 3. I myself give a 9 for performance and skill. While my colleague, Barty gives a 9 as well for a total of 39. He is now tied with Crumb for second place." Harvey sighed in relief before smirking at his brother. He seemed to give a challenge that said, "Top that." Harry himself just looked at the boy impassively, making the boy angry. But before he could lash out, the school nurse turned towards Harry and said to him, "I believe they are calling your name now, Mr. Uchiha." Harry smiled at the nurse and nodded before going through his tent flaps, not even looking back at his brother. "Stands." Bagman loomed over the crowd before shouting once more. "After 3 exciting show of courage by our 3 champions, I now present to you all the 4th and final competitor, Harry Uchiha Black." James and Lily scowled at this. They came here for Harvey after all and not for their other son. But both parents' musing were interrupted by a reporter with blonde hair wearing a green robe. "Lord and Lady Potter, how do you feel about your oldest son competing with your youngest?" James seethed before replying hotly, "I have only one son and his name is Harvey. The other boy was already disowned." Lily then wrapped a hand around her husband's waist before saying, "As my husband said, Harry is not our son anymore. No more questions, please." Skeeter bowed before walking away with a big grin. Harry's tip for a great story really worked. She must find a way to repay him somehow for his suggestion. Meanwhile, Fleur and Gabrielle were worried. They were now sitting between both their parents as they too also came to watch their daughter battle out a dragon. Fleur herself sang the dragon to sleep before getting the egg, but her uniform was singed so her points suffered as well. She looked at her father who spoke. "So this is the Harry Uchiha you both are dating. He looks capable enough." Alphonse Delacour, head Auror of the French Ministry of Magic, was a well-known man for his contributions against Voldemort. He had been an Auror captain back then and has earned his reputation for being cool and calm in dangerous situations. That was what landed him in his office in the first place. "Oh, stop it, dear. You know we Velas do not get to meet a man who is naturally unaffected by our charms. Why? I almost jumped and married you after our first month dating." Pauline Delacour was a very beautiful woman. In fact, every man on the top box were glancing at her from time to time. Of course, Mrs. Delacour was already used to this since she was a Vela after all. When she found out about her 2 daughters dating a single man, she had been quite curious who the said man is. But after a quick description and knowing that the man had the unique ability of being unaffected by the charm, she had been happy. Avila would only meet a man who is immune to the charm once in a blue moon. She had been lucky enough to meet Alphonse on one of her trips to the French ministry. Papa, Mama, Harry is starting. Alphonse and Apollon smiled as their youngest was jumping on her seat. She had been quite taken by the said man, and since then, she had been quite nervous about the tournament. Of course, darling. Me and your papa will stop talking now. Fleur smiled as Gabrielle nodded and focused back on the pitch. In truth, she had been quite terrified of the task itself. And now, seeing the man she loved going through it, she was downright scared for him. She only hoped that Harry would come out uninjured so she could kiss him again. This thought brought a blush on her face before sighing and whispering,
Good luck, mon amour.
Harry. Harry walked out of the stadium and smiled at the cheering crowd. He looked around and saw the 3 houses cheering wildly for him. He looked at the 4th house and saw all of them scowling at him. He sighed and thought to himself, oh well, I could never please everybody. He walked towards the middle of the pitch before heard the loud announcement of Bagman resonate once more throughout the field. And now for our 4th champion, Harry Uchiha Black. He will now face one of the most fearsome dragon, the Hungarian Horntail. After the announcement, the end of the tunnel opposite of Harry suddenly burst into flames as the dragon walked out. It shook its head before roaring loudly towards the sky. It then looked towards her eggs and Harry before snarling menacingly. Harry calmly walked towards the dragon before speaking in Parseltongue. Greetings, great dragon. The Horntail breathed fire towards Harry before replying. What do you want, flesh bag? Harry scowled before continuing. I only need one of you eggs for this competition. Can I get it and we can all leave without getting injured or worse, killed? The dragon laughed menacingly once more before glaring at Harry and yelling. Do you think I am stupid? Even if one of these eggs aren't mine, they are still in my nest, so I must protect them. Do you think I will bend over for you just because you can speak in my tongue? You will pay for your insolence, flesh bag, and I will make sure you will never see the light of day again. Harry sighed and replied, So be it. The Horntail breathed in the around it before spewing flames at Harry. Harry himself was going through a few hand signs before whispering. Water style, multiple water dragon jutsu. The water molecules around the stadium suddenly converged as 8 water dragons appeared behind Harry. The dragons themselves blocked the fire attack that was hurtling towards Harry. Harry was smirking at the confused dragon while listening to the commentary that was going on in the stands. Wandless magic. Young Mr. Uchiha is certainly full of surprises. He even used the air molecules to create his water dragons. This kind of magic has never been heard of since Merlin. A parcel mouth too. Full of surprises indeed. Up on the stands, the students were all muttering to themselves. The Slytherins were praising and grinning with pride at their master. Both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were at awe at what Harry did. Only the Gryffindors were scowling at spectacle. Typical Gryffs who had more pride than brains, since they do not take lightly being outshone by a slimy snake. Harry. Harry smirked at the tired-looking dragon. Every move that the dragon made, his water dragons countered. He simply cannot lose. Do not take me lightly, flesh bag. I will now show you why I am the most fearsome dragon within this country. The Horntail suddenly whipped his tail towards Harry. Harry himself knew that his water dragons could never block the attack, so he quickly went through the different signs before whispering once more. Earth style. Multiple earth dragon jutsu. 8 dragons just like the water ones were formed behind Harry as they all simultaneously blocked each hit that the Horntail made. Harry himself had activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan and started going through hand signs once more before announcing once more, but this time loud and clear. Uchiha Black style. Hydra. The Horntail was caught unprepared as the earth dragons started hitting it one by one. Each hit carried it higher and higher into the air. The Horntail, by now, could not even move a muscle at the beating it took before it heard another shout. Hydra impact. The Horntail turned around to see the 8 earth and 8 water dragons were now on top of it. The 16 dragon then twirled into a single gigantic mud-like dragon and hit him on the gut, forcing towards the ground. The crowd was stunned at the display of high-caliber magic. All 5 judges were drooling at the power which Fleur found amusing as her father and mother, and everyone on the stands had the same odd look. She looked at Dumbledore and was pleased to see jealousy on his eyes. The horntail plummeted towards the ground with a resounding boom. Dust now covered the whole arena as everyone was now straining to find out what happened. Once the dust settled, everyone's jaw dropped as they saw the dragon was now dead. No one has ever succeeded in killing a dragon. It was said that Merlin himself was able to defeat one, but at a cost of his magic being used up and had to rest for a month's time. But here was the Uchiha heir, walking towards the nest like it was nothing. Harry picked up the golden egg before walking towards the stand and into the topmost box and asked Bagman, who was still staring at him. "So, what is my score?" Bagman quickly shook his head before shouting once more. What a spectacular show of magic that could even rival Merlin himself. Talking to a dragon in Parselmouth just like Salazar himself. Now for the scores as I, myself, give a perfect 10 for completing the task without even getting injured or tired at all. Maxime seems to agree, as well as Karkaroff. Crouch also gave a perfect while Dumbledore gave a 9? Well, that still gives young Harry first place at 49 points. Everyone booed at this but Dumbledore just ignored them and looked at Harry with jealousy. Harry leveled his gaze with the man before walking down again into the lockers for a cold shower. Lord knows he needs it from the stink that the dragon fire left on him. Stands. Fleur looked at her father as he was now smiling with glee. Alphonse looked towards his 2 daughters before exclaiming, "I agree to them both dating that Uchiha heir." Fleur grinned at her father before sharing a smile with her sister. Her father always judged a man by his magic and skill since he himself was an auror of great skill. Seeing this 17-year-old kill a dragon so easily, he would definitely let his daughters date him. Chapter 8. Conversations and Confrontations. Gringotts. It is said that the white marble building in Diagon Alley is the safest place on this planet. Well, except for Hogwarts. Its walls were charmed and protected by hundreds of wards which were regularly reinforced by the goblins themselves. Their vaults, protected by dragons and enchantments far beyond wizardry comprehension. It was what made Gringotts so special. Currently, Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, was walking towards the said building. He was sporting a new robe of purple with star designs that were sparkling even in daylight. His hat had the same style as his robe, which was pretty much old stylish. Everywhere he went, people would always smile and bow slightly to the aged wizard, and he loved it. Ever since he started school, he always excelled in his classes to prove he was not his father's son. He never really liked his family that well, maybe except for his sister. "Good morning, Professor," said an old man who was opening up his store. Dumbledore glanced at him before smiling and replied, "Ah, Mr. Ollivander. Fine day, isn't it?" Ollivander, the man in question, returned the smile. He all but knew why the headmaster was here. He had already seen in the papers and have even met the boy who called himself Uchiha. It was most certain he was here for Gringotts. "Gringotts this early?" Dumbledore kept his smile up and replied coolly, "Why yes. Business to attend to. I'm sure you can relate." Ollivander laughed at this before replying, "I take it it's about the Uchiha mystery?" The headmaster sighed before replying once more, "Alas, he is a peculiar type of teen. He inherits a name that big and keeps it to himself." "I know," Ollivander nodded as he flipped the own sign to his shop. "I keep wondering where he procured those wands of his. The last time I saw such powerful items was the wand you now posses. Strange teen indeed." Both men went silent for a couple of seconds, each one reminiscing the days when Grindelwald held the Elder Wand and his height of power. Of course, Dumbledore himself beat the cursed dark wizard, but at a price. Most of his friends were either dead or injured gravely at that time, and he had no choice but to face his longtime friend and rival. "Well, I must be off," Dumbledore cheerily replied. "Goblins take appointments too seriously these days." "When have they not?" Ollivander replied cheerfully as he walked inside his store and closed the door shut silently. Dumbledore sighed as he arrived at the double doors of Gringotts. This was the only place he could not use his sphere of influence. Ever since he played the part of defeating Grindelwald, his influence on people became more stagnant. People nowadays tend to listen to him more than the authorities. Heck, even if he opposed the Minister of Magic, he was sure to win the support of the people. The guards of the double door glared at the old man and slowly opened the door for him. Dumbledore tried to give a smile but failed miserably as both goblins just ignored him. Sighed once more as he saw every goblin looked at him with pure annoyance. He knew he should have not done what he did, but he didn't have a choice on the matter. "I would like to speak with Director Ragnarok," Albus said to one of the more kinder-looking goblin tellers. The goblin looked up slowly from the document he was observing before asking in a bored tone, "And what business do you have with our director, Mr. Dumbledore?" "Ah, I have an appointment with him today." Albus smiled as he answered the goblin. The goblin himself was trying not to glare at his customer. It would never do for a client to think bad about the bank, especially if the customer was one of the most influential figure in this century. Simple wouldn't do. But of course, the actions of the said wizard can never be easily forgotten. Once you leave a mark, it would never truly heal. "Of course, Mr. Dumbledore. Please wait a moment." The goblin replied in a bored tone as he jumped off his high chair and walked towards one of the side entrances and into the offices concealed atop the white marbled building. After 30 minutes, Albus Dumbledore was getting pissed, yep, pissed. He had been standing on the same spot in front of the counter for 30 minutes already and the goblin still has not returned. He could feel every goblin in the hall was smirking at his circumstance as he waited patiently. He pulled out his pocket watch and sighed for the nth time today as he leaned on the counter for support. He was not getting younger each passing minute and he sure is not getting stronger either. He looked up at the ceiling of the vast hall and caught sight of the magnificent painting plastered on top. The painting itself was a true masterpiece. Its colors seemed to move and create an effect on the viewer as it depicted the first Goblin Rebellion. The goblins, who were in their plated armors, were standing on one side while the wizards in the old-style robes were standing on the other. What really made him interested at the piece of art was that on the goblin side, a wizard in black robes was standing with the goblin leader of the time. The wizard in question had long black hair and blood-red eyes. The eyes were what really shocked the old man, but before he can really assess the painting any longer, he heard a goblin calling him. Dumbledore looked down and saw the teller from before and asked, "Is the director ready?" The goblin looked towards him before replying in the same tired and droopy voice, "Yes, he would like to see you now." The goblin snapped his fingers, which prompted two armored goblins to appear behind him before he ordered, "Take Mr. Dumbledore to our director for his meeting." The two armored goblins snarled and poked Dumbledore with their spear, which made the old man yelp in surprise. The goblins in the hall were all hiding snickers as Dumbledore scratched his tush repeatedly. The best thing about this was Dumbledore could not complain against them since this was technically goblin soil, so only goblin law applies. Dumbledore was seething inside as the guards repeatedly deliberately stick their swords behind him to make him move faster. He knew why the goblins were angry at him, but he could not do anything. He sighed a relief breath as they reached a large double-door office that had a plaque that said, "Warlord Ragnarok, Director of Gringotts, Great Britain." Both guards drew into attention as the door slowly opened to reveal a large office filled with books on either side of the room. The room itself looked like a large library, but of course, only the sides had bookcases lined up that were as tall as the room itself. The main feature of the room was the large glass window overlooking the front doors of the building itself. The Gringotts banner was raised in one corner of the room, while the other had a flag that was adorned with 3 comas in a circular pattern. Both guards bowed down as a loud voice resounded, "Who requests the audience with me?" One of the guards looked up and replied in a reverent tone, "Mr. Dumbledore is here for his appointment." At this, Dumbledore walked up towards the desk in front of the glass window and greeted, saying, "Warlord Ragnarok, I am pleased that you were able to meet me at such short notice." The warlord in question just sat back on his throne-like chair and relaxed. Unlike most goblins, he was more sophisticated looking. His hair tied back like a pureblood wizard would do. His garments, unlike many others, were silver-plated armors that glowed intensely. His helmet, a cavalry sort of helm, sat beside his desk. He himself was creating an aura of power that Dumbledore had a hard time pushing its effects behind his mind with legitimacy. In short, this was not a goblin he would want to mess with. Ragnar waved his hand, which simply told the two guards to leave. The guards left immediately, knowing that their leader would be sufficient enough to deal with the wizard if necessary. I mean, you would never be promoted into a warlord and a director of a wizarding bank if you cannot handle some temperamental customers. They had faith in their leader. What brings you here of all places, Dumbledore? Ragnar started as he appeared to be unconcerned. You should know you are not really that welcome in goblin soil anymore, especially here. Dumbledore sighed as he reached for a chair in front of the table. He reached inside his pocket and pulled out a sheet of parchment and replied, "What do you know of this, Director?" Ragnar snatched the paper from Dumbledore before reading it. He glanced at the second flag that adorned his office briefly before replying, "Why do you wish to meddle in affairs not concerning you?" Dumbledore saw the brief glance, and he already knew what that meant. He relaxed in his given chair before replying in a somber tone, "It is my and the whole wizarding world's affair if the heir of Uchiha has resurfaced. The power that boy himself has is astronomical compared to the most rich and influential man in this world." HN. Ragnar snorted, "We do not fear him. I am sure he does not wish us goblins ill, unlike you." That hit the soft spot for Dumbledore as he began to growl and answer back, "Look, I made that decision in the past war for the greater good. Besides, the law was not passed, so it did not affect you. Why can't you let it go?" Ragnar snarled in return and gripped his chair. How dare this man talk to him like this? The fact that he tried to push the law suggested he was against them. "You should choose your words wisely, old man. You have no power here, and I know people will surely miss you if suddenly went missing." "Is that a threat?" Dumbledore growled as he tried to reach for his wand, only to remember he left it with the security before he was able to pass the wards to the office. "Looking for your wand, old man?" Ragnar jeered as he smirked at the helpless expression of Dumbledore. "Do not think that we would let go that easy. You targeted our banks and tried to seize control of it. A bank that has been here since the time of the First Goblin Wars. Do not insult us further or you will really disappear from the face of this world." Dumbledore sighed in defeat. He could never get past the door even if he was able to kill this impudent goblin. He would just have to deal with it. For now. Let us forget that topic and move to what I came here to talk about. What do you know of the Uchiha vaults and its contents? None of your concern, Dumbledore. Ragnar sneered as he filled his goblet with wine and drank a mouthful. It is not your vault, so the information cannot be released to you. Maybe just a hint? Dumbledore urged. It will be confidential, I promise. Well. Ragnar faked a thinking pose as he scratched his beard. He knew this would never be confidential if Dumbledore was involved. Although, he can make things scarier for the old man and his order of bigots. All I can say is he could outbuy every citizen in the wizarding world and would still have money for a 5-star cruise in the Mediterranean. Dumbledore almost fell on his seat when he heard the estimation of the Uchiha account. He could never imagine such large sum of money in existence. How could a vault hold that large amount? How could a person even acquire a sum of that magnitude? Ragnar grinned at the shocked Dumbledore before he ordered, I believe your business here is done. Leave while you still can. Dumbledore stood up and walked away. He really needed to talk to Harry, and he knew just how to sway him. Harry. Harry sighed once more as he flipped through the pages of one of the library books he had procured at the shelf beside him. He had been reading the whole day and hadn't yet found the solution for his egg problem. Yes, Harry Potter was having trouble. He had tried everything he could think on the egg and it still won't budge. It had to be written somewhere here in the library, he just couldn't identify where and what. Ever since he won the first round of the tournament, people were congratulating him from hall to hall as he walked towards his class or whatnot. He was an instant celebrity. Sadly, not everything could be perfect. The GRYFFS that were Potter supporters were loyal through and through to their fat pig of a leader. They had started calling him Slytherin scum and other names that never seemed to affect him. Sure, he can speak Parselmouth, it is a gift for him and him alone. As he looked out the window, he could see the sun setting. It was truly a beautiful sight to behold. One that would always be there until the end of time. His musings were cut when two hands, one smaller than the other, wrapped around each of his arms. What brings you two here, ladies? Harry said. Did not know you were the bookish type. He was awarded with a smack on each arm before a voice replied, Do not think we do not study simply because we are girls of beauty. Do not compare us to those girls that only care about their hair and makeup. An older version of the voice then continued, My sister is right, Harry. Remember, we were always ignored by our peers and lusted after by the men. We always took sanctuary in the vast library of our school to hide from all the angry stares and ogling eyes. Harry smiled at the two pouting women he was with. He never thought that he would find a person like him, let alone two, and fall in love with both at the same time. He could never stop thinking how lucky he was, and to think they both love him back the same way. He was really in heaven. So, what brings you here, ladies? Harry asked. Well, we like to ask you a question. Fleur, the older woman, said hesitantly. She knew he would already answer yes, but still, it was hard to ask. Question mark. Gabrielle, the younger of the two, blurted out. Harry smirked at this. He knew what they were about to ask, but he still wanted to hear them ask him before he gave his reply. What was that, Gabby? Gabrielle sighed before saying, I said, Would you like to go to the Yule Ball with both of us? Harry smiled at the two women in front of him. He had already been informed about the ball by Severus after the first task. He was already sure who to take, and he already knew how. He just wanted to see the girls ask him out since they never had to ask a boy out for a date. Sure, I'll go with you both, Harry replied as he got his book once more. I already know how to escort both of you at the same time. Both girls were about to spout questions on his idea but was stopped when a first-year Ravenclaw student tapped Harry on the shoulder and said, Harry Potter. Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in his office. Both girls frowned upon hearing this. Harry had already told them what happened the first time around, and they weren't looking forward for Harry to be interrogated the second time around. Harry noticed this and replied to the girl, I'll be there. Harry waited for the girl to be out of earshot before he said, Do not worry about me. You know he can't crack me. I'm as tough as nails. Both girls laughed at their boyfriend's antics before Fleur said in a light tone, You know, me and my sister melt nails with our Vila fire. Are you sure you're as tough as nails? Harry couldn't resist and replied, Only you two can melt me. Headmaster's office. James and Lily Potter were now shaking in excitement. Their son had inherited the vast amount of riches that belonged to the Uchiha family. If they were able to convince Harry to be part of the Potter family once more, then after he dies of magic transfer that they will do, then they will become the richest family in the face of this world. All they needed was to act. Dumbledore had ensured them that he will help. Now they were here, waiting for Harry to come on Dumbledore's orders. The only thing Dumbledore wanted was the scrolls and books that were said to be inside the massive vault. James and Lily could care less about tomes. All they wanted was the money. Dumbledore sat calmly at his high-throne chair. He had planned perfectly for this and did not expect this to fail. He knew that Harry always wanted a family. Now he was going to get his back. This plan should not fail. Harry walked in the circular room. He noticed his parents sitting there. A huge smile plastered on their faces as he walked in. He looked towards the headmaster and saw the glint in his eyes. He already felt something was up when he saw his parents. Adding the glint, he was 100% sure now. Harry, sit down, sit down. Dumbledore cheerily announced as he conjured a seat for him between his mom and dad. Well, his former mom and dad to be exact. What do you need me here, headmaster? Harry asked, looking towards his former parents who were still smiling. He saw something there. A hint of greed if he was to guess. Now, Harry, I was just talking to your parents here. Dumbledore gestured towards his former parents about their rash decision of taking your name off the Potter family tree. Harry inwardly sighed. He already knew what Dumbledore was doing, and he sure as hell would never reinstate himself into the Potter line. He knew of his fortunes and understood the glint of greed on his former parents' eyes.
I'm sorry.
Harry started, I don't really know what you are saying here. You see, Harry, your parents here made a rash decision. I'm sure you would have felt the same if a tradition in your family was broken. They did not really intend to cut you off the family. Harry looked towards his former parents and asked, Is this true? James nodded his head vigorously before saying, Yes, we are very sorry for doing that, brah. Son. Lily nodded in agreement but didn't say anything. If this was to work, then they needed to be convincing. Fawning over Harry would be a sign that they after something. Harry looked towards Dumbledore before declaring, I believe the three of you are lying. This time, Lily spoke out and asked, lying? Why do you think we are lying to you? Harry shook head in disdain as Dumbledore and the two Potters were sweating like pigs. Their plan was being ruined and they did not know how to save it. If you really did not mean to do it, then why wait until my 7th year? As a matter of fact, why would a parent, let alone two, even erase an 11-year-old child from the family tree and make him suffer like that? You two left me alone for 6 years, just because I was in Slytherin. Did you ever even think about that? Did you ever even thought about me? As a matter of fact, did you even remember I was still alive? At this, James shot up and shouted in anger, we fed you. We gave you shelter. What more do you want? Love. Harry spat. I needed your love and companionship, just like a kid needs at those times. Everybody went silent. Nobody even dared to move as Harry was now swirling in black flames that covered his feet until torso. Even Dumbledore was afraid to move, scared that he may be the target for those flames. Harry breathed a deep one before expelling the flames that engulfed him. He turned around and was about to walk towards the door before looking back and said, You want the Uchiha wealth? Dream on. Do not cross me or any of my friends again, or I will make sure you will never even get to see the light of day again. The door slammed with enough force to shatter some of Dumbledore's trinkets. The headmaster shook his head and whimpered to himself as both Potters were standing stock still, in shock. What have I done? Chapter 9, The Yule Ball. The Great Hall was a majestic place. For hundreds of years, students congregate here in the morning, noon and evening hours to dine and socialize with their friends, and yet, the hall still has its majestic glow and has never grown old to the eyes of students and teachers alike. Harry Uchiha Black looked up from his breakfast as he felt people approaching him. There, standing in front of him, were two of the most loveliest ladies he had ever met. Fleur and Gabrielle Delcourt. Fleur smirked at Harry's smile before saying, Happy to see us, Monsieur Potter? Harry slowly stood up and knelt before kissing both of the girls' hands and saying in the most suave tone he could muster, Of course, my Velas. How could I not be brightened when the two most beautiful women on this plane is standing in front me, my being? Both Fleur and Gabrielle turned red at the compliment given to them by their boyfriend before looking at each other and smirking once more. As Harry was about to get up, Fleur took his head with both her hands and kissed Harry with such passion that most people in the Great Hall were catcalling. Not to be outdone by this act, Gabrielle also grabbed Harry and smacked her lips on his. After the said deed, Harry looked dazed for a second before regaining his consciousness and saying in whispered tone, I must repay you both. Fleur looked around and saw most of the population were looking at them with glee while only a few were scowling. She took note that the latter were mostly Gryffindors. Did you not like it, Harry? Asked Gabrielle innocently as she took the seat on the left side of Harry. Harry gestured for Fleur to sit on his right side before replying in a cool tone, I did. In fact, enjoy it. He took a sip on his morning coffee before continuing, In return, I must do something you both will enjoy too. This time, it was the turn of the two young Velas to look dazed before Harry snapped them out of their trance. Both Velas knew Harry would do nothing bad to them and would never do something they both did not consent just yet. But by just imagining it happen was more than what they both could handle. Ladies, do you have anything planned for the day? Asked Harry as he tried to fork the piece of ham on his plate. Fleur looked up from her musings before replying, No, not that I am aware of. Why do you ask? Harry smiled evilly before replying, Well, hours later. That's not fair, yelled a silvery blonde girl as she tried to cover herself from the onslaught of snowballs being pelted at her. Harry smirked as he waved his hand once more and erected a wall right before he heard thuds impacting the barrier he had just made. Do you think you can defeat me? I am Harry Uchiha Black, Slytherin's battlemaster. You have no hope, ladies, Harry shouted as he waved his wand once more and creating a larger snowball. Before he could launch it, however, He looked down and jumped upwards as a geyser of water burst from his original position. He looked forward and saw Fleur kneeling on the snowy ground and had jabbed her wand on the ground. Very impressive magic there, Flower. I wonder how long you and your sister will last against my full might. Harry taunted as tried to think of another plan. Fleur, seeing that Harry was trying to buy time, quickly waved her wand and silently casted the Aguamenti charm in front of their fort. Come if you dare, dear Battlemaster, taunted Gabrielle back as she readied another pile of snowballs that she would use against her boyfriend. Harry took the bait as he walked forward. He knew something was up but was not sure what it was. He had to take this risk and try to win. I know you have something planned, Harry shouted as he walked towards the position of the girls. Gabrielle looked at her sister before smirking. She brought up her wand before shouting, "A punio!" Harry, seeing the surprise attack, thought this was their plan and quickly did hangings and shouted, "Snow style, snowstorm." The wind picked up and soon was swirling violently in the middle ground between Harry and the two Vila sisters. The snowballs that Gabrielle had enchanted started to swirl with the snowstorm and swirled back towards the two girls. Fleur, seeing the snowballs coming back towards them, pointed her wand in front of them and shouted, "Protego!" Both sisters were engulfed in snow as Harry slowly approached them with a smile. Fleur, dusting off the snow that had covered her head, shouted, "Is that it? You have been defeated. Stand down now," shouted back Harry as he walked faster and faster towards them. Fleur saw this, pointed her wand on the snow that was wet and shouted, "Gotcha, Congelo." Harry stopped in his tracks so fast that it, in itself, contributed to his doom. He slipped and fell on the hardened snow and had no time to protect himself from the two pouncing ladies. Harry laughed out loud as he got tickled by the two ladies he loved before he shouted, "Stop! I forfeit." Fleur and Gabrielle kissed both his cheek before lying down next to him, one of each side. Harry put each of his hands on the waist of each girl and sighed with content. "Are you ready for tonight?" asked Harry after a few minutes of rest from their supposed snowball fight. Gabrielle smirked before replying, "Of course we are. Actually, me and my sister should be going now and be preparing." Fleur nodded as she stood up from her position. Harry, reluctant of letting go of his two girlfriends, looked at his watch and whined, "But it's only 11. We are 1 hour late already. Come, Gabby. Let us go and meet the stylist." Fleur squealed as she pulled her sister from her position and sprinting down towards the carriage. Harry sighed before plopping down on his back, ignoring the crowd that came outside to watch their game, and whispered to himself, "Girls, I will never understand them." With Harvey. Harvey looked towards the three people who he hated the most in the school with malice and envy. His brother, the so-called heir to the Uchiha and Black Lines, had gotten the two most beautiful women in the whole school, while him, the boy who lived no less, only had the youngest Weasley. "What is this world going into? What a bunch of loser," he said as he gestured towards the three who were casting different spells towards each other. Hermione smiled before replying, "I do not think they are losers. They are even casting high-level spells towards each other." Ron looked towards the girl to his left before whining, "Don't be such a bookworm, Hermione. Don't you see they're all evil?" Hermione just huffed and turned from her position. She quickly walked towards the castle, hoping to grab her favorite spot in the library before it was time for her to fix herself up for the Yule Ball tonight. Harvey looked towards the walking Hermione before he sighed and asked his friend, "What do you see in her mate?" Ron just shrugged his shoulders before replying, "I don't know. She's an easier catch maybe?" Harvey nodded before looking back towards the sight of his brother. He growled on instinct before saying, "I have to beat him on the second task." Ron nodded and replied, "I know. Dumbledore already gave you the solution, right?" Harvey sighed and turned towards his best friend before saying, "Didn't I tell you Dumbledore doesn't want anyone to know he is helping me? Be quiet about it. Although he has already given me the solution to my problem." Ron nodded in agreement before turning towards the castle and shouting, "I'll be in common room if you need me, Harvey." Harvey nodded before sitting down. He looked at the sky before whispering, I will beat you, brother, even if it is the last thing I do. Yule Ball. Harry pulled on his dress robe as he waited in the side room for his two partners. He had been here for an hour while the other champions and students had just started arriving. Of course, as the head of his house, he had instructed every Slytherin to be early and to be instructed on how to dance. No one would shame the House of Slytherin while Harry was alive. Harry looked up as he saw Crumb walking in with a Bulgarian lady in tow. The said Quidditch star looked at Harry before giving a small bow of respect before continuing his conversation with the girl he was with. It was a few more minutes before his brother came in. Harvey Potter looked around the room he was ushered into before smiling at Victor and scowling at the sight of his brother. Victor, himself, scowled at the younger Potter before talking once again to the date he brought with him. "Where is your date, Uchiha? Were they too busy fighting who would take you that you had to come here alone?" Taunted Harvey as he pulled his date, Ginevra Weasley, closer to him. Harry arched his eyebrow and replied, "I see, Ginevra, there is your date. How much did you pay her to bring her? Or maybe you just bought her a brand new dress, and she was already spreading her legs for you." Victor grinned while his date coughed a bit before regaining her sense of calmness. Harvey, himself, was seething while Ginny was as red as a tomato. Harvey was about to answer back, but before he could, McGonagall came in and announced, "All champions please line up outside." She looked around before seeing Harry without a partner while the Bowsbatten champion has not arrived yet. She looked at Harry inquisitively before asking, "Where is your partner and Miss Delacour?" Harry looked back at her before replying, "She will be here shortly." Minerva nodded her head before gesturing towards the door and said in a serious tone, "Nevertheless, every student has been ushered inside, so you will be fairly alone outside. We can wait for them there." Everyone shuffled towards the entrance hall, with Harvey being the first one with his partner. Victor slowed down at the door before letting his master go first. Harry saw this and smiled kindly towards the Bulgarian before going out. As Harry was about to turn around from the hall, he heard an intake of breath from the Weaslette and turned around quickly, only to find his two girlfriends at the double doors of the school. Fleur and Gabrielle were stunning, breathtaking. Both wore powder blue gown with their hairs up. Gabrielle had a white pearl necklace while Fleur had a silver flower on her neck. Both looked at Harry, gauging his reaction. Harry, in turn, was smiling proudly at his two girlfriends. Instead of giving a paragraph, telling them how beautiful they were right now, he went up to both and kissed each on the lips passionately. After the kiss, he looked at both of them before whispering softly, "You both look beautiful." Both girls looked like they were about to cry from happiness. Harry just smiled once more before taking for their hands and standing in line, at the back of the group. The doors started to open and from inside, you could hear the anticipation of the Yule Ball opening. "Welcome all to the Yule Ball. Let us now give a round of applause for the champions and their selected partners." A voice rang through the great hall, which was turned into a ballroom kind of setting. "First of Harvey Potter with the lovely Ginevra Weasley." The voice rang once again while Harvey was welcomed with a slightly forced applause. "Next up, we have Victor Crumb with the charming Alexandra Bashev." Victor strode in arm with his lady as he smiled left and right. He knew what he had to do, so instead of going towards the head table, he stayed near the end of the line of students. And last but not the least, Harry Uchiha Black and Fleur Delacour with Gabrielle Delacour. Harry strode in with Gabrielle on his left while Fleur on his right. Nobody was even shocked that Harry had two escorts. Before Harry could take another step in, he was shocked to see his Mortem move up towards him and formed a path. Each Mortem had cloaks of emerald green with the Sharingan stitched as a pattern. Every Mortem unsheathed a sword before clapping their boots together. Harry, seeing the devotion of his Mortem to him and their cause, beamed at them before walking towards the head table. As Harry sat down, each and every one of his Mortem sheathed their sword before tying their cloaks back and sitting down once more. They had honored their master and they were proud of it. After everyone got settled in, Dumbledore introduced each guest while showing everyone how to order their food. Dinner was uneventful with the exception of Percy trying to win Harry's support for the ministry. Then it was time to dance. Dance floor. Harry bowed slightly towards Fleur and Gabrielle before biting his thumb and smearing the blood on his palm. Everyone was looking at him with curiosity and was waiting for him to show how he would handle dancing with two girls at the same time. Harry, seeing the anticipated looks of the student body and the staff, obliged them by doing some hand signs and saying, "Blood clone technique." Another Harry appeared, the real one, and grabbed Fleur's hand before starting the dance. The real Harry took Gabrielle's hand and leading her towards the dance floor with the other champions. After an hour or so of dancing the waltz, Harry dispelled his clone and gathered both his ladies and went outside towards the garden. Harry brought the two ladies and sat once again beside the lake, which was frozen by now. He had Gabrielle leaning on him from the front while Fleur was by his right side. He was stroking Gabrielle's hair before he whispered softly, "I'm sorry, my angle and flower. I do not like social events like that. It was and will never be one of my favorite things to do." Fleur smiled at her boyfriend before replying in a soft tone, "We know it brings back bad memories. Do not worry, Harry. We too do not really harbor good feelings for such events, since it was times like that when guys look at us with lust in their eyes." Gabrielle nodded in agreement as she remembered some of the advances on her and her sister. It was not a pleasant memory. Harry pulled both girls closer as he relaxed more on his position. He looked around and saw that the snow had started to fall once more, albeit lightly this time around. For the first time in his life, he was contented. Albus Dumbledore. Albus was curious. On top of that, he was jealous. How could a child, not even reaching his 20s, surpass him in the knowledge of spells? Looking back, he cannot imagine the Elder Potter to be able to use the illusion branch of magic, and yet he was able to do so. He was, yet again, surprised today with the boy conjuring his own doppelganger, another sub-branch of illusion which Albus has delved into but could never master. Chapter 10. The Second Task. Harry looked around the room before his eyes settled on a young teenager who seemed to be slightly younger than himself. The said boy shuffled under the gaze of his leader before shakily bowing. Harry, seeing the boy was frightened of his mere presence, stood up and pulled the boy up from his position. "Do you have anything to report, Adrian?" Harry asked as he tried to make the young Pusey heir to stand straight. Adrian Pusey, heir to the Pusey estates, looked at his leader reverently before reporting. "They have taken the Lady Gabrielle as your hostage, while the Lady Fleur's hostage is going to be her own mother." "Great." Harry sighed as he tried to control his temper in front of his mortem. "Who are the other hostages aside from mine and Fleur's?" Every mortem present, parent and child, looked around before a voice spoke from behind. "Victor Crumb's hostage is going to be one of his friends, which every Durmstrang student here would have already known, while Harvey Potter's hostage will be his girlfriend, Ginevra." Harry nodded to the speaker, Severus Snape, before sitting back down on his couch inside the Slytherin common room. He had already known that Gabrielle would be used as a hostage for him, but was very doubtful of who the hostage for his Fleur would be. 3 villas in Merman territory. How idiotic of Dumbledore to even agree to this when he himself knows the ongoing spite between both species. Harry commented as he tried to form a plan for the task tomorrow. "My lord." A woman stood up from her position as she came forward kneeling. "I could have some of my people patrolling the stands, and they can be on standby for anything that might happen tomorrow." Harry glanced up before smiling. Amelia Bones was a great addition to his ranks. Her power and influence inside the ministry was invaluable, and he was glad she shared his view about how the wizarding world has been held back. "No need for the Auror and Hit wizard force to be present in such a trivial matter, Amelia," Harry replied as he ran a hand through his hair. "I am sure that I can take care of 3 villas against an army of mermen." Amelia stood up before addressing her leader once more. "But my lord, the mermen are very vicious creatures, and you are going to be in their territory. Don't you think it would be wise to have at least a reserve force on standby?" Everybody quieted down when they saw a mortem trying to argue with their lord. When they had been serving under Lord Voldemort, a faux lord at that, he would often punish them with cruciatus when they spoke against him. But here was a lady of the House of Bones challenging the decision of the strongest wizard alive. Harry smirked before looking at Amelia intently. "Are you challenging my authority here, Amelia?" "Not your authority, my lord. Amelia replied unflinchingly, just giving a suggestion that would surely help you if needed. Harry laughed as he got up. Everybody flinched at the sight of their lord getting and polishing his wand, each thinking that Amelia would sure get punished very painfully after her outburst. Amelia, herself, was swallowing up her fears as he lord neared her. She had spoken out of turn, she knew, but it was also for her lord's safety. She would take any punishment if this was what protecting her lord merited her. Harry, himself, waved his wand up into the air before conjuring a mirror and handing it to Amelia. He sat back down before gesturing towards everyone in the room. Do not fear to speak out of turn when you are with me, Mortem. Amelia Bones did a great thing by thinking of her lord first before anything else, and I must admit now that she was right. Harry paused as he took in all the shocked expressions of the former Death Eaters. This is a new era for witches and wizards. Do not fear to suggest something and fight for it. I am not the faux Lord Voldemort who punishes those who speak the truth. Counter all that I say for all I care, but be sure to back them up. Harry gestured towards the mirror before a voice sounded from the back of the group where the younger generations were based. What is the mirror for, my lord? I was getting to that, young Master Malfoy, Harry replied, smiling before continuing. The mirror I gave Amelia here would allow here direct contact with me. It is basically a two-way mirror, and all she has to do is say Mortem, and she would be able to talk to me. Everyone congratulated Amelia for being the first one to be bestowed such an honor as having an instant contact with their lord. It was just like being in the inner circle of Lord Voldemort minus the killing and raping done. Everyone wanted one now, and seeing the determined look on their faces, Harry already knew that he would have competitions for his favor. Now, anything else to report? Harry asked. My lord. A man came forward as he sank to his knees panting. The man in question was Lucius Malfoy himself, a very much known supporter of Lord Voldemort and turned spy for him. He had sent him and Snape to Voldemort's so-called meetings to gather information for him. It was a tough job, he knew, and both would be dutifully rewarded for their bravery and sacrifices. Lucius, stand and report everything, Harry ordered one of his trusted Mortem. We need to know this as soon as possible so we can counter everything the faux lord does. Lucius stood, trying to catch his breath before reporting in a much more relaxed tone. My lord, Tom Riddle is going to try and kidnap you at the end of the tournament. He has spies inside these very halls waiting his command to do as he asks. Harry zoned out for a minute or so, his Mortem all chatting by themselves before Harry got up once more and addressing his Mortem in a leader-like fashion rivaled only by Dumbledore's rally against the Dark Lord Grindelwald when he led the people towards the final battle. Mortem, do not fear about the spy being in this room, Harry said as he watched his Mortem sigh in relief and putting their wands back into their pockets. He smiled proudly at the fast reactions of his Mortem. Nonetheless, be on your guard and make sure to keep conversations about our happenings in a bare minimum lest unwanted ears are nearby. Everyone got up and bowed before leaving through the Slytherin fireplace, which had been illegally connected to the Flu network by Amelia Bones herself. It was one of the perks of having connections in high places and was grateful for Lucius to suggest the action. Harry smiled at the last adults to leave the common room and faced the younger generation. He knew these people needed to be honed and taught how to fight if they would survive the war that was to come.
Draco come fort.
Harry commanded. Draco shuffled forward before kneeling and replying, Your will be done, my lord. Harry gestured for him to rise before saying, You are to gather everyone each night and start organizing them into year levels. Draco looked on curiously before asking, What for, my lord? I have spoken to the 7th years and they will be teaching you all the basics of spells for each year. Severus has also volunteered to assist if necessary. Harry replied nonchalantly, As we speak, Durmstrang has already started this regiment for all their students. Draco bowed low once more before replying, It shall be done, my lord. Good, Harry said as he got up. Now sleep, my Mortem. I do not want any of you to miss the second task tomorrow. Every Slytherin in the room bowed low and retreated into their respective rooms. They knew their lord had something planned for tomorrow. It was either terrifying or terrific, or maybe both just like the first task. No matter what, it would be entertaining and that was what they were excited about. Black Lake. Harvey trudged proudly as he gazed towards the large crowd of Gryffindors on one of the towering stands in the middle of the Black Lake. He was happy. That moment lasted for only a minute when he gazed towards the other 3 towers for the other houses. It seems that the whole school supported his brother. His outcast of a brother. "Don't worry about them, Harvey," said Hermione as she walked side by side with him and Ron Weasley. "Just concentrate on finding Ginny in the lake." "I know that," snarled Harvey as he pushed past between his 2 friends. He had been angry when Ginny was taken to be his hostage. He can say he loved Ginny to an extent, and with her life on the stake, he just could not afford to lose. "You ready to be beaten once more by the true Hogwarts champion?" a voice asked behind him while he was undressing. Harvey looked back and saw that Draco Malfoy and his usual gang was behind him smirking at him. He responded dutifully like a true Gryffindor. "Get the bloody hell off this place, Malfoy," Harvey responded as he readjusted his swimming trunks. "This place is for champions only." Before Draco could respond, however, Dumbledore appeared behind the group and smiled at them, saying, "Mr. Potter is right, Mr. Malfoy. This area is for champions only." He swept his hands towards one of the towers where the Slytherins were all located. "I am pretty sure that your housemates will be missing you all, and you do not want to miss your champion competing?" "Yes, Headmaster." Draco bowed as he tried to hide a sneer. He had come down to try to demoralize his lord's competition, but that did not seem to work with Dumbledore always hanging around his precious apprentice. What a pitiful sight to see. After Draco and his gang had turned and walked towards the tower, Dumbledore let out a sigh before asking his apprentice, "Do you have the gillyweed?" Harvey nodded as he procured a bottle from his discarded robes. "Do not forget, that dose only lasts for an hour," Dumbledore reminded his hot-blooded apprentice. He already knew about Harvey's temper. It had been a source of problem when he started training him and still is, albeit these days he has taken his training more seriously. Maybe it was the competition itself, or maybe because his brother was out shadowing him. Whatever the reason was, he was happy for it. "Professor, will Ginny be okay?" asked a slightly worried Harvey. Dumbledore knew of Harvey's attachment to the ginger, and that was the main reason why it's she that he chose to be his hostage. He knew if it was anyone else, Harvey would do the task half-heartedly. Ginevra actually triggers something in Harvey that made him much more willing to do much more. "She will be fine once you save her," Dumbledore replied cryptically. Harvey nodded before hearing his name being called by Bagman. He stood up, shaking his cold body before walking towards the ledge where all the champions were now standing. "Showtime," Harvey muttered before putting the contents of the bottle in his hand. Black Lake. Harry smiled as he saw his brother engulfing a plant. He already knew of Harvey's gillyweed, which Goyle had overheard in the Great Hall. He looked towards his left and saw Crumb transfiguring his head into a shark and dived underwater. On his right, Fleur was looking at him expectantly, as if she were waiting for something. "So, what are we supposed to do?" asked Fleur curiously, albeit smiling. Harry scoffed before asking, "What do you mean we?" Fleur laughed before punching Harry lightly on the shoulders. "We are here to save my sister, your girlfriend, and my mother. I am sticking to your plan since I know it is the best." Harry laughed before scooping Fleur up and held her bridal style, which earned them many catcalls from the audience. "Watch and learn from a master," Harry said while smiling down on his girlfriend before he started walking on water. Everyone was stunned, amazed even as Harry started to walk on water like a modern-day Jesus. In fact, some Muggle-born students were already muttering about the Savior returning. "What is this? Harry Potter is carrying Fleur Delacour and walking on water. This is amazing, ladies and gentlemen. No one in the history of magic has ever walked on water. Truly an amazing feat which we will surely have to document," shouted a very excited Ludo Bagman on his commentating box. Fleur was stunned herself when Harry started to walk on water. Who, in the name of Merlin's Balsac, had ever had the right mind to even attempt this sorcery? Well, this was Harry she was thinking about. Nothing is impossible with him. "They haven't seen anything yet," Harry said as he stopped in the middle of the Black Lake. He let go Fleur while standing her upright and putting a hand on her arm to constantly pump chakra into her body towards her feet to keep her afloat. He then started doing one-handed seal before shouting, "Summoning technique!" Suddenly, a giant toad appeared in the middle of the lake. Everyone's jaw dropped when the said toad started to talk. Talk. "Harry-chan, why did you summon me here in the middle of this lake?" shouted the toad the size of a truck.
Relax Tatsu-kun.
"I just need you to find the two Vila women just below us and bring them both up here to me," replied Harry while scratching the back of his head sheepishly. "Vila? Haven't seen those in a while," Gametatsu replied before grinning. "I'll get them for you, boss." "Thanks, Tatsuko-kun," replied a very happy Harry. When Gametatsu dived down, Harry turned towards Fleur before smiling. He could not help it because of the look on Fleur's face. It was priceless. Fleur herself must have noticed and asked curiously, "You can summon toads?" Harry grinned before replying, "Yeah, I signed a contract which made me able to summon them." "And where did you get this contract?" Fleur asked while she glanced towards the stands where most of the people were quiet due to awe. Harry shrugged before replying, "It was sitting in my family vault." Fleur nodded. Everything was simple when it comes to Harry. There were no twisting of words, just pure and hard truth. She glanced towards her feet and saw a faint blue glow and asked, "What is on my feet?" "It's me concentrating my chakra to make you float," Harry answered before shouting, "Get ready, Tatsu is going to leap out." Harry pulled Fleur onto his body as he jumped up. While in the air, Fleur saw the giant toad leaped out of the water with her mother and sister on its back. What she afterwards shocked her. Merman jumped out of the water as well, trying to spear the giant toad. Fleur quickly responded and burst out her Vila charm, temporarily dazing the merman. Harry, himself, saw this and made quick hand signs and shouted, "Fire style! Great fireball!" Harry spouted blue fire from his mouth, instantly incinerating the handful merman who jumped up from the waters. Fleur saw her opportunity and jokingly commented, "If that fire was what I think it is, I would ever want to kiss you again." Harry smirked before replying, "Your sister would be happy to hear that." Fleur smacked his arm before he landed on the toad's head. Harry let Fleur go and ran towards the two figures on the toad's back. After seeing that both women were in good condition, Harry spoke in a commanding tone, "What happened down there, Tatsu?" Gametatsu shrugged before replying, "I went down there as you asked and cut both women free." The mermen were angry that their Vila hostages were taken away and started throwing their spears at me like those warriors that me and Naruto used to fight. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. He was glad Tatsu was not the one who initiated the fight or he would in trouble for killing those mermen. He sighed in relief and said, "Take us to those stands, Tatsu. Then you can leave." "YOSH, let's go." Tatsu leaped and got all the occupants on his head on his tongue and wrapped them there before setting them down on the stands and poofing away. Madame Pomfrey was quick with her job and had already taken both Delacours into her medical tent. Fleur stayed with Harry as the two headmasters and headmistress approached him. "Was killing those mermen necessary, Harry?" Dumbledore asked in his old man persona. "I am sure it was unavoidable, Albus," Karkaroff offered as he nodded towards his lord. "I agree with Headmaster Karkaroff with this, Albus," Maxime added as she drew herself into her full height. "I have already warned you against putting two Vilas into the lake." Dumbledore nodded sadly before resigning to himself. He had no say on this. He already knew of the conflicts between the two species, but rules are rules. Harry killed in self-defense. "Still, might you explain to us how you walked on water, summoned a sentient toad and that blue fire, Mr. Uchiha?" Dumbledore tried. He did not want to admit it, but he was jealous. Jealous of the fact that this Uchiha heir might be better than him. Maybe he already was. Summoning without runes is an impossible task until now, and he definitely wanted to know how to spit out flames with his mouth. "Do not think I will divulge any family secret to you, Headmaster," Harry replied coolly while Fleur glared at the headmaster for even trying to pry on her Harry's secrets. "Madame Maxime, can me and my boyfriend stay inside the tent until further notice?" Fleur asked her headmistress. Maxime saw the pleading look on her student's eyes and nodded. After 30 minutes. What an extraordinary day this is. We are now here to announce the points given. In third place is Mr. Crumb, who was only partially able to transfigure himself into a shark and has garnered 38 points. In second place is Mr. Potter with his extraordinary use of gillyweed. He has garnered 40 points. And in first place is Harry Uchiha Black and Fleur Delacour with their extensive use of magic and Vila charm. We award them 45 points each. Bagman shouted as everyone in the stands started shouting their favored champion's name. Harry smiled at his housemates Mortem and drew Fleur into a kiss before walking towards the medical tent. He had a lot of talking to do with Dumbledore after this, but the safety of his girlfriend's family comes first. Fleur saw this and held Harry's hand and started walking with him. She knew that he was seething in anger inside about what happened, but he valued her family more. Fleur kissed Harry on the cheek before whispering, "I love you." Harry smiled before replying, "I love you too, Harvey." Harvey kissed Ginny on her forehead as she sat down beside him. She had been distraught but was going to be fine as long as she doesn't get sick from the cold weather. He looked towards the silhouette of his brother and sneered. He had done it again. He was tired of his brother getting all the attention. Now was the time to act and bring his brother down a peg or two. Unknown location. "Is it time, master?" asked a bald man as he knelt down in front of an old chair. The being sitting on the chair hissed before replying in a hoarse voice, "Yes, it is. Time to put our plan into motion." The bald man smiled before standing up and leaving. It was the beginning of the end. Chapter 11. Conflicts. It has been 2 months after the second task and everything had been going well and peaceful for everyone at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Black Lake. Harry jumped high up before starting his sequence of hand seals and whispering, "Fire style, fire dragon." Instantly, a stream of fire was released from Harry's mouth and took form of a dragon before charging towards the 2 stunningly beautiful women across him. Fleur saw this and started to mold her magic onto her feet and leaped out of the way. Looking to her side, her sister had apparently done the same. She saw her sisters smirked and smiled to herself. It had only been a month after the second task that Harry finally decided to train both of his girlfriends. He knew the dangers of being associated to him these days, and even with the Mortem always looking after the both of them, it was safe to say that Harry still wanted Fleur and Gabrielle to learn how to defend themselves. Gabrielle made a few hand seals before shouting, "Fire style, fire cannon." She then molded magic onto her palms before turning it into fire and releasing it towards Harry. Harry saw the move and quickly moved out of the way before sweat dropping. "I shouldn't have thought her that move," he whispered to himself. "Very dangerous move there, Gabby." Gabrielle smirked before replying, "Maybe you should concentrate on the fight more before commenting how strong I had gotten." Harry swore before leaping away as a massive chunk of burning rock landed on where he was standing a few moments earlier. He looked towards his other girlfriend's intense stare before sighing in relief. Fleur moved both her hand forwards before shouting, "Fire style, meteor shower." Harry's sweat dropped once more before making a few hand seals for himself before whispering, "Earth style, turtle shell." Harry slammed both his hands onto the ground, which resulted to the rocks and soil around him to gather and cover him in a medium-sized turtle shell. He listened inside his protective shell as the large chunk of rock that Fleur threw at him moments earlier split into small pieces and pelted his shell with intent to destroy. Fleur smirked once more as she molded her magic onto her hand before nodding towards her sister. She then channeled all her magic onto her hand as hit her sister before both of them started running towards the giant turtle shell. Before reaching the shell, however, Fleur and Gabrielle slammed their hands onto each other, creating a very large spinning fireball. Holding it up high above their heads, they slammed it onto Harry's protective shell and shouted, "Fire style, spiral fireball." A loud explosion that resonated in the nearby forest area was heard while birds and other types of animals started fleeing from the area due to the sound and the shockwave that followed the attack. Harry sighed inside his dome with a fist-sized hole. Although they were able to pierce through his defense, they weren't strong enough to actually continue on and hit him, which he was thankful for. "Harry," You should take us more seriously next time, shouted Fleur as she and her sister sat down onto the tree that was nearest to the lake. Harry dispelled his defense and started to walk towards his ladies before sitting down and putting his head on Gabrielle's lap. He always enjoyed these times of peace and actually yawned and had started to go to sleep before he cursed as he heard a voice calling him, "Harry, the headmaster has asked us to bring you to his office." He looked up and saw Draco, Crabbe and Goyle walking towards him with a group of Slytherins following behind them. He waved at them to stop them from bowing before asking, "What does he want this time?" Draco shrugged before replying, "Pansy says that he wants to know about your summoning." Harry sighed before getting up, but was pulled down again by his younger girlfriend. "Won't you stay with us instead, my Harry? Let that old goat figure it out for himself." Harry smiled lovingly at his girlfriend before replying, "I wish I could, my angel. We are still under his protection, so we must try to follow his rules." Fleur scoffed, "You can defeat him if you go all out." "I could," Harry laughed, "but that would create a disaster that I am not yet ready to face." Fleur sighed and hugged her sister as she watches Harry leave them. She looked towards the Slytherin as they started dispersing through the surrounding woods. Headmaster's office. "Tell me, young Harry, how did you summon a sentient being in the middle of the Black Lake?" asked Dumbledore once more as he sat back on his chair. It had always been this way, ever since he had shown prowess that made Dumbledore quiver in fear. He had tried to force Harry to tell him how he did this, did that. It was starting to irritate Harry. "Headmaster, with all due respect, that is a family secret that I cannot divulge to anyone." Dumbledore sucked on his lemon drop before asking once more, "So you can teach your brother then? He is your family, after all." Harry smirked to himself before replying, "Family? What family? Remember of you machinations, old man." Dumbledore sighed as he started to get up. He knew Harry wouldn't let him know of his secrets. Harry was smarter than that. Sometimes, he wished it were Harry who was proclaimed the boy who lived. At least that way, he could have a semblance of control over the young man. "What would you have me do, Harry? Bring back the past and redo every mistake that I have made?" Dumbledore countered as he looked outside of his window. "Mistake? I am by no means a mistake, Albus. I was born to be the heir of the Uchiha family name. What I know and do is a result of what I believe in and what my goals are. Do not tell me that I am a mistake of yours, because in the end, we both know that I became what I became because it is my destiny." Harry replied with a cool face. He will not permit himself to show the headmaster weakness. Albus Dumbledore looked back towards the young man and replied, "You are right, of course, Harry. What destiny wills us to do is only right, and no man in this world makes a mistake. Everything happens for a reason." Dumbledore then started approaching Harry, stopping once he was near enough to look the young man straight in the eyes. "But we all know Harvey is destined to end Voldemort and his Death Eaters. With training, he can and will achieve it. So I ask you to please take him under your wing. He must be prepared to shoulder the weight of Wizarding Britain in the fight against the Dark Lord." Harry stared at the headmaster in the eyes before replying slowly, "So, you want me to train my former brother?" Dumbledore smiled a bit before nodding. "Yes, even if only in your spell casting and evasion. You of all people should know that your performance against Roger Davis was phenomenal. With that kind of speed and spell power, your former brother would be able to successfully defeat Voldemort and assume his position as a leader of the light." "And what do I get in return, headmaster?" Harry asked, seriously contemplating on this. If he was to be able to place a spy inside Albus' camp, he might just be able to thwart the old man easier. Of course, he had to earn his trust first. The aged headmaster scratched his beard before replying slowly, "I suppose I can waiver an unrestricted pass for you to visit Hogsmeade, as well as a no-curfew pass? Will that be sufficient?" Harry shook his head before countering, "Those sound nice, Albus, but I need a better incentive. My time is important to me, and if I have to use it to teach a child, then I must be compensated with what is due to me." "Harry, you are helping Wizarding Britain, if not the whole world, if you teach Harvey. Surely saving the lives of countless of millions would be compensation enough, you, young man." Dumbledore replied hurriedly. He needed Harry's training for Harvey, and he cannot lose this chance now. "How about this, Albus? I will train you, golden boy, for free reign in my free time outside of classes. This would entail that I can go anywhere and do anything bar from killing or injuring a student. Also, I get to have a suite just like the professors do. Harry replied with a smirk. Dumbledore considered this. If he were to give Harry full reign over himself during his break and after his classes, he was virtually losing nothing. Also, he had already promised not to harm any students, which was a plus since he knew Harry would not hesitate to redo what he did with Mr. Roger Davis. What was he to lose? Apart from a suite which was easily arranged, this was a deal he could not pass up. His savior of the light would be trained, while Harry just gets more freedom. He knew what he had to do. I accept, Mr. Uchiha Black. Dumbledore nodded as he penned a letter to the Hogwarts staff about this new development. After signing the said parchment, Dumbledore got up and copied it a few times before folding it into paper planes and casting charms on it to find their designated receivers. After letting all the planes fly off, he turned back to face Harry, who was observing intently the portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses. Could you tell me who the Harry started but was cut off by a large gong that had sounded in the room? Dumbledore immediately looked towards his device before saying out loud, "Hurry, Harry! Harvey seems to be in mortal danger." Harry glanced at the headmaster before replying. "And do you know where he is, headmaster? You do know I am not omnipotent and all-knowing. His location is unknown to me." Dumbledore quickly tapped his device before saying, "He is near the Black Lake. It seems he is surrounded by my housemates." Harry replied, angry at himself for almost slipping up. Before saying anything more, he glanced towards the device and snarled, "It seems he has both my girlfriends at wand point." Harry spat before running out towards the direction of the Black Lake. Black Lake. Harvey smirked as he saw the two Delacour sisters sitting by the lake without his brother. He never knew as to why the Delacour sisters would choose his brother or him, the boy who lived. Well, that didn't matter now. What matters is here they were alone. This time he would not take no for an answer. "Ladies, lovely day, isn't it?" Harvey started before standing a foot away from the two women. His friends, Ronald and Seamus, were flanking him on both sides. Fleur and Gabrielle looked up before replying curtly, "It is, monsieur." Harvey took this as a sign that he could go further, and so he replied once more, "Care to take a stroll with me and my friends? I am sure we would have a good time." Fleur stood up before stiffly shaking her head. "Non, we are waiting for the return of our Harry, and he does not take kindly to men trying to court us." Gabrielle, as well, dusted herself before replying, "Yes, my Harry is overprotective of us these days. Although who can blame him?" Seamus' eyes glazed over, succumbing to the natural allure of the two villas, before announcing, "Harry? That good-for-nothing little shit? I can best him with 2 spells if need be." Harvey smirked at his friend's outburst before saying, "My brother Harry has no weight, as of this moment, in the ministry or even in the magical world. You could do better standing beside me and my friends." "And be your bed warmers? I do not think so, Monsieur Potter." Fleur replied harshly, feeling the anger boiling inside her. Her sister, Gabrielle, had already gripped her wand inside her uniform, seemingly ready to defend them if necessary. Harvey growled, "Denied again." Never had he been denied what he wanted whenever he wanted it. He was supposed to be the golden boy, the champion of the light. Why would these mere low-level dark creature even deny what he can give to them? "So be it. I could have given you protection from being put down by the ministry, but you willfully deny my advances. Mark my words, tomorrow, you will be apprehended by the ministry and will be given to me." Harvey spat before pulling out his wand in anger. Before he could even utter a curse, he was startled by 20 or so Slytherin house members pointing their wands towards him and his friends. This shook Seamus from his daze and Ron from his drooling as they suddenly realized they were outnumbered. "What do you think you are doing, Potter? Trying to curse a lady without cause?" Draco drawled as he slowly approached with his 20 housemates. Harvey sneered at Draco before replying, "What is this, Malfoy? An ambush? Dirty Slytherins will always be dirty." "Shut your mouth, Potter," Adrian Pusey snarled as he clenched his wand tightly. You do not threaten the ladies of our champion and not pay the price. Ron scoffed and replied, seemingly gaining the courage out of thin air. You champion? What is this? Is the outcast son of the Potters trying to style himself a Dark Lord? Already gathering inbred followers. Before anyone realized anything, a black blur shot out behind Harvey and knocking both him and his two friends down. At the same time, a phoenix burst near the lake and the form of Albus Dumbledore revealed itself and started walking towards the fallen trio. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Malfoy? Mr. Potter? Albus asked steadily. He knew had to approach this situation delicately. If not, he might just lose the boy who lived to his own brother. Malfoy smirked at the fallen trio before replying. Potter and his cronies decided to threaten these two ladies. We were just here trying to protect them. Is this true, Mademoiselles Delacour? Asked Dumbledore.
Oui, Monsieur Dumbledore.
Harvey tried to threaten us when we denied him of our company. It is fortunate that Monsieur Malfoy was nearby with his friends, or else I cannot imagine what would have happened, replied a very confident Gabrielle. Just before Dumbledore could exact his punishment on his apprentice, Harry's form shimmered into existence beside him and said, Thank you for protecting my ladies, Mr. Malfoy. Draco bowed in respect before moving aside as his master and lord circled the slowly standing form of Harvey Potter. Harvey, Harvey, Harvey. The headmaster has deemed me to be your new trainer, and I can say right now that you sicken me. Harvey stood up straight before sneering. You? My trainer? Kill me now. Harry smirked before replying, Oh, I wish I could, but I shan't. Now, if you can beat me, then I would step aside and admit that you do not need my training. But if you fail to hit me, then I will be your master from this day forth and you will not complain. Harvey snarled. How dare his brother look down on him? He was nothing, a disowned son without any inheritance of value. He would show him. Harvey quickly took out his wand and shouted, Reducto! Harry's form seemingly took the hit before phasing out of existence. Harvey, confused by this, turned around and saw his brother standing beside Dumbledore, yawning. You have to do better than that, former brother of mine, Harry taunted. You asked for this, Harvey snarled once more before doing a spell chain. Expelliarmus, impedimenta, incendio, incarcerus, reducto. The spell chain was successfully casted without flaw, showing that Harvey was talented. The choice of spell to chain also reflected who his trainer was, Albus Dumbledore. All the spells were to subdue and capture an enemy, not defeat and destroy them. Albus, himself, was shocked and had to leap aside as the spells almost hit him. He had been unaware that Harvey would try and hit his brother when he was near the observers. Harry's form disappeared once more before reappearing just beside his brother and smirked. That was a good chain, but not good enough. Do you think Lord Voldemort would just roll over and die for you? You need more power. Show me. Harvey shouted before leaping aside, pointing his wand towards the form of Harry. He needed to end this fast. He was totally outclassed by his brother, but his pride blinded him. Fiend fire. A burst of fire in the form of a phoenix leaped out from Harvey's wand. It soared up into the sky and roared before looking at the gathered crowd below it. Albus, alarmed by the spell that his apprentice casted, shouted, Extinguish it, Harvey. You cannot control that kind of dark power. Harvey, too mesmerized by the sight, cowered as it dove straight for him. He is going to die. By his own spell, no less. He only wished that he were at least stronger than his brother. Harry saw the tainted immolation diving straight at the gathered crowd. He glanced sideways and saw his two girlfriends in the center of it all. He had to stop it before it hurt anyone, especially Fleur and Gabrielle. Willing his own power, he raised his hands up and clapped them together. The sound reverberated all around as everyone stared at the fiery bird snuffing out, as though it hadn't even existed. Harry sighed before grabbing his brother by the scruff of his neck. He shoved the boy aside before stating, You have power, but you don't know how to use it. Meet me tomorrow here at dawn. Harry then swept towards his two girlfriends before leading them away from the lake into the Great Hall, with all of his housemates following behind him. After disappearing into the double doors, Albus shook himself from his stupor after seeing such magnificent show of magic. No mere wizard could have snuffed out that fiend fire. Albus could probably have done it, but he was one of the few. Sighing, he levitated Ronald and Seamus, who were still knocked out from the blow that Harry had given them. He turned towards the stunned face of his apprentice before saying, "You must be off now, Mr. Potter. You have an early start tomorrow." Nodding, Harvey started walking beside his mentor. He knew tomorrow would be hell on earth, but at least he knew he was going to learn. Not only for defeating Lord Voldemort, but also putting down his brother. He would use this training to try and find weaknesses to his brother's impenetrable wall, and he would use those against him. Yes, he was going to defeat his brother, no matter the costs. Chapter 12 of Bonds, Brothers, and Spies. Harry's Chambers. Harry glanced towards his two sleeping beauties and smiled. It had been a week since he had transferred all his belongings to his newly inducted chambers that Dumbledore had seemingly gifted to him. In return, of course, he had been training his brother for the old man. He glanced at Fleur and Gabrielle once more before smiling, remembering the night of passion that they both had enjoyed just last night. It had been a tiresome week in which he had been busy every morning in training his brother. This, in turn, limited his time with both his girlfriends. Fleur and Gabrielle didn't mind, of course. They knew that he had important stuff to do, and they weren't that overly attached to Harry to try to have his attention every waking moment. Although, they both had felt a little bit saddened due to the fewer times they had time to themselves. Flashback. Harry had just come out of the shower after a grueling training with his brother. He had, of course, been putting his brother through an extensive training regimen that would basically improve his brother's dodging capabilities. This was one of the abilities he would share with his brother in return for the favors he had gotten from the headmaster. Truthfully, he had not wanted to train the so-called boy who lived. Training the boy would no doubt be a thorn because anytime, his so-called former brother could turn his wand against him. But he needed this. Sighing, he took off the towel that was wrapped around his waist before walking out of the loo. Before he could do anything, he was surprised to see two beautiful Velas resting on his bed and smiling seductively at him. They seemed to have almost nothing on except for a pair of sexy pink lingerie. Also, they have turned their Vela charm to the maximum, making them much more enticing to his sight. "Fleur? Gabby? What are you doing here?" Harry asked tentatively while trying hard not to stare too much. Fleur smirked before answering, "What does it seem to like we are doing, Monsieur Potter?" Before he could say anything, Gabby had already pulled on his arm and whispered, "You seem to be very excited, mon amour." Harry quickly noticed his growing excitement before blushing and trying to wrap the towel around himself. He growled in frustration before replying, "We shouldn't do this. We might be taking this too far." Fleur smiled. "Too far? My father has already consented to our relationship. Also, as Vela, mating would create a bond between us that would stop all the possible advances that your society could do." Harry fumbled around a bit before asking, "What possible advances?" "Your ministry could potentially try to impede our relationship from growing due to us being classed as dark creatures. In fact, the only thing stopping them now is because my sister is a champion," Gabrielle replied, still holding on to Harry's arm. "My sister is right, mon amour," Fleur agreed before continuing. "Also, once the Triwizard Tournament is over, there would be nothing stopping them from enacting your barbaric laws against us if they so choose to." Harry snarled at this piece of information. The dogs in the ministry would die first before they would be able to touch a hair on both his girlfriend's head. Consequences be damned, nobody will take away both his Vela. Nobody. "What about before the tournament when you arrived?" Harry asked. "Couldn't they have done something before the tournament even started?" "Well, they could, but they didn't have reason," Gabrielle answered. "But now that Harvey has threatened to use them due to our little conflict last week, the danger of us being framed for endangering the Potter heir could potentially lead to our putting down." "That will not happen," Harry snarled before relaxing as Fleur jumped from her position on the bed and kissing Harry deeply. "We know, Harry," answered Fleur as Gabrielle also kissed Harry of the lips. "And that is why we want you to claim us now, mon amour. Claim us so that the ministry could do nothing to us. We would be under the protection of the House Uchiha and Black." What must I do? Fleur nodded to her sister before taking off her lingerie. Gabrielle duplicated what her sister had done before grabbing tightly to his left hand. Fleur grabbed his right before they both led him to the bed that seemingly got bigger since he last slept on it. You know what you must do, Harry. Know that it is what we both wish and we would want nothing more. Fleur whispered before caressing his cheek. Harry nodded before looking at both of them deeply in their eyes. You know I love you both, right? Gabrielle smiled at him lovingly before answering. Yes, we do. And that is why we entrust you with our whole being. We could never be able to bond if we were not truly in love with the person. Then show me what I must do. End flashback. Fleur stirred from her sleep before blearily looking towards the man she had given herself up to yesternight. Why up so early, Harry? She asked as she snuggled into his embrace. Harry kissed her forehead before replying, I must prepare for the training of my former brother today. Gabrielle seemed to have woken up from her sleep as well. She reached out towards Harry's cheek before caressing it softly. Why today? You could always skip and say you were bedridden. Harry laughed as he lifted Fleur from her position and placing in between him and her sister. This way he could both talk to them at the same time. My deal with the headmaster was for training of his golden boy even on weekends. God knows how I want a repeat of yesternight's activities. Gabrielle smirked at this before running a hand on his chest. Well, you can skip the training today and we can have that repeat. Harry groaned before replying, I cannot. I have to keep on schedule so that the old man would not lose trust on me. I need his trust right now to formally execute my plan. Fleur smiled. Yes, but at least shower with us? I wouldn't want it any other way. Harry got up from his position, but before his two girlfriends could even react, he had simultaneously carried them both on his two shoulders towards the bathroom, with both girls screaming in fear and delight. Harry, let go of me. Me too.
No.
First, I will scrub you both. Then I will shampoo your hair. Then I will dump cold water on you. That is your punishment for trying to entice me away from my work. Harry exclaimed while smiling as both Vila shuddered at the thought of him doing all those. Are you sure this is a punishment, Harry? Seems more like a reward, Gabrielle whispered seductively. Harry smirked at her comment before replying, If this is a punishment, then what do you think a reward would be like? Definitely better. Black Lake. Harvey Potter was tired. He had just ran the entire Black Lake shore without stopping, and he felt that his legs would have come off if he walked one more step. Of course, his brother would have been very disappointed and would have cursed him for exclaiming such idiocracies. It had been a week since he had started doing this every morning. At first he had complained about it to the headmaster himself, but sadly, Albus Dumbledore seemed to be very trusting of Harry. Of course, he knew that this was supposedly his training, but running the whole shore? Outrageous. He had also complained about this to Harry, who just looked at him passively before telling him that he would run as well just to sate his outrage. Harvey, of course, had doubted that his brother could run the whole shore without tiring like him. The second day of his training saw Harry run with him around the Black Lake. What surprised him is that by the time that he had finished his lap, his brother had already started on his seventh one. And to make matters worse for him, his brother seemed to be in pristine condition. So of course he couldn't complain after that scene. He grumbled about it, but he couldn't outright complain after that event. What shocked him is that after a week of running, his body seemed to be much lighter than before, and he could personally say that he felt better since he started this regimen of training. That didn't stop him from hating his brother though. Truth be told, he was still planning how to take care of his brother. Before he could start of his musings about how he was going to defeat his brother, he was cut short by a voice behind him. Done with your lap, boy? Harvey snarled before replying, Yes. Harvey hated being called a boy. He had tried to retaliate by calling his brother no name, but that didn't seem to bother his brother at all. After a few days, he had outright stopped it and just accepted the title of boy. He would get his, of course, but it will have to wait until he was stronger. Stupefy. Harvey heard the spell and sidestepped as the spell missed him a few inches on his right. He had then pulled out his wand and shouted, Bombarda! Harry smirked at the lethal spell choice before flicking his wand and redirecting the spell towards the water, which caused the surface to explode. Harry was happy, of course. He had been trying to hone his brother into a killer, and his spell choice was the first to go. Before, he would counter with a banishing spell. But now, he had been learning to use a more lethal array of spells. Lethal. Good. No Death Eater would spare you, so don't spare them. Yes, yes. Harvey replied robotically. A good Death Eater is a dead Death Eater. At least you remembered that well. Harry replied before smirking. Same as last time. No cielos. Only dodge. Before Harvey could react, he was pelted left and right with stinging spells. He knew better than to stay still. The first time this happened, he had mistaken casted the shield spell, Protego, and the stinging spells that Harry casted on him seemed to go through the shield and hit him. He had suffered a lot that day and couldn't even talk straight, let alone walk to the hospital wing. Sadly, Harry had no sympathy for him and left him there to rot. After a few hours of groaning, his friends found him and had taken him to the hospital wing. As Harvey was dodging the spells, Harry made a hand sign and whispered, "Shadow clone." 5 Harry Uchiha Black seemed to materialize in front of Harvey before all 5 simultaneously pelted him with stinging spells. Harvey cursed his luck before doubling his effort of dodging. It wasn't long before he was hit multiple times on his torso. He was down and out before long, and Harry just smirked. 5 minutes. Better than I expected, Harry said before walking away. Bastard, Harvey moaned before he felt 2 hands grab him from his position. Man, how could he do that thing where he made 5 clones of himself? Ron asked as he carried his friend, leading them 3 to the hospital wing. Dean thought for a second before replying, "Dunno, mate. What I do know is that it must have been a pretty high-powered spell. Did you see that the clones seemed to be real and not just illusions?" Ron frowned. "Yeah, must be dark then, eh?" "Could be," Dean replied thoughtfully. "Just take me to the damned hospital wing. I seriously need to have Pomfrey check my torso. It hurts like hell," Harvey complained as he groaned once more. Library. Hermione Granger was a studious girl. She and her friend, Ginevra Weasley, had stayed in the library once more as she tried to find a book that pertained to a subject that boggled her mind since she heard about it. Ginny, of course, wasn't in the slightest bit interested about the topic and just followed her because her boyfriend, Harvey Potter, is still training and she had nothing better to do. "Come on, Hermione. You've searched every nook and corner of this library, and you haven't been able to trace anything apart from the small excerpt from Hogwarts. A history," Ginny groaned as she slumped her head on the library table. "Let's face it, there is no book in this library that could tell us anything about the Uchiha family." Hermione snarled before closing the book she was reading. "The Hogwarts library is the most extensive library in existence. There should be a book or 2 that could trace the Uchiha family. It is somewhere here. I know it." Hermione was startled as she heard a voice behind her saying, "What book are you trying to find, Miss Granger?" Hermione looked behind her and saw Harry Uchiha Black, himself smirking at her lithe form. She blushed for a second before replying, "Nothing of your concern, Mr. Uchiha. Just a research project." "A research project, you say?" Harry mused. "Could this probably pertain to my family name?" Hermione, although startled by his answer, hid it quickly before knitting her eyebrows together and asking, "How did you know about that?" Harry smirked at the girl before replying, "The walls have ears, my dear. Do remember that." Ginny had been watching the conversation long enough to know she wasn't needed, so she stood up and said to her friend, "I have to go find Harvey. Hermione, I'll see you later." Hermione glanced at her friend before nodding. "Yeah, I'll see you. Send my best to my former brother, Miss Weasley." Ginny just gave a stiff nod towards her boyfriend's brother before walking out of the library. "Now that we're alone, what do you wish to know about me? Or my family?" Harry asked, taking a seat across from the bushy-haired girl. Hermione looked at the man intently before sighing. "You family just got me curious, is all. I mean, how could a Japanese family name become such a prominent figure in our history when English wizarding history itself is full of racist laws and practices?" "Indeed it is full of those, Miss Granger," Harry answered. Fortunately, my family established itself long before the Wisengamot established the laws, and since at that time, my family had already been too influential, they couldn't do anything about us. Really? Hermione asked. Yes. In fact, I'm sure you've already read that the Uchiha family had been one of the few that fought Salazar Slytherin himself when the said wizard had gone dark. I've read about that, but that was just the tip of the iceberg, right? I mean, no one deed could have made a family very illustrious that Gringotts itself had allied with a single family. Harry pondered for a moment. This could be a turning point in the silent war that he had waged against Voldemort and Dumbledore. This could potentially make or break him, so he had to approach this bright girl with caution. Do you really want to learn more? Harry asked slowly. Hermione contemplated about this. If she was to accept help, what would that entail? She knew no wizard would willingly help a Muggleborn just because. There had to be a price. What would that entail of me? Harry smiled before procuring a book from his robes before handing it to the girl. Read this. But you must read it with an open mind and not with bias. Remember, all that is written in there is true. Hermione looked at the small book curiously before asking, "What is in this book that made you say that?" Knowledge is power, Miss Granger. You of all people should know that. But in this book lies a short history of my family after the Salazar Slytherin event. Then it is just history, and history should always be taken objectively, since we can do nothing about the past but only hope to learn from it. Wise words, Miss Granger. But the most important information in that book is not the history, but my life story. Hermione stilled for a moment before asking slowly, "Your life history? Apart from some small stuff, almost everyone knows your life history by now." Harry tooted before replying, "This contains my real life history, Miss Granger. Do well to remember that. My memories have been infused inside the book that, not only would it tell you of it, it will show you everything through my eyes." Hermione dropped the book before asking snidely, "Just like Tom Riddle's diary?" No, my dear," Harry assured. "That was a dark object that I had personally been happy to destroy. This magic is different. The book acts like a pensieve once you finish with the family history part. From there on, you can view my memories at your convenience." "Why trust me with this?" Hermione glared. "We both know I might just take this to Dumbledore. He, sadly, won't be able to see anything on the book. It would appear as if the book is just a black diary of mine. Most assuringly, I have enchanted the book with the most powerful secrecy spell, which no man in this existence could break, except me." Hermione glanced at the book before putting it in her bag. She glanced at Harry before saying, "I will read this tonight. How could I find you after I finish it?" Harry looked at her intently before smiling and handing her small stone etched with the Uchiha eye. "Hand this to any Slytherin and they would escort you to me personally." Hermione took the stone before walking out of the library, intent on starting the book. She was curious, at the same time intimidated by the words used by Harry in terms of describing the contents, but still, the fascination won her over. She would read, then decide what to do. Harry watched he walk out before two figures behind him walked out of the bookshelves that separated the table from the next aisle. One of the figures asked, "Was that wise, my lord?" Harry smirked before replying, "Of course, Severus. I believe before the sun is out by next day, we would have a new spy." "Good," Severus replied before sitting down across from him and gesturing for the other person to sit. "What news, Severus?"
Igor.
"Bad. Albus has contacted Riddle." Igor replied before asking, "Why is it that you agreed to train the Potter boy, my lord? Isn't that going to make it harder for us in the long run if their so-called savior is well trained?" Harry smirked before replying, "I train him for my pleasure. It makes me laugh to see him squeals like a pig whenever I hit him. As well, I am keeping Dumbledore's sights away from our dealings outside of this country. In the end, Potter won't be able to stop us. Even with my training, he is still weak. Is that why we have not faced any barriers with our printing and exporting of these papers? I assume he keeps a careful eye on you whenever you train his apprentice. Right in one, Severus. He is suspicious of me and constantly remains in the castle. if only to send a message that I cannot cross any boundaries as long as he is here. Is it safe to assume that he has been neglecting his duties as supreme mugwump? Igor asked tentatively. Harry nodded grimly before asking, have we started spreading the propaganda papers? Yes, the Americans got them first, followed by the French. I believe we are in the process of printing for China. Igor replied while scratching his beard. Good. If this continues, we would have gotten support from the people in a few months' time. This will make it easier for us, Harry said before getting up. Igor, Severus, continue with the printing. I want every magical being to know what we want to achieve and why. I suspect we will have to begin in earnest after the third task. That early, my lord? Harry glanced at them before replying. With Dumbledore meeting with Riddle, we would have to forward our plans. Although he has turned a blind eye on our dealings, it is best if we start as soon as possible. Severus sighed. Very well. Little Hangleton. Albus glanced at the house before walking in slowly. He was here for a meeting he did not want to make, but for the greater good, he had to. Albus Dumbledore. A slither-like voice called as he approached the room across the staircase. Chapter 13. Checkmate. Quidditch pitch. Harry Uchiha Black was excited. After a few months of the waiting game, he was now going to finish the Triwizard Tournament. He had no love for it, of course. Other than a little challenge in his creativity in dealing with each task, he had broken no sweat at all. Ready for this, mon amour? Fleur asked as she glanced at her bond mate. The bond had manifested the day they consummated their relationship and had given her and Gabrielle a taste of Harry's magic. It boosted their skills in terms of both physical and magical. As well, Harry had felt a bit more alluring to the other gender. This was caused by the mutual transfer of some of the allure that Velas have, and with two bonded Velas, he had gotten twice as much. This didn't bother Fleur and Gabrielle. On the contrary, they were now much more eager to strut around the castle and grounds in the arms of the most beautiful man that walked the earth. Harry smirked at her before glancing at his brother and replying, very. Fleur glanced at Harvey as well before asking, your training seems to have been a good one for him. He no longer looks like a pig in a uniform. Truth be told, Harry was pleased with his brother. Harvey had survived the training, and within a few months, he had improved and had far better reflexes than anyone in the school, except for his Mortem and him. He had specifically ordered all his Mortem to train like he had trained his brother. The only difference is that Harry had presided the training regiment after classes, unlike Harvey, who trained every morning. To make matters more complicated, he had had to put up an illusory spell to divert attention from his Mortem every time they trained. He would not want Dumbledore to know that he was building himself an army. Not yet, anyways. Harry glanced around and saw his former mother and father hugging the Potter heir before glancing towards his figure. Truth be told, he had lost all aggression with his mother. But the same could not be said for his father. Flashback. Harry was walking around the Black Lake, talking privately with his girlfriends before a voice stopped them from their tracks. Harry, can we talk? Harry looked back before seeing his mother approaching him. He knew there would come a time that he must face his former parents, but he didn't think it would be this soon. Harry glanced at both Fleur and Gabrielle before telling them, go back to our room. I need to speak to her alone. Fleur and Gabrielle nodded before kissing his cheek and walking back towards the castle. Dutifully, 5 Mortem appeared as they passed the line of trees and escorted them back. Harry nodded to Draco, who had insisted on discreetly shadowing them 3 whenever they were out of the castle. Draco had been a great asset to him, and he was sure to be rewarded once this was all over. For now, he was in the good graces of his lord. Lily approached slowly before offering her hand. Harry, knowing the custom of the purebloods, took her hand and kissed it before looping his around hers and started trudging down the shoreline of the Great Lake. He felt uncomfortable beside his mother, but he had to persist, if only to maintain the trust he had from Dumbledore. What business do you have with me, Lady Potter? Harry asked tentatively. Lily frowned at her son before smiling and replied, couldn't a mother and her son talk? Harry stopped before looking at her passively. You disowned me, Lady Potter. You are not my mother. Not anymore. Lily couldn't stop herself before she prostrated on her son's knees before saying, "No, it was James' fault. He never told me he was disowning you. I would have stopped him if he had only told me beforehand." Harry stood stock still before he replied, "And what of my upbringing? You were never there. Never. You left me to the house elves." Harry couldn't bear his angry feelings anymore and was fuming after that statement. How dare this woman, who had been his mother, try to reconcile now? For power? Glory? Maybe gold? Lily sobbed, unable to control her anguish before replying sadly, "That was my fault, Harry. We just got so wrapped up in the celebrity status of your brother that we forgot. Forgot about you. I have cried myself to sleep since I learned of your disowning. Did you know that? I could never have done anything with James so wrapped up with Dumbledore." "You could have. You were his wife, the Lady Potter. You had influence over your husband that could have at least made my life easier." "I couldn't," Lily replied shamefully. "After you were disowned, I tried to overturn it, but Albus Dumbledore had convinced James that I needed to be controlled or else Harvey's destiny might go awry. After that—" Harry glanced at his mother before asking, "After that?" "After that, I was stripped of my familial power," Lily admitted. "I became much like a trophy wife, a woman with no power. I was also ordered not to help you or else face the consequences of my Lord Potter." Harry now understood. The way his mother had always been glancing at him after he had been disowned. He thought it was loathing, but now it became clear. It was sorrow. Harry glanced at the woman before asking, "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because I need help. I want to be free once more, to make decisions with my life that is entirely mine. Also, I want to get to know the son I have wronged, and do my best to rectify those wrongs and become the mother I should have been for you," Lily admitted. "Do you still love him?" Lily cringed before replying, "I did, but he's not the same man. The man I loved died when he disowned you. He has been swallowed by his pride and greed that he lost sight of who he is." A quick scan of her mind told the story of her sorrow and grief and of her remorse for her actions. With that truth, Harry brought his mother up and kissing her cheek. She was his mother, for Christ's sake. No mother has to kneel before her son, albeit she had a long way to go to truly become a mother to him. But he guessed this was a start. Lily kissed her son's cheek before engulfing him in a hug that she had not done for a long time. Harry himself was stunned before reciprocating the hug. He was surprised by the action and how good it felt. Maybe this was the hug that he had yearned all along? A hug of a true parent. Lily tore her hands away from her son before looping it around his arms. "So, Harry, tell me of you girls?" Harry had the decency to blush and stutter before answering, "Well, dash." End flashback. It had been 3 months since that incident and both mother and son had increasingly bonded over that time period. In fact, he had almost forgiven his mother. Almost. Lily saw the glances of his son and his girlfriend and smiled in return, only to hide it once James started to talk to her about their son and heir, Harvey. "Your mother is beautiful. Did you know that?" Harry looked at Fleur before smiling. "Yes, but not as beautiful as you and Gabby." Fleur smiled at this before kissing him deeply. Harry had always the best replies that turned her into a pile of goo. "If Gabby heard what you just said, I'm not sure if I could hold her back from jumping you." Harry smiled before replying, "I'm not sure if I would even hold her back myself." Fleur smacked his arm as she gazed at the stands. Her father and mother had come to witness the final event. Both had been proud of their daughter and had wanted to show her support. Harry glanced at Fleur looking towards the stands where her parents were before starting. "I have to talk to them after this debacle." "Yes, you do," Fleur replied. "You have the obligation to explain why both their daughters are now bonded with a man whom they haven't even met yet." Harry cringed at the scenario before replying, "That doesn't sound fun at all. Would you protect me?" Fleur looked at his puppy dog eyes before smiling and caressing his cheek. "I would, but I'm sure Gabrielle would be more than willing to use her influence over our parents if worst comes to worst. She's hard to turn down, isn't she?" "Very. Too cute for her own good." Albus took the moment to arrive along with the other judges at that point. He had planned everything correctly. If successful, he would be one obstacle down. If unsuccessful, he could just blame someone, most probably Moody, who is a polyjuice Death Eater if he trusted Tom's information. Ladies and gentlemen, the final task of the Triwizard Tournament is finally here. As you can see, the Quidditch pitch has been turned into a maze. At the middle of this maze is the Triwizard Cup. The first champion to touch the cup wins. Dumbledore, at this point, had moved to the center of the erected podium before continuing. First to enter are both Harry Uchiha Black and Fleur Delacour. Second would be Harvey Potter, while last would be Victor Crumb. An interval of 5 minutes would be given for each champion. Dumbledore gestured to both Harry and Fleur to their entrance before saying, "Begin!" Maze. He had done it. Harry was now standing in front of the cup with Fleur beside him, panting and trying to recover her breath. "We win," Harry said in a neutral voice. Fleur smiled at him before replying, "Yes, we win." Harry observed the cup for a moment before saying, "The cup is a portkey to Voldemort." Fleur, startled by this revelation, asked, "How do you know?" "I have been spying on Dumbledore." Fleur was shocked. How could the headmaster have done this? Had he no conscience on what the result would be like if Harry wasn't the first one to get to the cup? Wait, Harry? Is this the reason why we encountered almost no resistance? Fleur asked slowly. Harry pondered for a moment. Yes, I believe so. Shifting a bit, Harry pulled his wand and said, "I will grab the cup and defeat Voldemort tonight. I want you to go and approach Draco. Tell him to ready all mortem for a fight once I get back." Dumbledore would have surely assembled his little order of the Phoenix right now. But Fleur tried to argue before he kissed her squarely on the lips before continuing. "Nobats, tonight will be a bloody night. Once outside, go to Gabby and your parents and ready the portkey I made. Bring my mother as well if she is willing. It will take you somewhere safe and I will join you as soon as possible." Fleur sighed before giving him one last kiss before saying, "You better return to me, Harry James Uchiha Black. Promise." Graveyard. Voldemort rose from the cauldron. He had done it. He now had a body to reside in and the sibling of the boy who lived in custody. Today was a good day. "You arm, Wormtail." Wormtail quickly obeyed the command as he prostrated his stump of an arm to his master. "Thank you, my low dash." Voldemort snarled and said, "The other arm." Wormtail, shocked by the command, shoved his stump down and raised his other arm, which had the dark mark on it. Voldemort stared at the mark for a second before grabbing the arm and pressing his wand on it. Wormtail screamed as he felt the dark magic pouring into the mark, causing him to feel the agonizing pain that accompanied it. At once, men started apparating to their location. What once was only a party of 3 had now become a party of more than 50. Voldemort was shocked. He didn't think that many of his followers were going to return this early. Maybe he had underestimated their loyalty. Nevertheless, they would still pay for not seeking him out. "How long has it been?" Voldemort started before going on about how he had hid and how no one had come and sought him out. He was then interrupted by Wormtail crying out, "I returned!" "Out of fear, not loyalty," Voldemort spat before smirking. "But, since you have helped me for this long, Wormtail, I will reward you for your sacrifice." Voldemort waved his wand at the stump he had once called a hand and Quicksilver started forming a shape. After the silver had formed her into a hand, Wormtail groveled at his lord's hems before saying, "Thank you, my lord. It is beautiful." Before going back to his followers, Harry immediately seized his chance and coughed. This caught the Dark Lord by surprise before grinning. "And we must not forget our guest of honor, Harry Potter. Or should I call you Harry Uchiha Black now?" Harry stared at the snake-like features of the supposed Dark Lord before answering, "I prefer the latter one, thank you." Voldemort couldn't resist and started laughing at the bold reply before saying, Yes, Albus told me all about you. A strong and capable wizard who shares the arrogance of his forefathers. The Uchiha blood was strong, but arrogance made them dwindle into inexistence." Harry smirked before replying, I have arrogance because I can back them up, Tom Riddle. Do not call me that. Lord Voldemort spat before grinning. Did you know your famed headmaster sold you here to me? Harry feigned shock, which Voldemort took in as a real reaction before continuing merrily. Oh yes, he told me he had a bargain, you see. If he were to give you up to me, I would leave the wizarding world alone for a few years. And you agreed? Of course. Voldemort cackled as he strode around the angel that kept Harry from moving. Why wouldn't I? I needed the blood of the Potters to gain a new body, and here was one that is freely being offered to me. Of course, the oath to not make moves against the wizarding population was a downside, but at least I can start regrouping. In the end, I had the advantage. Why would you think that? Because, Uchiha, I have you. With you by my side, we can conquer the world. I know of your powers. Gossip tends to reach my ear in time. Your prowess in the first and second tasks are legendary compared to Albus magic. Together, we can be invincible. Voldemort took his silence as a sign that he almost had him, and so he continued, Join me and we can win. Join me, and you can have revenge on the people that scorned you. Join me, and I'll have your father bound and given to you to do what you will. Harry snapped at the Dark Lord before asking, What of my mother? Your mother? My Death Eaters will want compensation for their sacrifice, so they may play around with her a bit. But after that, she is yours as well, Voldemort replied, hoping to entice the man more into joining him. Wrong thing to say, Tommy. Voldemort looked at Harry before having to shield his eyes as a bright light seemed to emanate from around the young man. Next thing he knew, he was sprawled on the floor with rubble on top of him. Ah, that feels much better. Voldemort looked up in horror as Harry seemed to have a huge skeletal armor around him. The armor itself looked translucent in nature. The whole thing was made of black, which made it look like a demon incarnate. The right arm clutched on a katana, while the right had a shield. It was a sight to behold. What are you? How did you get this much power? Voldemort screamed as he tried to slowly back away. He was no match for this, he knew. He had to get away and research this thing before he can take it on. For now, he will use his followers as a diversion. Harry saw his fear and laughed. The Dark Lord, cringing with fear in front of a mere 17-year-old? How ludicrous! Voldemort knew it was time for him to leave and so shouted, My followers! Attack this man! His Death Eaters, surprisingly, didn't move an inch. All except for Wormtail, who had started to scurry behind the men that was summoned by his master. Malfoy, McNair, Goyle, kill this insolent brat. The three aforementioned men stood still and replied, No. What? Voldemort spat, forgetting the huge black warrior that stood in front of him. Sorry, Tom. Harry lazily waved as he took a step forward. Your Death Eaters have renounced you. They are here because I told them to be. What are you on about, Uchiha? Well, you see, it's quite embarrassing. Your followers renounced you in favor of their true lord. Me. They seem to think you are nothing compared to me. As well, your views have almost destroyed their lives once, and they seem to be inclined to my more than better goals. Voldemort screamed with outrage before snarling, Mark my words, Uchiha. You will pay. As he tried to spin around and apparate, a huge black hand forced him to the ground. Not so fast, Tommy boy. Harry smirked as he lowered his sword near the neck of the so-called Dark Lord. I promised my bond mates that you will die today, and so you shall. And no, wait. We can work this out, Harry. You and me. We have the whole world to conquer. Think of the power we share and what we can do. Harry snarled before squeezing the man much harder, causing him to scream. What you said about my mother decided your fate. Voldemort lost his head even before he could start screaming. Pain forever etched on his face. Harry rounded on his mortem before saying, We will all port key to Hogwarts. I expect Dumbledore to try and stop me from claiming glory over this pretender's death. Lucius removed his glamour, which everybody followed to reveal the same black robes with the Uchiha eye on their chest, showing who had their allegiance. We live to follow, my lord. Harry nodded before creating 50 portkeys, each for his individual member. Once we arrive, defend yourselves and get to your families. Grab them and quickly portkey out of there. The wards are down at this moment and won't be back up until sunrise. Harry distributed the portkeys before shouting, "What do we fight for?" 50 different voices shouted, "For unity, for duty, for destiny." Then at that same moment, the graveyard was once again silent. Quidditch pitch. Everyone started screaming once the 50 Mortem members appeared on the pitch. Members of the Order of the Phoenix, who Dumbledore had summoned before the task started, now engaged with the 50 or so hooded men. What surprised them was that the hooded men did not fight back. More surprising was that they seemed to be grabbing onto children and portkeying out. Auror Shacklebolt cast another stunning spell on a retreating Death Eater. The Death Eater seemed to just block the spell and grabbed a child, after which he then portkeyed out. "There's something wrong here, Albus." Albus Dumbledore looked up as he tried to usher the children out of the stadium. He then caught sight of Shacklebolt before nodding. Yes, they seem to be more interested in taking the children away, and since most of them are in Slytherin House, I would guess that they are taking their children away. Before Shacklebolt could answer, a huge skeletal form rose from the ground, and in it Harry Potter. "I have killed your Dark Lord, Albus. But know this, your treachery shall not go unpunished." Albus grimaced as he saw the head of the Dark Lord at the hands of his student. It seems his plan failed. Now he had no choice but to act accordingly. "Harry, is this what you plan to do? Become a Dark Lord?" Harry laughed at the idea before smirking. It seems all his Mortem had gone and the Delacour family as well. It was time to unleash his powers. Suddenly, the air grew colder as Harry gathered his magic around his torso before screaming, "Fear me!" At this action, Dementors started pouring out of Susanu's torso and started sucking the happiness around the stadium. This shocked the Order members and prompted Dumbledore to shout, "Cast your Patronus!" Each member tried to cast theirs but seemingly failed to do so. Some were only able to cast a misty shield, while others failing even to utter the curse. The number of Dementors was too much that no happy memory could be manifested. Dumbledore, himself, was only able to cast his Phoenix Patronus simply by sheer willpower. His Phoenix flew and countered what Dementors it could before waning slightly. Harry watched as each member of the Order fell, shivering at the dark thoughts that seemed to manifest out of nowhere. "Stop this!" Dumbledore cried as he watched his Order members succumb to the dark thoughts. Harry thought for a moment before banishing the Dementors, as if they weren't there a second ago. He then lowered himself and dispelled Susanu before walking towards the shivering old man. "Learn your lesson, old man. You are nowhere near my power." Just then, a shout rang out as Harvey Potter ran towards his brother. Brandishing his wand, he cried, "Where did your whores take my mother? You will pay for everything that you have done." Harry smirked as his brother neared him before pointing his wand and blasting him back. He then slowly approached his brother and said, "Too slow, brother. You are not strong enough." Harry then faced the crowd and said, "Today starts a revolution that will span across the world. Britain can either join or be annihilated." Harry then turned on the spot and vanished. Chapter 14. Invading Britain. Germany. Harry Uchiha Black grinned. It had been 7 years since he had fled Britain and now, he was ready to return. But he wasn't just going to return alone, no indeed. He was bringing the whole might of the magical world with him. Britain. Albus Dumbledore shuffled as he went through the events that had transpired in the last 24 hours. It seems that under one banner, the whole magical world is at war against magical Britain. Albus, now older than he was 7 years ago, sighed as he went into the Wisengamot meeting room. Glancing around, he saw the remaining members and sighed once more before saying, "The meeting is now officially begun." Lord Weasley, as he had been appointed when the loss of most of the lords of the House of Lords inside the Wisengamot happened, spoke first. "My lords and ladies, it seems we have the problem of having to defend ourselves against the Uchiha Black armies once more." Everybody started muttering before Madame Granger, more commonly known as Hermione, stood and asked, "Can we stand against him? Remember the last time he attacked us? He was alone and unleashed a full horde of Dementors against us. Surely we can parley." Muttering started as Albus sighed before speaking. Madam Granger, we must accept the fact that Harry has gone dark. There is no parleying with terrorists. That is within our laws. But surely, Chief Warlock, we will lose if we don't do anything. We all know the might that the former Lord Uchiha Black held, and you know that all of the magical world is behind him on this. Dumbledore scratched his beard and replied, Yes, the man has more firepower if we go to war against him. Who knew he could unite all magical beings under a banner? Lord Potter scoffed at this before saying, He must have used the Imperius curse on all of them. How could every magical government concede to a mere 20-year-old boy? It's preposterous. We all know what happened, Lord Potter. Remember the news we received almost every month after he disappeared, replied Lord Diggory calmly. Indeed, news of Harry Uchiha Black's exploits has been reaching the Great Britain Isles almost every month. Left and right, magical governments conceded power to the young man. The source of this was, of course, Harry's propaganda among the masses. Harry promised a unified magical community, without racist laws and restrictions. Also, Harry had promised full integration with the Muggle world and its technologies. This sparked major interest amongst the masses, and in the end, popular vote had toppled governments. The last bastion to be conquered by Harry's promises was Germany, which had a much tighter hold on its people due to the past Grindelwald experience. In the end, Harry had killed the Minister for Magic of Germany and his lackeys, and integrated the country into the Uchiha Empire. Now, it seemed, the young man has set his sights on Britain and its magical population. What do we know of the opinion of the masses in terms of young Harry's propaganda? Albus asked wearily. He knew Harry's power comes from the support of the masses. If the people united under Harry, they have already lost. Lord Weasley grumbled before replying, The propaganda papers are spreading like wildfire. We had tried to stop it at first, but it seems we cannot trace the supplier. Everyone glanced around the room, hoping for someone to give a suggestion, but none came. Albus Dumbledore stood up from his seat and said, I call on Amelia Bones to discuss our battle plans. The door to the room opened to reveal a red-haired, middle-aged woman. She walked forward before standing in the middle of the room and announcing, As I am part of this body, I wish to bring my niece, Susan Bones, to fill our family seat before I continue. James Potter stood and replied, As Lord Potter, I oblige. I second the motion, Lord Weasley offered before both men sat down once more. Amelia Bones gestured for her niece to sit on her family seat. The girl immediately sat down before gesturing Amelia, her aunt, to start. Amelia conjured a map of Britain before starting. He is going to hit out shores by next week. Gesturing towards the southern part of Britain, she conjured several pieces of pawns before turning them black to symbolize the attackers, while conjuring another set of white pawns to symbolize the British forces. Lady Bones, are our forces really that small? Asked a tentative Lord Diggory, seemingly shocked at the amount of black pieces on the map. Amelia looked up from her monocle before replying, Yes, Lord Diggory, we have that small of a force at our disposal. Before anyone could reply, she moved the pieces accordingly before saying, We are outnumbered, outgunned, and outmatched. We will lose if we face them head-on. Mutterings started as their worst fear is made reality. They couldn't defeat Harry. They would surely lose if he was to attack right now. Hermione, ever the smart witch, looked at Amelia Bones before saying, Which means we shouldn't face them head-on, right, Lady Bones? Amelia smiled before saying, Yes, as the newly appointed Madam Granger of the Department of Magical Welfare said, we should not face them head-on. A much more sly approach would definitely be the best course of action. Albus looked at the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement before asking, And how would this plan come about, Lady Bones? First, we must lure them to this section of Hadrian's Wall. That's far north. Yes, we must give them a sense of pride and in turn, will make them more reckless. After luring them, we plant Greek fire along the walls before lighting them up once Uchiha's armies try and climb it. This would cause disarray and make it easier for us to pick them odd one by one. Everyone stopped breathing for a second before cheering started. This seemed to be a great plan, a foolproof plan. Maybe, just maybe, they had a chance of winning. Albus banged his gavel before saying, even if his armies are destroyed, Harry would never be defeated unless he faces Harvey. It is Harvey and Harvey alone who would be able to defeat the young man. Amelia nodded. Yes, it makes it easier for us that Harry is always at the forefront of his army. It is one of the reasons why his army is nearly unstoppable. Their morale is always at all-time high just because they see their leader shedding blood alongside them. Albus Dumbledore smiled before standing up once more and saying, meeting adjourned. I want all preparations started immediately. All magical population is to withdraw behind the Hadrian's Wall so that no unneeded casualties would occur in this needless war. Everyone started going out, each to his own home and department to announce the coming war. It was until everyone left when Hermione Granger walked up to a still-standing Amelia Bones. Amelia! Amelia Bones smiled at the young woman before saying, the Black Raven seems to be praying tonight. And the night is still young. Amelia, hearing the reply, gestured for the young woman to follow her into the atrium and onto the flue. She gestured for the young woman to go first. After Hermione Granger had gone, Amelia started on the flue before whispering, Raven's Nest. Raven's Nest. Amelia arrived on the small house that became the point of which the propaganda of her Lord Uchiha had been spreading. She walked over to the dining room and sat down across from Hermione Granger. What news, Amelia? Amelia sighed before replying, we are going to win, no doubt about that, but Britain is going to suffer major losses. Hermione sighed as well before asking, can you not persuade the Auror forces to join our side? I am sure they will listen to you. Amelia smiled a true smile before replying, I could, but the problem with this country and that of the rest of the world is that our witches and wizards were educated to believe that they should always follow the light side. And right now, the leader of the light is Dumbledore and Potter. There is little hat I can do. Damn them all. Hermione cursed before sipping at her tea. It was easier with Asia and America. Yes, it was. Amelia agreed before grabbing a cuppa of her own before smiling. Although, the population seems to be with us on this. It seems the ministry might just be trapped on both sides once they reached the wall. Hermione smiled before nodding. This was a war Britain would never win. 1 week later, Fleur watched as the Uchiha army mounted their brooms. She saw the form of her husband as he started to mount his broom. It had been a grueling 7 years, and today, it was going to end. Their spies inside the Ministry for Magic had already convinced everyone that moving past the Hadrian Wall was the wisest decision, and ambushing them at the wall was the best course of action. Of course, it was. The only problem was that they were the ones who planned it all. Harry spied his wife and approached her. He knew that this would be the bloodiest endgame for them all, and if they win, it would be all over. The war, the bloodshed, and the propaganda. It would come to a cessation. Hey! Fleur looked at her husband before kissing him passionately. She looked at those magnificent orbs before asking, did you send Gabrielle home? Harry nodded before replying, yes, I sent her with Draco and a squad of my mortem. They are now in your family home along with your parents and my mother, waiting for us to finish this goddamn war. A war we must face for the betterment of our society. Fleur argued, do not forget that after this, we would be free to change our world. We could basically mold the magical world to become what it truly should have become, a united global community. Harry smiled at his wife before kissing her deeply once more. He knew he needed to do this. For his vision to be complete, he needed the cooperation of all magical communities. And every community has garnered his loyalty, except for Britain's. More specifically, the magical government of Britain. We must go. The army might leave us behind, Harry joked as he mounted his broom. Fleur laughed before mounted hers and saying, promise to come back with me in one piece? As long as you stay safe for me? Promise. I love you, you know that? And you. Hadrian's Wall. Harry landed in front of the gathered army. The army is in itself 10,000 in size. It wasn't huge in terms of manpower when compared to Muggle military, but it was a horde compared to magical ones. Of course, he had foreseen having different nationals in his army, so it was standard protocol to have a rune of translation tattooed on a soldier's ear. This way, orders would need only be given in one language and everyone would be able to understand. It made having an army composed of more than 10 nationalities easier to handle. It is time, Harry started as he faced his army. Time for us to defeat the last bastion and unify the magical world. These heathens know no respect for other magical beings and have constantly and blatantly ostracized them. Today, we fight for their freedom. We fight for the unity of our kind. We fight for our duty to protect our brethrens. Most importantly, we fight for the greater destiny of our blood. The speech riled up the army as everyone started shouting the 3 words that unified all magical beings under one banner: unity, duty, destiny. Just then, 2 figures emerged from the forest and quickly approached the stage that Harry was standing on. Harry saw the 2 figures before holding his hand up high and said, "We welcome our 2 most loyal brethrens, Amelia Bones and Hermione Granger." Everyone cheered as both women started up the stage and kissed Harry's hands before rising. They both waved at the amassed crowd before Harry silenced the crowd. He then looked at both women and asked, "Is it time?" Hermione answered, "Yes, they have at most 1,000 men fighting. They will light the fire once you have crossed, and they seem to be anticipating an easy fight, save for Harvey's against you." Amelia nodded before adding hers. "Dumbledore is heading this attack with his protégé, Harvey Potter." Silence reigned before Harry raised his wand and shouted, "To war!" Everybody immediately jumped on their brooms as they started pelting towards the defensive lines of the British ministry. Hundreds and thousands of brooms soared high that day. Harry felt the whoosh of every broom that passed him. He knew this was the start of the end, and he needed to do his part. He turned towards Amelia and Hermione before asking, "Have you neutralized the Greek fire?" Hermione nodded. "Yes, we replaced them with powdered milk." Fleur, who stood beside Harry, actually laughed at the thought before asking, "And where did you keep the Greek fire?" Amelia grimly replied, "Below their forces. Once Harry casts an incendio on the wall, it would burn their defenses and render them incapacitated." Fleur frowned at the loss of life that we're going to have. Even if it were on the other side, it would still be painful to watch as 1,000 lives are snuffed out due to a corrupt ministry. "Better them than ours," Harry commented before mounting his broom. "The Black Raven seems to be praying tonight." All 3 women answered, "And the night is still young." With that, Harry took off into the air, knowing that he would be single-handedly taking 1,000 lives tonight. Ministry forces. Albus Dumbledore readied his force when he saw the sky being blotted out by numerous witches and wizards on brooms. The numerous enemies seemed to be too much as Albus saw the ministry forces shudder in fear. Many of them knew that they won't be returning to their families tonight, but at least they fought against this supposed Dark Lord. Albus saw the figure of his apprentice beside him before asking, "Are you ready, Harvey?" Harvey Potter, no longer the fat kid that he was, just tightened his jaws. Ever since his humiliating defeat in front of his brother, he had trained every day under several tutors, many of which were here today. He had transformed into a much more lean man with a muscular figure. "As ready as I'll ever be, Albus," he replied, tightening his grip on his wand. He knew today was the day he would be tested. Today was the day that would decide if he should live or die. Albus Dumbledore nodded before noticing the lack of movement. "They've stopped," exclaimed one of the few hit wizards that was on the command post. "Yes, it seems so," Albus replied before wondering out loud, "Why though?" The hit wizard must have thought it was directed to him, and so he replied, "Do you think they would surrender?"
Non. Impossible.
"My brother is not one for surrendering," Harvey replied, staring intently on any signs of movement. "He likes a show. You see, he is a performer, flashy and arrogant." The hit wizard nodded before shouting to the troops, "Be on guard." Everyone that gathered along the wall immediately gripped their wands harder, an unconscious action that made them feel much more comfortable. Maybe because their wands and what spells they used could potentially dictate their survivability in this war. Movement, movement. Harvey squinted before inhaling, That's my brother. Harry. Harry flew in front of his troops before rounding about and holding his fist up high, signaling for them to be on standby. Harry then flew towards the wall and made a few hand signs. He then whispered, "Fire style. Fire dragon." A fire dragon immediately flew from his mouth and started towards the wall. The wizards that were stationed on it started using aguamenti charms, but to no avail. Once the fire dragon reached the wall, all hell broke loose. Harvey watched as the fire dragon moved to their position. Aguamenti charms. Extinguish that fire dragon, Harvey commanded as he cast his own charm. Quickly, everyone casted theirs, but to their surprise, it was to no avail. Everyone started casting Protego charms, hoping to block the heat and fire, but to their surprise, it never hit them. The dragon seemed to be directed at the wall. Before anyone could start lowering their shields, the ground started exploding with fire. Green fire. The Greek fire, Harvey shouted, but to no avail. All of the ministry forces were either screaming in agony or dead. Harvey and Dumbledore both had escaped with only minor burns, but looking at their amassed army, they knew they lost. Just then, the 10,000 army of Harry Uchiha Black started down on them and began pelting those who were not dead. Those who survived the Greek fire died by spell fire. Harvey, looking at the charred corpse of the hit wizard that was talking to him a mere few minutes before, growled in anger. Harry! Albus looked on, shocked at the carnage, and immediately tried to apparate out, but to no avail. He looked towards the angry form of his apprentice before sighing. Maybe this was the end? Albus! Dumbledore looked at the form of James Potter before saying, "We have lost." James looked at his former headmaster before shaking with anger. "No, there must be another way. We cannot lose like this." "I'm sorry, but no." Dumbledore was cut off by the appearance of a huge translucent black knight seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The black figure swept its hand and the fire died immediately. It then started walking towards the 3 surviving men before it dissipated, leaving Harry with his wand out looking at them with contempt. "I warned you, Albus." Harry started. "Britain can either join or be annihilated." Before Harry could continue, Harvey screamed, "Harry, you bastard! I'm going to kill you." Harry looked at his former brother before saying, "Is this your apprentice, old man? He is too weak to even be here in our midst." This riled up the young man more, and Albus had to physically stop the boy from charging onto certain doom. "But the boy seems to have improved," Harry mused. "Let's see what you are made of then, Harvey." Harry then removed his cloak to reveal a dragon hide armor, much like a fencing armor, with the Uchiha eye marking his left breast. "Come then. Death awaits for you." Albus was about to stop his apprentice, but to no avail as Harvey rushed towards his brother. Albus could only whisper one phrase, "God help us all."